Charlotte Dixon's going to take this.
This is going to be an incredible finish.
It's so exciting, but it's so close.
Bar Hansen of Denmark just crept in there.
Meg Knight just gets it.
Here comes Arabella Carbut. Hi, good morning and welcome to the 2022 World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships presented by Concept2. This is day 2 of our live production. We had all of the 500 metres yesterday, the men's and women's teams events, and today we've got all of the 2Ks to look forward to for all of our age groups, as well as our para rowing category 500 metre races, which will be coming up on the programme very shortly. I'm going to be joined once again by our fantastic commentary team of Martin Cross and Shane Farmer. Martin, what is it that you enjoyed about yesterday's racing and looking forward to seeing more of today?
Well, short, sharp, punchy, high power output. It was absolutely great, wasn't it? In every single category. And we had some tremendously close races, same time finishes in some of them, and world records, 2 of them, I think it was. And all of that just really added to the frisson of the day. And of course, now we're on the dreaded 2K. The 2K tests, obviously a much longer distance than the 500. And I'm really excited to see what athletes in all those categories are going to do today.
And amazing that we've got some athletes racing twice. And Shane, you're back again for some 2,000 metre racing. What is the main difference that we're going to see from the athletes today racing over 2,000 metres as opposed to 500 metres?
Well, we're going to see a lot more strategy. We're going to see more changes in number one, pace as well as positions as the races go on. Making sure that you're watching the actual racing as it happens is going to be the exciting part of today. In 500s, you'll have a little bit of that changing around, but generally you're going to have and see a lot more sprints for the finish. I think here we're going to end up seeing a lot more jockeying for position through the middle as people establish themselves. We may see some late pushes or maybe even some early pushes, which you get to see play out over time. And that's really the difference that'll happen from that 500 to that 2000.
Well, we're going to have a look now at how everyone got to compete here in these World Rowing Finals. They had to go through a qualification process. So let's have a look how that panned out.
Hello, my name is WRICH. This is my qualification race for 500.
Hey, my name is Jeremy Weaver. I am doing a 500 meter test.
Hassan Gadri from Saudi Arabia.
Ahmed from Egypt.
Julien Brabant, France.
I'm representing Puerto Rico.
I am Amanda Riley, and today is the 23rd of January.
Mr. Samroy Kornak.
I'm Seyfin Algan Sofyalı from Moda Kürek Kulübü, representing Turkey.
I'm Matt Stankiewicz. Today is January 10th. Hello, my name is WRICH, and this is my qualification race for 500 meters.
This is how Finnish record is done.
Go.
Select were called.
3, 2.
Attention, go.
Well, it was a tough job even getting here to compete in the World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championship finals. So amazing that we've got so many athletes participating here over the course of these 2 days. 736 of you competing here this weekend, and we had 900 entries overall into the finals. And that was just a small glimpse into how we pick those athletes to compete here this weekend. Well, what have we got to look forward to today? We already had an action-packed schedule yesterday, and today we've got even more to come. So first up, we're going to have the under-19 women's 2Ks, followed by the under-19s men, and then a lot of action-packed racing as we move up through the age categories, through the under-23 lightweights, under-23 opens, and culminating in those open 2Ks. We've also got the para rowing 500 meters to look forward to today. They did their 2Ks yesterday. Those categories, and so a real mix of racing to look forward to. Now, I've already talked about how fantastic engagement was yesterday. We've got plenty more that we want you to get involved with today. So please do make sure that you keep us posted on social media using Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. We've got plenty of hashtags, hashtag indoor rowing, hashtag world rowing indoor, or hashtag WRICH. So the first race already lining up on the start. And Martin, it's our under-19 women about to take on this 2K.
It is, and we are looking, I guess, at a roundabout time of what, sub 7 minutes. This might be one in for this race. You can see the start list there. Lena Kuhn caught my eye, went in with a sub 7 qualification time of 6:58. Shane, how are you seeing this race?
Well, I think what's calling out most interestingly to me is just the spread of nations that we have participating in this race. I mean, just in the first 4 entries as far as their qualifications time respectively go, we're looking at Switzerland, Australia, Estonia, and Tunisia. And that's just the short list of people and countries that are participating. So if nothing else, we have an amazing international race today, represented well around the world.
Yeah. Really striking. You got those 3 Tunisian athletes down at the bottom of the live tracker. You can see the athletes have been told to stop rowing. So we're going to get our first look at the pacing of this. What sort of pace are they going to be looking at for this race, Shane?
Well, I think you're going to end up looking around I haven't quite done the math in my head on trying to come in at around about a 7-minute. I'm thinking, what does that put us at? 150?
Yeah, 145s. Yeah, definitely. Lena Kuhn and Danielle Kashula, they're from Zimbabwe. She went off so quick yesterday. She's only 14 years of age, and she's leading the race again so far. But then she kind of dropped out in yesterday's 500 meters, didn't she, Kashula?
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what she has. You know, depending on the age of the athlete, how long they've been around the sport, it tends to change the way that you approach your 2K race. I mean, I think you learn a lot the more 2Ks you get under your belt, and every rower knows that dreaded 2K sensation. And at a certain point, I think you do learn to master it. However, as you are fresh into it, you kind of think you can just go for it every single time. Sometimes it pays off, and sometimes it can bite you in the butt.
Well, she's a world record holder. She's been in a bunch of competitions, Kashula. She's a world record holder for the 500 for 13 to 14 years of age at 131.9. She's raced in the Canadian Indoor Rowing Championships, and she didn't have much electricity when she had a storm on the night, so she had to do it to race by candlelight and phone signal. So it's going to be fascinating to see what she can do in terms of keeping that pace going. But she's got an enormous lead, 16 meters at this stage of the race, and we're coming through to the first quarter. She's evened out her splits. I can't see that she's going to win this race, but you never know.
Yeah, based off of how she's sitting right now, you're watching that split climb up. You know, she tried to level in the mid 140s there, as you'd mentioned early on, around a 145. But now we're seeing that split start to climb up to 150. We're seeing Lena Kuhn. I think she can probably smell that, and you can see her holding at a 146. I mean, she's on the hunt. It means that she's trying to track down Kashula and saying, all right, as we get into this middle part of the race, let's see what you got. I'm going to start steaming it on, and are you going to be able to hold me off?
Yeah, you can see that distance inexorably dropping now. She's still got 14 meters to Doris Mindbeck, the Estonian competitor, who is in third place, and she has a handy little lead over the fourth place Tunisian Aisha Abidaz, who came in. She's just 18 years of age, Aisha Abdaz.
Yeah, I wouldn't, as you mentioned, I wouldn't be counting out Mindbeck right now. She just dropped down to a 143. I think she sees Kuhn coming up on Kashula here, and she's saying, all right, as this swap is happening, maybe you're paying attention to what's happening first, but I'm paying attention to you.
Yeah, Mindback came in with a 7:06. Her target time is 7 minutes. Everyone's going for that 7-minute mark, basically. She's 13 times Estonian rowing champion. She won the 2021 Lithuanian Indoor Rowing Championship. So she's a seasoned competitor, certainly.
And there's Mindbeck on screen right now.
It's really interesting. So Kuhn is a little off the split that she would want, 6 meters back. Do you think she's just playing it cool, Kuhn, as she comes through the 1,000 meters, through the halfway mark? She's going to leave something in reserve. Is that a distance that's too much to get back for the second half of this race?
No, Martin, I think you're right in that. I think she's staying right where she wants to. I mean, Mindbeck, if she's making a move, she's making an early move as she crosses the halfway point, but maybe she's feeling great on this day. Kuhn, she looks to be sitting rock steady at 147, 148, and I think we'll find out what she's got probably as we get a little bit past 500, and we'll see if she's got to move 12 meters right now. That looks like it may extend a little bit more. I do think there's still room to come back, pending that lead athlete not having anything left in the tank to drop further.
Yeah, just saw a clip of Kashula there. She looks like she's suffering in the second half of this after that extremely fast start. And she's dropping down now. What is she in 5th place? And Siriana Hatt, the 6th place Swiss, is now hunting her down, and I think will shortly pass her. Kashula will drop down to 6th place. But the first three look pretty sorted, don't they? Mindback, Kuhn, and Abdi Aziz from Tunisia, one of the 3 Tunisian athletes racing in this event.
Yeah, we see Marriott there dropping into about the same splits as the lead 3 athletes at the moment. However, I'm not sure she's going to be able to do enough to claw anything back or perhaps put herself into medal contention as we come in to the final 500 here. So Kuhn sitting 18 meters back, 500 meters left. There we go. We see a little bit of a drop down to a 146 from 148. I think Mindbeck is making a gutsy go of it at the moment. She is going to start to notice Kuhn making a move. There we go. Splits are leveling out. But I think what she's done is set herself up so that Kuhn may be in a place where the kind of push that she's looking for is going to be more than she was expecting in order to combat that 18-meter distance. Now, if Mindbeck can keep even a second or two, even if it's a little bit slower, I'm not sure that Kuhn will have enough space to do it.
So I think as they approach the final 250 meters, it looks like the 1, 2, 3 are going to be pretty sorted in this race. The only question is Sarah Marriott from Australia posted a 7:04, the 17-year-old in qualification, whether she has got enough in the tank to get into a medal position ahead of Aisha Abdiaziz from Tunisia. We're in the last 250 now. That gap is coming down between Kuhn and Mindbeck, but I think too slowly. 142's Kuhn. She did save some gas in the tank, didn't she? 11 meters now. I think she hasn't left enough time. What do you reckon, Shane?
Yeah, maybe just not enough runway. That 142, if Mindbeck has any counter in her, if she can smell that gold medal, there she goes. Yeah, she drops that down to a 137, 138. And I think Kuhn's going to run out of space here. I think the strategy that she was attempting to say, I'm going to hold at 147 and I'll have it at the sprint, looks like it just did not pay off today.
So we're coming through to the very last stages of this race, and there we go. Doris Meinbeck
coming in third, 146.4. Couple seconds on the split back from the other athletes, but two impressive performances there. 1 and 2 coming in under those qualifying times.
Yeah, Meinbeck really crushed what she wanted to do. She came in for 7 minutes. That was what she was aiming for. Beat that by, well, over 4 seconds. Pretty impressive distance. As the competitors come in, the next Tunisian, we're waiting for the Indian competitor Alina Anto Pepitail, who is coming into the line just about now.
And throughout that race, if you noticed, some boats were dropping off the screen coming back. Often that'll be connection issues on the athlete's end. So if you're looking at that and wondering, well, hey, what happened with that boat? Did that person drop out? Did they quit? Sometimes we've got connection issues. Sometimes an athlete does blow up and may not be able to finish that race.
So I think we're waiting for the Thai athlete, Natisha Kwum. I'm not sure where she is in the race in terms of qualifying, or whether indeed if she did race. Is that a done and dusted race, Shane?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe Kwum ended up dropping out of that race. I think we saw her on screen as that started to happen. I think maybe she came out a little too hot, and you know, sometimes it catches up to you, and you can finish, but it may be at a crawling pace, or you just say it's not worth it for me today.
So it'd be great to get a look at the results in that race. Did you get a look at Meinbeck and her celebrations, the Estonian athlete? Really cool, calm and collected race. I kind of marked Kuhn down, I think, because she had slightly the fastest qualifying time. Whether she could have put a little bit more in the middle, but I think that 0.6 of a second split that she was behind Meinbeck was pretty decisive. Great row from the Tunisian Abdiaziz. Really, really impressive to keep her ahead of the fast qualifier from Australia, Sarah Marriott. Of course, the Australians are rowing in the middle of the night, aren't they? Let's have a look at the results.
Yeah, huge performances there from our top 3 athletes, the top 2 in fact going under 7 minutes, which for female athletes it's a big landmark. It's a bit like breaking 6 minutes on the men's side, and for under 19 women, a big performance there. The gold medal being held onto by Estonia's Doris Meinbeck, just holding out the Swiss Kuhn for the silver medal. So really impressive and mature racing there from our under 19 women. Let's see if we're going to have the same again on the men's side. Shane, who have we got lining up here?
Well, it looks like topping off our, again, you know, what we have to operate off of our qualifying times that these athletes submit as they come in. And our range today is all under 7. So our the athlete sitting in the last qualifying time starts at right about where the women's qualifying were for our under 19 women, and then it starts to walk up about a minute to 6:12. So we're seeing Nicola Speziani from Italy brought in a 6:12.8. Behind him, Pedro Rodriguez and Mohamed Ryan Hafsa will be sitting in that third qualifying position. You know, I think we're going to have, especially as you mentioned, we see some mature racing out of these athletes, but I also think we see a little bit of that young excitement that comes to this race, that little bit of proving yourself as it comes to being on this world stage.
Yeah. Pedro Rodriguez, we just saw Speziani getting himself ready. We're less than a minute, I think, to go to the start of this race. The athletes have been told to stop rowing and they're all sitting ready. You can see that on the screen, can't you? There's a stop rowing sign. Athletes have to have a maximum internet latency of 500 milliseconds to compete, but sometimes there are still internet issues mid-race, and you may see that some of the boats go white and the athletes drop in and out during the race.
And we're off. Race has started. And it looks like the Estonian athlete has just hopped onto the same erg as our female under 19 winner there. So it looks like we're having a fun use of machines here. The ability to share them back and forth just goes to show you don't need to own your own machine. They're completely shareable. And also fun that our tech team on the back end is able to integrate them as such and be able to turn a machine over so quickly so that it's recognized in this race as well.
So we're now with the leader from Latvia, Aurelius Susjes, and Aurelius qualified with a time of 6:25. So he's gone out pretty quick, hasn't he? I think you mentioned the fastest qualifying time was the Italian with 6:12. So that's a really brave start from Aurelius, isn't it?
Yeah, it's. I think he may be testing the waters and seeing what he's able to do. You know, there's also something to be said for knowing what you have in the tank and wanting your kind of flash in the pan moment. And so I think some of these athletes may want to have that. All right, I'm going to come out of the gates hot. I like to see everybody behind me and see if that gives me enough drive to be able to keep going. But you also, I think, have to know that level, what you're capable of and what you can hold on to.
Nicola Speziani moving through the field. You can see his boat has just gone up into third place. His splits are down at 1:31. He's the quickest on the board at the moment, and he will shortly overtake Mohamed Ryan Hafsa from Tunisia. Great start from the Tunisian as we go through 600 meters gone, the 1400 meter mark, and Speziani seems to have got his pacing spot on, doesn't he?
Yeah, he seems really comfortable right now. We're not seeing a whole lot of jump around on that split. That rate sitting probably right about where he wants it. You know, that 33, 34 range is generally where athletes are looking to hold. And there we come back to Aurelius. You see, perhaps he's suffering from his, he might be suffering from his early push here. As we're watching his technique, you're seeing that handle, I think, start to drop a little bit. Often that comes as the shoulders get tired, the whole system starts to break down a little bit. That may be what we're seeing. He's starting to get a little tired from that early push.
I think that's a lot tired, isn't he? And looking at Speziani in terms of the technique, there's a lot of body reach just off the back end as he comes out forward. It's quite reminiscent of, I think, the way crews used to row on the water in the 70s and 80s. That much body reach, really impressive, and he's really opening out that body against the legs, and that's what's enabling him to maintain those low splits. 1:33 that you can see. There's Speziani. Look at that body reach.
Yeah.
What do you make of that, Shane?
He really gathers himself at the catch there. He looks like an absolute coiled spring right before every stroke. Gets a nice quick acceleration through the drive. I'm curious, Martin, as with your experience, as you've seen those techniques change over the years. You know, we're speaking to a technique that you're calling back to the 70s, 80s. How have things evolved since then, and how do you see some athletes be able to pick up on older techniques that may allow them to find their way to victory?
Yeah, it's a great shot. I think the rockover now is actually, it's more of a straighter back than Speziani has got. He seems to be more kind of rounded back just at the front end, which I guess is what was reminding me of crews like the old East German crews and the way they used to race. I think, it's a good sort of rockover, but he's kind of like got much more body lean at the front end of the stroke than any of his competitors, some of whom are rocking over at the hips, which I guess I'd call a more modern style. But it's interesting, isn't it, Shane? I mean, you know more than most that technique on the ergometer is a very individual thing, and there are no right answers for this, are there?
No, absolutely not. Just like every body is different, so too is every technique. And I think what you see in a stroke like this, you get a lot more power out of the hip swing and that trunk, as well as that finish of the handle. Whereas that upright rock over and really trying to keep that strong posture does rely on a lot more of that leg push. And so I think there comes that balance of, are you a more leg-driven athlete? Do you have better hip swing? How do you play to your strengths with the technique that you fall into?
Tunisian athletes there really suffering, and Mohamed Ryan Hafsa in third place at the moment is being hunted down by Pedro Rodrigues of Portugal. The 16-year-old is really going for it. He posted a 6:14. He's been really judicious in his pacing so far. And it looks like he is going to move through into that all-important bronze medal position. Great second half from Rodrigues as we go into the last 500 meters.
And Rainer Oras from Estonia, I think, made a really nice quiet push into that silver medal position. I mean, he's sitting about 12 meters ahead of Pedro Rodrigues, and I'm not sure that anybody saw him coming. I'm not sure they were expecting it. Rodrigues, they're really having a fight, but Oras pulling pretty strong splits there to secure that silver medal position.
Yeah, we've got less than 250 meters to go. Speziani has been dominant in this race since, I guess, the first 300 meters, 400 meters, where he moved into the lead. He was very, very strong on his pacing. You can see the athletes now, the rating going up through the roof.
Speziani knows he's got this one, and so does the group behind him. Look at that celebration. Everybody there knowing he just brought home a gold medal. Being laid onto the floor. Looks like his coach is going to be undoing his shoes for him. The classic post 2K stance, if you will.
Yeah. Athletes just coming in to finish. Mohamed Ashif Kala from Tunisia. Nice to see them all doing it together in the gym there. And I guess this time, as Latvian Januzis finishes, this time of 6:10, a couple of seconds better than Speziani's qualification time. So he absolutely paced that extremely well, didn't he?
Yeah, it's and I think we're looking at the Estonian athlete Rainer Oras. He's got to be happy as well.
Yeah, that looked really good, didn't he? He didn't fall off the machine like Speziani, but it was quite a controlled pace, 6:15 from the Estonian. Rainer Oras qualified with a 6:21, so he's well under that, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think now we've got to take a look at a couple highlights from these past two races.
Wow, what a start it's been to this second day of the 2022 World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships presented by Concept 2. And we've just got a roundup of those results from that last race, the under-19 men's 2K. So there you have it, the full list of finishers in that under-19 men's race. A fantastic win we saw there for Nicola Speziani, and then a fantastic silver medal from Oras of Estonia, and the Danish athlete De Hoos in bronze medal position. So after that roundup of results, we've got a few messages now from our partners for this event.
This is Tencent Cloud today. We simplify complex technology and open up boundless frontiers. We build big accomplishments from little things, support discretionary access to existing networks, and inject new momentum into business growth. Let Tencent Cloud be your partner. Shape a more flexible, efficient, and refined business landscape. This is where it all begins. Simplicity from complexity. The details of greatness. Tencent Cloud.
Yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen the first rowing machines that we made, they were made with standard parts, with bicycle parts, things that we just cobbled together and make something that would work. The rowing community was so ready for something that was a training machine that was really affordable, that they could get on, that they could get enough of these machines together to have a competition. I mean, the rowing community is what made it work.
I guess in the back of our minds, we always felt that indoor rowing could someday take its rightful place along with indoor, stationary bikes and treadmills as sort of the mainstay of indoor cardiovascular fitness.
It's something we've been trying to promote to as many people as possible, trying to build that base of people who embrace rowing, and we felt like we were the only ones out there trying to push it. And now there's some real momentum, and we're seeing the numbers of people who embrace rowing as an activity just skyrocketing.
It's really full body. You get full movement of all your limbs and whatnot, and it just makes you feel good after you row.
Without whom this event would not be possible. We're now going to jump into our next race, which will be the under 23 lightweight women, kicking off in just a couple of moments' time. But before we do, remember that you can head to our official event shop if you want to take home a memento from this World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships. Please go to our website, www.worldrowing.com/store. Plenty of things that you can buy, including personalised T-shirts with the names of our competitors on. So straight into now the under 23 lightweight women. Martin, what have we got to look forward to?
Well, we've got a field of 8 competitors in this race, and the Italian boat number 1, Vanessa Cuccinelli. We're looking at around about 7:30 for the cutoff for this, in terms of what the athletes what the winning athletes are going to be able to do. Probably sub 7:30, I think, that these athletes, Justin Tuzo from the USA, all these athletes had to qualify for this race. Justin Tuzo came in with a 7:26, and she's been rowing for 4 years, part of the Montreal Rowing Club. So we've got athletes from all over the world in this event, and a spread, North Africa as well, South America, Europe. Fantastic field. So we've got a little bit of a delay. We've got some of the connection problems. Shane, I don't think the world's best time is going to be under threat in this particular race for the lightweight women. Christine Cavallio posted that time, which is 7:05. And of course, Christine Cavallio is now rowing for Oxford in the university boat race. I think it's Oxford, or is it Cambridge? I think it's Oxford. Christine Cavallio. So that world record won't be under threat, but we're looking for 7:20 something, I think.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see from the athletes here is, as you mentioned, the the world record that we're looking at is a 6:53, which is a blistering pace, especially when we're looking at U23 lightweight women. I mean, that is truly impressive. As you mentioned, I don't think that's at risk today, but I do think we're going to see a tightly packed grouping, and that always makes for great racing, considering where these qualifying times are landing. I think you're going to end up seeing a pretty small group as we come in here. Not only do we have a small group, but they're all pretty close together on their times, which should make for some exciting jockeying of position. And I think that they'll be able to push each other through, which makes things interesting, certainly for you, the viewer.
Yeah, thanks, Shane, for pointing me out. Cavallo had that 17 to 18 world lightweight record, and of course it was Jennifer Casson who pulled that 6:53.8, witnessed at her club. So we're only a minute away from the race, and the athletes have been told to stop rowing. So we will have a start very shortly. Can't see any pictures just yet of the athletes on my screen, but I'm sure we will see something. And I think that the pattern has been, Shane, certainly, from my perspective, that people have been more conservative and know their pace in the first 500 meters, have been the ones that have come through to win in the end.
Yeah, we've seen some excitement in those previous two races, and those that came out hot, tried to make a statement. It's at the moment they're not able to hang on, and we see them quickly. But then, as the reality of what they're doing sets in, that's when you start to see the bodies break down. It's when you start to see positions slip, and you see those athletes who came in with their game plan locked and ready to go. They're able to shine in those moments, and they know what they have, so it allows them to, I think, push through the middle of the piece where it really matters. Taking a look here, Vanessa Cuccinelli from Italy. She is sitting in second at the moment, 1 meter back from the leader. Splits wise, looks like that distance is going to open up a little bit if Imen Barki is able to hold on to her current pacing. But there may be some changes happening here shortly. We are only 250 meters in after all.
Yeah, quite a high pull from Mbarki there. I was interested to see Cuccinelli was actually kind of circling a handle round the finish, like she was almost on a boat on the water. You can see there Federari Esther from Hungary in second place at the moment. Nice high pull, really good body action, nice rock over from the hips on the way forward. Strong position on the front end of the stroke. Not too big a lean back. You can see Zemeli Sara there, the athlete from Tunisia.
And I think Sarah there sitting as well on a machine of one of our former Tunisian athletes from the last race. That looks like the same camera angle we were seeing before. Again, just a showing of how we're able to bring some big teams to this, and the athletes that qualify are parts of a bigger group, and when they do come to compete, they're at their club. Their team is around them. Their counterparts on perhaps the men's side or the women's side are there to cheer them on and bring them through, and I think that is a real testament to and a show of what the rowing community does have to offer, and those who have found this sport through the indoor side of things. Perhaps there's a little bit of that, hey, to go get involved in rowing in a rowing club. There's something that you can gain from that, and something that may be worth exploring for you.
And I'll tell you what, this race, as we see perhaps the leading positions between Ben Chaldi and Esther, the Algerian and Hungarian, changed. It's pretty tight. There is only 3 meters between the first 4, and if you go back to Mbarki and Cuccinelli, there's only 10 meters between the first 5 or 6 athletes, and we've still got 1250 meters left to go. There's Esther. She looks pretty much into a groove there, doesn't she?
Yeah, and if you watch these splits as well, there's enough change around happening in the splits, and they're all close enough. At this point, I would say it's still anybody's race, and I think this is kind of what we alluded to at the beginning, with a smaller group, and yet all of those times being so close together. I mean, this is what racing is about here. This is when you have a whole bunch of athletes that are close to each other. Nobody comes in knowing that they've got it locked down. It leaves a lot of wiggle room, and that makes for some very interesting racing to happen.
Justine Tuzo there from the States. She's moved up into silver medal position. Just saw her on the screen there is our race leader, but only by a meter. She's pulling 152s. Tuzo is matching her on a split. Zamela Sarah from Tunisia has just moved ahead of Nihed Benchaldi, the Algerian. We're through halfway, and the phrase "this could be anybody's race" I know is a hackneyed stock phrase, but it kind of looks that way at the moment, doesn't it?
It's absolutely true. And there's not a moment to breathe in a race like this. When you have somebody breathing down your neck on both sides of you, ahead or behind, I almost don't envy Justine Tuzo's position where she has somebody on both sides of her. She knows she's got to catch someone, and she knows she's got somebody breathing down the back of her neck. It just makes for some very uncomfortable life decisions that you have to make in the moment, whether or not you're willing to keep your pedal to the floor.
Yeah, Tuzo is at McGill University in Canada, but is originally from Princeton, New Jersey. And she is so excited to be competing in the World Indoor Rowing Championships of 2022 this year, the virtual kind. Tuzo in, well, neck and neck. I say she's in second place. She's just a meter behind Esther. What is Esther going to know and think about Tuzo at this point, Shane?
I think she knows she has a challenger on her hands, and I think what Tuzo's thinking, hopefully, is I've got something that you don't know about, and perhaps she's trying to keep that card in her back pocket. She knows what she's got. You can see she's almost in the dark there. You see the light up of her screen as we watch Tuzo there. She's in a figurative and literal dark place at the moment, and that may be lending to her ability to stay focused as she comes in to nearing the final 500 here. She may be able to shut it down, go into that tunnel vision space, and really pull something out, whereas Esther has those people around her perhaps setting expectations, so maybe she feels the weight of that as well.
Still got a long stroke, Esther. It's going to be interesting in terms of the sprint. I think Tuzo is just dropping that one split under, and she moves the bow of her boat into the gold medal position. How much is that psychological 500 meters important to athletes in this race, Shane?
It's everything, Martin. I think you know that final 500, when you cross that line, it can make or break you. And some people have the ability to flip that switch. And my personal move is I love at 300. That's when I know I'm all clear and I can send it through the finish. I know I can last for 300. 500 is a real question, and I think that's probably what these athletes in this moment, Esther here, making a push. I mean, that's probably the question she's asking herself. Do I have it? Or am I going to let Tuzo walk away with, a couple meters on me?
There we see Esther diving for the finish. Tuzo out in front. She's looked in that rhythm the whole race. She is the race leader by 2 meters. Benchaldi is just 2 meters ahead of Zameli Sarah from Tunisia, the two North Africans in silver, in
there
bronze
goes
medal position.
Esther just dropping her splits, rate going up. Tuzo hasn't taken that rate up too much. She's still at that 36. Well, let's see how this goes. I mean, Esther made a strong push there, but it looks like her split's dropping off, and she goes to half slide, broken arms. I think she's losing that connection. I think she maybe pushed just a split too early.
Tuzo nice and long there, isn't she?
Yeah, still. I mean, we haven't really seen her crank up that rate. I was expecting her to kind of accept that challenge and bring it above a 40, but here she sits, 36 comfortably. Looks like Tuzo's taking it.
7:22. What a great time for Tuzo. Esther in 7:25, sub 7:30 for Zameli Sarah, taking the bronze medal position ahead of fellow North African athlete Nihed Benchaldi. Cuccinelli, one of the favourites for a medal pre-race, comes in 5th place, and we have all 8 athletes finished now. Wow, that was a close race through the contest, and really good that we could see the different technique. It was fascinating, wasn't it, to see Esther just jump that rate up, go to half slide, and up into the 40s. And she actually went backwards on Tuzo, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. I think that's one of those, hopes and prayers moment when you just go for it and you're hoping that your body will hold on and just praying that you'll be able to make it through the finish line. And I also want to call out Sarah Zameli there. I mean, she was still well within striking distance on that. That was not a blowout race by any means. Now I think we're going to take you to some highlights from that race as we get to watch the athlete.
Well, that certainly was a great showing from the under-23 lightweight women's race, and the results here now unofficial. Of course, we must remind you that these will be provisional, but a great win there for Justine Tuzo of the USA, 7:22.7 to take that gold medal provisionally. So we're moving straight on now, thick and fast today, this Saturday of the World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships, into the under-23 lightweight men. Shane, can you talk us through the lineup?
Yeah, absolutely. And as we get into this again, what we've seen so far today with our under-19s, under-23s, we're not seeing any world records at risk at the moment based off qualifying times, but the top 3 athletes, if I'll call them out. In fact, I feel as if the way the placings have been shaking out, perhaps the top 5 deserve their names called out here. But we have Manzanillo Medon from Mexico. We have Kluver from Uruguay, I believe a name from last year that I recognize. Rodas Correa from Uruguay. Dixon from Argentina, and Harris from Canada. It looks like that race is off. Ranges that we're seeing on total times here from 6:22 to 6:27 of those top 5 spots. Martin, thoughts? What do you think we're going to see in this race, especially as now we've had a few more races under our belts?
Yeah, well, I think, again, look for the judicious pacing. We can see Kluver there, the race leader, looks solid, doesn't he? Just coming into the first 150 meters. Really aggressive pull into the back end of his stroke. Carrera into his rhythm. Carrera in silver medal position, the Uruguayan Leandro Joaquin Rodas Carrera. And the way it's been, the early race leaders don't tend to be the ones ahead in the second half of this race. Kluver looks comfortable there, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. And I think that's maybe one of the differences that we're seeing from him as an early leader versus the past races. He looks in control. Now, rowing looks beautiful when you're fresh. The real question is how your rowing looks when you get tired, and I think that will tell as the race moves on. And you have to wonder as well with our 2 Uruguayan athletes, Kluver and Correa, if they are close to each other. If they know each other, if they've coordinated any kind of attack together here, could be interesting to see if they're playing off of each other as this race goes on.
Yeah, 6:22 and 6:26, the 2 splits from Kluver and Carrera. So they're very similar, both sub 6:30 in this race. These athletes have to weigh in at the start of the race at 72.5 kilograms. That's 135 pounds or so. I think certainly they've been very careful on the pacing. Looking at Carrera there, he looks pretty much within himself as he comes through the first 700 meters of this race, and just edging through his fellow Uruguayans. Great to see 2 competitors from Uruguay in this race being watched by one of the female athletes there.
And if you saw that female athlete standing behind Kluver, whenever the camera makes it back to him, she was wearing that World Rowing unisuit, a good representation and an excellent uni to choose for today. I think we're seeing both these athletes handily hold, and what I'm noticing most of all with both these Uruguayan athletes is just the control. They're showing a lot of poise in their technique in the moment. There's no breakdown. They really look as if this is something that has been drilled into them, and there's no breaking that technique for them. And I think that perhaps some of the cleanest mechanics that I've seen thus far in the race. So, if you're just joining us and perhaps indoor rowing is a new sport to you, perhaps you're studying technique. I would call this almost a baseline position of modern technique, a good representation of what you could watch to just understand how the body moves well on this machine. But as in previous races, we've also mentioned that every body is different, and so is every technique.
So it's a great race, isn't it? Just 4 meters between gold, silver and bronze medal positions with 900 meters to go. These athletes are on their split. They're not going to divert too much on that split, are they, until they come into the final quarter. And as we see, with 750 meters to go. The leading two athletes are 137. The Argentine Pedro Jose Dixon just dropping back slightly. He's on 139 splits, so he's probably not going to get sub 630, I would have thought. And it's the two Uruguayans. Just, how much are they going to be aware of each other, and how much are they going to just focus on what their split needs to be at this moment in the race, as Culver just pulls a 136 there, Shane?
Yeah, watching Correa, it almost looks like he's got his eyes closed. A little bit tough to tell, but, with I think they're just in the groove. They both seem to be really into what they're doing. They both look in control. And as you mentioned, I don't think we're seeing those splits adjust much. Kluver there making a slight drop, just enough to change positions. And, those athletes behind them now, as they hit their final 500, I mean, it's just blow for blow between these two. And they just continue to put distance between Dixon and Harris sitting in third and fourth. But Dixon and Harris doing the exact same thing, that just exchanging blows back and forth here, sitting within 1 meter of each other. And it looks like Harris is shortly here going to make a little bit of a change here, probably jump himself into bronze medal position. There it goes. And so, I mean, we're seeing two really incredible races happen right now. Definitely keep your eyes on the Uruguayan athletes. However, as they come into the finish, I mean, they are just going to challenge each other.
34 and 33, the rating. We're coming up to the last 300, 250 meters. There we are, Stephen Harris. Just a little rock over at the front end of the stroke. Rating 35 strokes a minute. Culver and Carrera, which one's going to be in the pole position? Culver with just 2 or 3 meters over Carrera. Down at 132s. There's Carrera. Culver at the moment really powerful at the back end. He's kept that throughout this race, and he's really strong into the body. Look at that as we come through in the last 200, 150 meters.
Yeah, Kluver starting to push on, and I'm not sure Correa has a response to it. I think Correa is sitting there saying, all right, I've got my consistency, but I might just not have that fire in me at the moment. And it looks like he's letting Kluver take that one position. He's going to take silver, and it looks like Harris made a good job pushing himself into that third and then holding on to it through to the finish.
Gilbert there knows that he's won. Carrera was there all the way, just couldn't quite maintain that sprint in the last part of the race to challenge his fellow Uruguayan. And the Canadian, Stephen Harris, 6:23, great time from him too, in terms of his qualification. Sub 6:20 from Culver to win that race as the athletes come through to the finish now. Atwa from Egypt, Mohammed as well, his fellow countryman, crossing the line, and competitors from Asia, from Malaysia and the Philippines, just coming up to the last 100 meters in this race.
You can see that large group behind us being there. Oh, I'm sorry, behind Li Zhenhuang right now, as he's coming into the finish. Just that whole gym getting excited for him, bringing him into the finish. I mean, that's just a wonderful place to be, knowing that you're this close to the end, having friends and family around you to cheer you on. What a great finish for him. And our final athlete just crossing the line now.
Well, so back to the studio and to you, Camilla.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. We're building up all the way through to the sort of other races we've got on the programme later on this afternoon. So that was the under 23 lightweight men we've just seen. We'll be bringing you the results in just a second's time. Firstly, though, we're just going to have a jump in and see what we've had on our social media. Remember, you can get in touch with us on hashtag WRVICH. But firstly, the under 23 lightweight men. There you go. There are the results. And great showing from the Uruguay team in gold and silver provisionally. And then a bronze medal there for the Canadian Stephen Harris. Of course, all of these results will be published on our website a little bit later on. And just a note to say, you can see the Ukrainian athlete there on the results boards. Please take a look at the statement that World Rowing has put up on their website, as we do consider athlete safety to be of utmost importance. So please have a look at the statement on worldrowing.com and on the Event Live blog. Next up, we've got an interview actually from one of our gold medalists this morning. We're going to be speaking to Justine Touzeau, the American who won the under-23 lightweight women's event.
Like the girls were quite fast at the beginning. I was like, wow, this is a fast heat. But I tried to stay consistent throughout the race, and then I just gave it my all in the last like 250, 300. But it was a really good race, yeah.
Well, great to hear from Justine there. Glad she had a good race. And we've been hearing from all of you at home as well. All of you that have been tuning in, that have been racing. And keep tagging us in your posts. Keep sending them through. Here's a few that we've had so far today. Great to see big PBs here at the World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships. Jade Lally, we saw her racing yesterday. A joint silver medal in that amazing race with Elena Buriak. Again, as I mentioned, please take a look at our statement on worldrowing.com. And more medals, more PBs. Fantastic to see there from the athlete from Hong Kong, China. And brilliant here. So many people from around the world using our social handles at World Rowing, at World Rowing Official on Instagram and World Rowing Indoor on Facebook. And keep remembering to use hashtag indoor rowing, hashtag World Rowing Indoor, and hashtag WRICH to make sure that we see your posts. Now, a short word from our presenting partners.
This is Tencent Cloud today. We simplify complex technology and open up boundless frontiers. We build big accomplishments from little things, support discretionary access to existing networks, and inject new momentum into business growth. Let Tencent Cloud be your partner. Shape a more flexible, efficient, and refined business landscape. This is where it all begins. Simplicity from complexity. The details of greatness. Tencent Cloud.
Charlotte Dixon's going to take this.
This is going to be an incredible finish.
It's so exciting, but it's so close.
Bar Hansen of Denmark just crept in there.
Meg Knight just gets it.
Here comes Arabella Carbut. Hello and welcome to the 2022 World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships presented by Concept 2. My name's Camilla Hadland, and if you've been lucky enough to join us already this morning, we've seen 4 races already take place on this day 2 of the championships, but now we're ramping up the action into some of our hottest contested events. And I'm joined here by our all-star commentary team of Shane Farmer and Martin Cross. It's going to be a big old session that we've got now coming up. Shane, is there anyone in particular you're looking forward to seeing?
Well, I gotta say, you know, his name has been popping up left and right for the past couple of years, but I'm excited to see Isaiah Harrison coming up in about 2 races. I'm just excited to see him perform, and you know, I think we've all been tracking his performance. It'll be fun to see how he does today.
Well, and we've got a bit of a peek into what we've got to expect today. The schedule kicks off in this next slot with the under-23 women and men's races. It's then going to be our PR1, 2 and 3 and PR3-II men's and women's races, and that will be 500 meters, so nice and short and sharp for them. And then it will be the lightweights followed by the open 2K races, and also the team test we've got to look forward to as well, followed by the masters races. So plenty of chopping and changing between distances, teams races, but we've also got some of the big 2K races to look forward to as well. Now, Martin, you've been with us for all of yesterday, all of this morning. You've really been taking us through. What do you think we're going to see this afternoon?
Well, I think the race we've got coming up shortly, I'm fascinated because I think Doris Meinbeck, we saw her in the under-19s earlier in this regatta, and she is now here, entered on the start line for the under-23 women, which I think if that is the case and she is racing, that's going to be amazing. But she'll have had very little recovery time.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking of amazing athletes, everyone has been amazing to secure their places here in the finals of this event. Let's take a look at how they did that.
Hello, my name is WRICH. This is my qualification race for 500 meters.
Hey, my name is Jeremy Weaver. I am doing a 500 meter test.
From Saudi Arabia.
from Egypt. Julien Brabant, France. I'm representing Puerto Rico.
I am Amanda Riley, and today is the 23rd of January.
Mr. Samroy Kornak.
I'm Seyfin Algan Sofyalı from PR3-II representing Turkey.
I'm Matt Stankiewicz. Today is January 10th. Hello, my name is Leo Muista, and this is my qualification race for 500 meters.
This is how Finnish record is done.
Go.
Select workout.
3, 2.
Attention, go.
Well, in just a few moments' time, we're going to be jumping in to the under-23 races, both women's and men's. And actually, we caught up with some of the Ugandan athletes that will be contesting in both of those races.
What I like about rowing, it's not a game that hinder you from doing other sports. Doing rowing itself, it's like a workout for me. It strengthens my legs, and then it's interesting that actually I made it this far.
So actually, I'm a 400-meter runner in the Uganda national team. So I got so much inspired, and I was like, I need to do that cross sport. And I was like, let me first try my luck in rowing, unlike like I've been doing in running. My first experience on water was during the Noble Clinic Challenge, which was held at Kisubi Beach, which were there. She spent her time with us on water. She was giving us the tips, how you have to row, how you have to sit on the boat, how you have to behave with the boat, how you have to be mentally fit. So really, we really had to learn much from it.
yeah, there is always a goal for someone to go for something. I would love to be the winner, yeah. If I come there, I would like to dominate the competition. In fact, I would want to come back and I'm the one leading on the table.
Actually, my goal is to become the best rower in Africa. And hopefully with time to come, I hope I may also be an Olympian and be also the best in the world, hopefully, if all goes well.
Well, Shane, we saw Brenda Adakarak there from Uganda. She'll be lining up in this next race. Who's she going to be up racing?
Well, we're seeing a lot of names return from yesterday, as well as even some names from prior races today. As far as lining up today, we're seeing Doris Meinbeck, who was in U19 and took the victory there, with her time looking as if it would be competitive. But I got to say, to be able to handle two of them in a short window of time, I mean, that's an impressive feat in and of itself. And from there, we've got Alexandra Foster, Var Hansen with a 7:16 sitting in that kind of third qualifying slot, followed by Diana Bolasa and Oyu Poon. So we'll see kind of how this shakes out. This field looks like it's going to be a little bit more spread apart than what we've seen so far. All of our athletes, I believe, have been called to stop, and so we're going to be looking to see the race take off here soon.
Yeah, and the thing about Meinbeck, Shane, is she's the youngest competitor in the field, just 17 years of age. See that heavy strapping that she's got on her knee. Alexandra Foster, the German, pulled 7:07, I think, to get into this. Sorry, not 7:07.
There's
So
Brenda from the interview that you just saw getting ready to line up. And, also incredibly appreciative. I'm sure that she has a teammate next to her that always makes the race a little bit easier, knowing that you're suffering with somebody else. It's always easy to be against other people, but being able to do it with somebody is always nice. You almost feel that draft that pulls you along when you're sitting next to them.
Ugandans are matching each other well. They've just gone out of sync now, as I said that, commentators curse. And the first Ugandan athlete we saw her talk, didn't we? Brenda Adakarak is now in 5th place. It's Denmark's Var Hansen that is just being overtaken, and Alexandra Foster pulled that 7:07 to qualify for this race. There she is, the race leader, going through the first 250 meters.
It's fun here too as you're watching, if you've been catching previous races, and if not, here's a bit of a catch up. But a lot of the scenes we're seeing right now are all out of the same clubs. So you'll see the cameras switching back and forth, and many of these locations are places that have already been filmed before, because these athletes are coming from clubs. They're coming from teams that they are in, or perhaps they simply have friends that are racing as well, and they are using the same machine, which is one of the big benefits of this sport, is the ability to simply use a machine. It doesn't have to be your own to allow you to compete. And ostensibly all these machines equal all around the world, and Concept2 being a wonderful partner to us here with World Rowing, but also just to the rowing community. And I think that is why you see Concept2 used so widely, is just their ability to be put down anywhere, and you have a uniform experience no matter where you are.
Alexandra Foster has built up the biggest lead that we've seen so far today in these 2K races, coming up to 25 meters of lead. She is definitely going to be looking to go sub-7 on this split as she goes through the 1400 meters to go mark. Absolutely blasting out. Nobody can live with that pace. There's Bulsa, just not quite as dynamic with the handle, looks a little bit tired. Just as he comes towards the back end, you can see her head onto one side, and her splits are dropping just slowly. Meinbeck is now the Estonian in 2nd place. She's rowed already once this morning, won the junior or the under 19 category. And she is in silver medal position with good splits as well. That'll be a turn up if she wins the silver medal here, but no one's going to catch Foster, are they, Shane?
Well, I guess it depends on what Foster's got up her sleeve. I mean, you have to wonder if she saw Mindbeck's earlier performance and is thinking to herself, all right, well, I know she's won in the hole already, and how do I counter that? How do I maybe bring enough of a challenge that I can get in her head to perhaps break her as they get through this race? I mean, Mindbeck still just looks as comfortable as ever. I mean, about the same as we saw in that first 2K. I mean, that's the impressive piece. I'm not seeing a whole lot of shift in the way that she's moving. Perhaps a little bit slower, a little bit more lag at the catch here than she had in that earlier 2K. Foster, though, still holding onto her splits as she crosses over 1,000. I mean, once you cross over that 1,000-meter mark, Barton, where does your brain go? The first 1,000 is something, but what happens as soon as you pass that halfway point?
As soon as you pass the halfway point, you're looking on your splits, you're looking to maintain your splits, maybe just to give yourself a little bit of motivation, just to see if you can lose 1 point on your split. But the actual second half, it sends like a mental message. I am on the homeward stretch now. Even though you're in the middle, you're full of pain, you're absolutely thinking, right, first 1,000 done. Third quarter, and you know, we see that so often in 2K race rowing at regattas. Third quarter is where the race begins, and we see that particularly from the New Zealand athletes, that if you can make a great showing in the third quarter, use your physiology to the best impact, you're going to set yourself up for that last quarter, and where it's often said the race will take care of itself. I know it never really does, but certainly if you think that, you're going to be ahead of the game.
Well, as we cross 750 here, I think we're going to get close to that 500-meter point, that fourth quarter, if you will. And as we get into that, Foster still holding strong at her splits, not showing any signs of moving off of that. Technically, she looks strong there. We have our 1 and 2 side by side on the screen for you right now, Foster and Mindbeck. Both just looking as clean as ever. Mindbeck sitting about where she's been the whole time. Foster sitting about where she's been the whole time. Third place, Diana Balassa. We saw her earlier getting that little head tilt side to side, but it seems she's kind of leveled that out. Right behind her, though, Var Hansen looking like she's making a shift on split. Balassa, I think, probably countering to that, making sure that she secures that bronze medal position.
It's interesting the compression that these leading two athletes, Foster and Mindbeck, have got really tight up at the front ends. There is Var Hansen desperately trying to see if she can lower her splits, but at the moment she's struggling as she comes into the last quarter to get back on Diana Balassa from Latvia. There we see the race leader on the left of your picture, Alexandra Foster from Germany. She's going to be close to, I think, 640. 642, 643, I think, in this race, which will be a great score if she posts that. Doris Mindbeck, silver medal after she won the gold medal in the under-19s, and Balassa from Latvia in third place. 250 meters less than to go for Foster.
Yeah, it looks like the positions are, save for any disasters for many of the athletes here, it looks like those positions are fairly well sorted based off of their splits. You see the splits shaking out with their positions. We've got a 135, a 146, a 150, and behind that, a 152, 153. Not a whole lot of room for movement at this point. I think those athletes have definitely sorted out where they plan on being at the podium.
Foster's just going for the finish at 41 strokes a minute. She crossed the line there. Big distance ahead, 642, 641. What a great score that is for Alexandra Foster. She will be delighted, but obviously exhausted. And we still wait for Mindbeck, who competed earlier today, to cross the finish line. So amazing. Alexandra.
You know, when you see just a difference of perhaps 40 meters, you think, oh, it surely can't be that much. But then when you watch the amount of time that happens between that 40 meters, and then you relay that into the mental anguish that's happening in the middle of a race as well, you realize how long 40 meters can truly feel when on the surface it doesn't seem that bad.
Did you see the celebrations in Balsa's gym there? Just as she crossed the line into the bronze medal position, the Latvian pulling a 7:15. They were absolutely thrilled, weren't they?
Oh yeah, I mean, what a wonderful finish, knowing that you brought home that bronze medal. They always say that bronze medal position is almost always the happiest athlete on the podium. That one who knows that they've secured that medal. I mean, it's just a wonderful celebration there.
So we await the finish of the two Ugandan athletes. We saw Brenda Adekorach interviewed just before this race, and they will come up to the finish now. Brenda Adekorach is the first of the two Ugandans to come through to the finish. Just 60 meters to go, up at 41 strokes a minute. Mary Akech, her fellow competitor from Uganda. So we have some highlights from this race that we're going to show you as we watch the Ugandans cross the finish line.
Just more and more impressed by Alexandra Förster with every year. She's done the double under 23 world champion on the water last year, and now replicating that here at the indoor championships. And that time of 6:41.6 unofficially with that gold medal is a hugely impressive time for someone that only turned 20 last month. She's still got a couple of years left to continue on her challenge to hope, well, represent Germany, I'm sure, at an Olympic Games one day. And then Doris Meinbach, we saw her back and racing another 2K. Very brave of her to do that and to pick up a silver medal in the interim. Absolutely incredible. So, yeah, I think certainly we're going to see Alexandra Förster in years to come, Martin.
We certainly are. And she was great in terms of that technique. She had everything. She took it off nice and aggressively. She settled into a pace, and then she had that sprint at the back end of the race, and it was really, really impressive. Up to 41 strokes a minute. 6:41 is a split any woman would be proud of pulling on the 2K test, and she is right in there. Just 20 years of age. She's going to go sub 6:40, isn't she? Eventually.
Yeah, there's a good chance of that. And, you know, what's fun is through these races, especially if you keep track of U19 and U23 on the men's, the women's side, you get to watch these athletes develop. You get to see them change and evolve. You may see techniques shift from year to year. You may see performances shift, and you get to be a part of that storyline. I think that's the exciting part of watching the you know, U23 and under categories.
Oh, I'm excited to look at this next race.
Yeah, this will be a fun one. You know, what's impressive here, we have, I believe, 4 or 5 athletes all going sub 6 in their qualifying times. I mean, that is stunning for this age. To be able to do that at the age that they're at, I mean, this is just going to be a very exciting race. And again, you know, this is a very broad representation of countries as well, which is exciting. We have a larger field than we've seen in a few races. So I think there's going to be a lot of fun happening here as we watch all sides of this leaderboard.
Yeah, and I was intrigued just to see Tristan van der Busche from Belgium. There was a lot of spectators, a big crowd behind him, which is fantastic. A lot of noise. There you see on the bottom left of your screen, as the athletes have been told to stop rowing and get ready for this race.
Van den Busch, a pretty accomplished rower on the water, having been in multiple types of boats, from golds, silvers at Junior World Championships, Junior European Championships. I mean, that's a seasoned athlete at this point.
Unfortunately, in this race, we were looking to enjoy and seeing Lode Lemellen, but he's missed the start of this race due to a poor internet connection. What a shame that is for Lode Lemellen, who was looking to go sub 6. So the Belgian athlete in second place is Tristan van der Busche, with that big crowd behind him. Jan Sisek there in third place, the athlete from the Czech Republic. But this big man, Shane, he's just killed every single ergo record when he was an under 19, a junior. Now he's into under 23. I know Concept 2 don't do under 23 world records as such. It's 20 to 29 their category. But what do you expect him to pull? He's got 5:45 as a projected target.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's anybody's guess, but you know, from what I've seen of Isaiah in the past, I mean, he just holds pretty steady. He's getting into the single. He's been racing on the water. You know, I think he's really just exploring every space that rowing has to offer at the moment. As far as pace-wise, it looks like he's starting to settle in there. Van den Busch, you know, staying close. He's not letting him run away with it. I think that especially even the top three right now, they're all sitting there. I don't think anybody wants to let anybody go this early on, as we've seen, you know, now that we're seeing these more seasoned athletes. I think somebody who makes that early push may have the opportunity to hold that. I don't think you're seeing that flash in the pan as early. And now anybody who makes that early push may be just trying to set the tone. And so these other athletes are going to have to counter and decide, you know, are they going to hold? Do they think that they can push below where that athlete's moving? Harrison, they're making a little bit of a nudge down for a few strokes down to a 126, just growing that lead ever so slightly.
And Ivan Kusunov, we saw on screen there, the Moldovan athlete, he's been under 6 minutes, 5:56 in his qualification. So he's right up there with those, I guess, silver and bronze medal positions, and only 6 meters down on Jan Sisek from the Czech Republic. And really, this race, they've still got to go through 1,000 meters. We've got that clicking. You're in the second half now, but I guess his splits 128, Isaiah Harrison 127. He's just had a little pull. Do you think that's as he went through the 1,000 meters, Isaiah Harrison thought, I'm just going to lower my split just one? Just I'm in the second half now.
Yeah, you know, it's almost like a little micro power push there, just to kind of reinvigorate yourself mentally, physically. Just say, I've got this. I'm not dropping. I have a little bit more here. And sometimes that reminder to your body is just worth it. Sometimes a power 20 in the middle of a piece can feel like an eternity. So something that's just a kind of a short burst that gives you a little bit of action, kind of invigorates you, keeps you connected to what you're doing there.
Leading three athletes look good in their technique. Kusunov in fourth place. Another one looks good in his technique. Why wouldn't you if you've gone sub-6 on this test? The Moldovan just 6 meters behind a medal position. What motivation is that going to give him in the last 750 meters? So Isaiah Harrison in gold medal position. Tristan van der Busch in silver. Jan Sisek at the moment in third place, being pushed by Kusunov from Moldova. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4 in this race as we head towards a great time from Isaiah Harrison. I'm not sure he's going to get that 5:45 time that he was aiming for, Shane, Isaiah Harrison, unless we see some fireworks in this.
Yeah, I mean, there'd have to be some pretty significant fireworks in the final 500 here for that to happen. And I mean, that split alone, 5:45 would just be absolutely stunning. But I think the pace that he's on is going to be more than representative of his abilities at this point. Just to call it as well to Wengo Godfrey Chan, we saw his interview before the last race. So keep your eyes on him, that Ugandan athlete. His plans being a national team 400-meter runner, and seeing his transition into the sport of indoor rowing, pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah, we can see him on the bottom right of the picture there, Wengo Godfrey Chan, as we come through in the last 250 meters. What is Isaiah Harrison going to pull as we get? Has he gone out too hard? His splits up at 132, not quite looking for the sprint. He hasn't quite unleashed the sprint yet, up at 37 strokes a minute. Perhaps he's suffering. He's really going for it now, isn't he? 133, 134, his splits are dropping, Shane.
Yeah, his body's starting to look like it's falling apart. I'm seeing a little bit of slippage in the trunk there, which means that he's not able to relay that power. perhaps Vandenbush can smell that and can steam on. I don't know if it's enough with that difference in the 5-second split difference. That's a lot to make up in the final 250 here. I think Harrison's still going to take it, but Vandenbush definitely having the better push here. Harrison clearly suffering, his body not wanting to cooperate with what he's supposed to do. You can see that coach just trying to give him something to get him there.
His coach was talking to him every single stroke, wasn't he? Harrison just over the 550 mark. What an incredible time. The crowd applauding Vandenbush, but Korsunov, the Moldovan, came through. We missed that. That was amazing that Korsunov came through. We'll see the smile in his face. Jan Sisek just couldn't hold those splits in the last part of the race.
I'll be honest, I absolutely did not see Korsunov coming through there. That was one heck of a push. I mean, none of us saw that.
No, didn't see that. And that's one of the surprises in this race, that tremendous sprint from the Moldovan Korsunov. 4 athletes under 6 minutes in this race. What a finish from those 4 athletes. Jan Sisek, the one missing out in 4th place with 5:55. So you needed to get 5:53 to medal in the under 23s. That is amazing, isn't it?
Just stunning. I mean, I can't even fathom getting myself down to those splits. That's truly impressive. We have our final athlete, Ananias Afonso, here with about 175 meters left to go.
From Angola, which is fantastic to see participation from Angola. Nice long stroke, easy pull in. His coach just motivating there, doing the race outside in the shade.
Looks like he's trying to get him to bring his rate up there, giving him a little bit of that hand gesture there. Bring it up. Let's get this finished strong.
24 rating. That's one of the lowest rates. It's going up to 25 now, just as he comes into the finish. 31 strokes. There he sees the finish surge. Big cheer for Ananias Afonso, the Angolan, who finishes his race. And I think we've got some highlights of that race to go and look at now. We're just waiting for the highlights package. There we go.
Well, it certainly was action-packed and very close that we almost missed a few of those medalists creeping up on the leaderboard. And here are those unofficial results now for you. Isaiah Harrison continuing on his form from last year's championships in the junior category now, the under-23 gold medalists. Ivan Kursanov taking home the silver medal, just pipping Tristan Vandenbush into bronze. We didn't even see him come in, the Moldovan. He was so quick in that final 250. So after all of that action, let's catch our breath with some messages from our commercial partners.
This is Tencent Cloud Today. We simplify complex technology and open up boundless frontiers. We build big accomplishments from little things, support discretionary access to existing networks, and inject new momentum into business growth. Let Tencent Cloud be your partner. Shape a more flexible, efficient, and refined business landscape. This is where it all begins. Simplicity from complexity, the details of greatness. Tencent Cloud.
Well, we're going from 2K down to 500 meters. So Shane, I hope you're ready to get fast and furious now with these para rowing categories.
Yeah, we certainly are. These 500-meter races just go fast and furious. Before you know it, the whole thing is over, and it seems as if we just started. So just to bring you in up to speed as to what you're seeing on the screen now, every different boat color is going to be a different class of athlete. So on the yellow, we've got our men's PR1. These are going to be all men in this race. The yellow will be PR1, red PR2, green PR3, and that purple will be PR3-II. That will be the breakup of our athletes here. So all athletes racing together. Each of those classifications are going to be different in the way that the athlete competes on the machine, whether they have a fixed seat or not, and are all based off of their rowing specific impairments.
And all those categories have to be assessed before the start of the race, but the athlete's been told to stop rowing, and very soon we're going to be under starters orders. Seen some of these athletes in the 2K races yesterday, and great chance for them to appear again in this 500-meter category. Here we go. The first full start, and it was the 500 meters, and we saw a lot of full starts in the 500 meters yesterday, but you can just get a little bit, over keen.
Well, whilst we're waiting for those athletes to get set back, and it takes a couple of minutes just to reset all the machines, we're going to speak to some of our winners from the earlier program.
I'm happy with winning. Really pleased with that. I was shooting for the 18-year-old world record, so I was off that by a bit, but I had to try for it. I had the opportunity, so I wanted to take it and see what I could do. So that's pretty much it. You don't know unless you try.
Well, you don't know unless you try. Great words there from Isaiah Harrison, gold medalist from that under-23 race. But I think we're lining up, Martin, ready to go again with the para-rowing categories.
Yeah, we are. We see the stop rowing sign and the full start there from the Australian athlete. Kevin Wall won't want to do that a second time, otherwise he risks disqualification. Kevin Wall in the PR3 category came into this event with a 138.3 through the Oceania qualification, 36 years of age.
Looks like we've got a good start.
Yeah, we've absolutely got a good start. Now, Javier Rayo Munoz in the PR1 category is blasting out with everybody else. He is miles ahead of things. If we can get a look at Munoz, 131 his splits were.
You can see him there on the left side, middle of your screen.
That
Absolutely
is
cranking on that handle right now.
Yeah, that is amazing. Look at it, really, with that handle pulling right up. That is sensational. Through the 300 meters, he's still on 137s. Out in the lead is Milan Lakovic from Slovakia in the PR3 category. That is maybe some kind of visual or other small impairment the athletes have. Alberto Quaglito from Italy in the PR2 category in the red. And in the intellectual impairment, the USA's Matthew Hauser has a 3-meter lead over Brian Vincino Quagliquino Tanato from Ecuador. 2 Ecuadorian athletes in this contest.
Yeah, the most exciting finish, I think, keep your eyes on men's PR3 II there. That's going to be one of the more exciting finishes that we're seeing as the athletes are coming in here to the finish.
Lakovic crosses the line, 119 for the PR3 category. Decent score that he's got. Czech athlete Trinka coming in second place, and the Tunisian athlete gets a bronze medal ahead of the Australian Kevin Wall. The Spanish Javier Rayo Munoz finishes. Sensational finish for Rayo Munoz in that PR3 category. He is an athlete we do see on the water in the PR1 category, and so no surprise there that he's done so well.
And there's Munoz. You can see him just trying to paddle down a little bit from such an intense effort. I mean, yeah, the upside of the 500 is that it is over so quick. It is just a flash in the pan. You go hard and it's done before you know it. If you want on here, just crossing the line.
If you're wondering why these are 500-meter races, the others are 2K, we wanted to fit these para athletes into prime time, give them a lot of media coverage. So we were watching them on the 500 meters today. They did their 2Ks yesterday.
Indeed, and great to see Munoz back again after setting that fantastic world record in yesterday's 2 kilometre. He's back again, setting another world record today. We're just waiting on confirmation of that. And of course, these are unofficial results, but another amazing gold medal for the former canoeist Javier Rayo Munoz. Another provisional world record there. He's coming and smashing up the form book as a 1:38.4. What a great time there to take home the gold. So some more results for all of those categories. The PR2 men won by Alberto Gagliato of Italy in a time of 1:33.4. And just a few more results trickling in from each of these categories. The PR3 men won by Milan Lakovic in a time of 1:19.3, a huge margin back to the rest of the field there for that full set of results from the PR3 race. Perhaps one more, that's it, one more category here for the PR3 intellectually impaired men, a win for Matthew Hauser of the USA in a time of 1:30. And now, swiftly onto the women's categories.
Yeah, we have 6 athletes in this women's PR1, PR2, PR3 and PR3II categories. So easy for us to keep an eye on in this race. The Algerian, the Jujagabi, is racing in the PR1 category. And then next to her is Zana Tchaikovska from Latvia, Claire-Marie Yankee from Germany, Valentina Zagat and Bronte Marshall from Australia. The athletes have been told to stop rowing. So the start is imminent.
With Zana there, you're seeing yet again, maybe that's the 3rd or 4th time that we've seen that backdrop there. Just love that we're seeing all of those athletes supported out of the same boat houses, which inevitably means that they are all there to cheer each other on and, you know, help each other through these races. Getting a good look of some actual rowing shells there. If you're new to the sport of indoor rowing, those rowing shells in the backdrop, that is what rowing on the water takes place in.
The Russian athlete Zagat with lots of medals behind her in the gym and family and supporters. She is the PR3 athlete, one of 2, Claire-Marie Yanicki from Germany.
Strong start by Valentina there, coming out hot. Looks like Janicki, though, not willing to let her go that easily, not dropping back too fast. Ever so slightly, though, losing a little bit of ground on her.
Tchaikovska, the Latvian, had a very strong start ahead of the Thai competitor, Numtip Singai. Big 32-meter distance as she comes up to the halfway point on this. Bronte Marshall for the PR3II category, intellectual impairment category, going well too. She's the only
Bronte
competitor.
maintaining a strong stroke rate there, up at a 43-44, and she is just absolutely blasting off on that stroke rate right now.
Yeah, big long pull from Zagot, isn't it? You can see her in the middle of that screen on the left-hand side with the sunglasses on, into a visual impairment of some sort. Supporters at the back of her, mirror to the right of her. All 6 athletes on screen now. You can see the Thai athlete on the top of the screen, Numtip Singai, PR2 athlete, currently lying in 2nd place in that competition behind Zana Zvakovska.
Zagat feeling that finish line coming up on her. She is almost there. She knows it. Rate coming up a little bit. You can see that breathing getting heavy. She's feeling it, but she's bringing it into the finish. Nice 145 finish there.
The Bronte Marshall from Australia will be finishing just in the II category. The German Claire-Marie Janicki finishes 2 while we wait for the Juga Bagabi, the Algerian athlete, and the Thai athlete in the PR2 category, Numtip Singai, just coming up to the finish.
Juga Garbi, you see that anguish on her face after that finish. Her team or her partner there coming in behind her, helping her with a little bit of relief there. That feeling post 500 just never feels good.
Amazing, isn't it? How we can be in all of the homes and all of the gyms of all of these different athletes, and such a varied landscape for each of those competitors across those para rowing categories. And we've got some results to bring you, hopefully, from each of those categories very soon. In the PR1 women's race, only one contender, and a win for Najur Garbi of Algeria. Remember, many categories contested in that previous race. So the PR2 women's race of Zana Tchaikovska taking the win there. And the final couple of categories, the PR3 women, we saw the medals, another one to add to the collection for Valentina Zagot of Russia in a time of 1:45. And then Bronte Marshall, we saw her there competing from Australia in the PR3 II Women. So, of course, all unofficial results. Now, we've got some more interviews from previous competitions this morning, and Matthew Hauser is joining us after his win in his category.
Monitor just falling down. Maybe use a little bit more lay-back than I wanted to use. But outside of that, I thought I paced myself really well in the with it just being 500 meters.
Well, that was Matthew Hauser talking about how well he paced his race. And we'd love to hear from you as well on all of our social media channels. Remember to keep us in the loop. Keep sending in your messages of support and even your photos from racing if you are. Let's have a quick look at what we've had so far on some of our Instagram, Twitter and Facebook handles. What a fantastic tweet here from Ikat Says. His father, a former kayaker who's moved into the world of indoor rowing, breaking the Spanish 500-meter record. What an inspiration. Amazing stuff. Just goes to show you can transition into this sport from any walk of life and find success. Great to hear from you. Thank you so much for tagging World Rowing in your tweet. And some live footage here from the gym of Victor Asmal in Seville. Under 23 world champion in that 500-meter event. And more messages from Spain. Concept 2 this time, praising the new world record holder, Munoz. And great to see there Cameron Brown dropping us a message on Instagram using the hashtag indoor rowing. Make sure that you tag your posts, and here are all the channels that we're on that you can keep us in the loop, keep us posted. Tell us where you are, tell us where you're watching, send us any comments. If you're enjoying watching us here on the live stream, let us know. You can use either the hashtag indoor rowing, hashtag world rowing indoor, or hashtag WRICH. Now, huge thank you to Concept2, presenting partner, and Tencent Cloud as well for providing all of the streaming services that we are using to bring you all of this live action. Now, we heard yesterday and we saw yesterday Sonia Peltola of Finland racing in the team event. She's back again today, and we're going to talk to her a little bit more about her life within indoor rowing and how it relates to fitness and wellness.
6 years ago, I started CrossFit, and it was maybe first time when I tried indoor rowing machine. Very soon when I started, my CrossFit coaches were always standing behind me, and they were like, "Oh, you row very fast, and you should go and try to go to national competitions in Finland." Then I tried. I participated for a 500 meter, and I won, and I did new Finnish record in that. So I was like, okay, maybe I am good at this. Competing with people across the globe, it's very interesting, and I'm very grateful that I had this opportunity. In Finland, I maybe know the people who are competing against me. I know how strong and fast they are, so it's more exciting to meet people virtually. With our women's team, we are going to go to one specific gym, and we are there all together. And that's how we try to create the atmosphere and the feeling that, okay, we are together. But with our mixed team, I'm not sure. We 2 women in our mixed team are in the same place, and the guys are maybe in other places. And that's very interesting also, that I haven't even met those guys. We just put our team together, and yeah, it's interesting, but let's see. We will have very strong teams against us, but that makes that more interesting. But yeah, expectations are high.
Expectations are high indeed for a lot of the athletes racing here today, and we're building up to some of our open events that will have the Open 2Ks later on today. But you're probably wondering how we're bringing this virtual event to you, how I'm sat here in this virtual studio, and our commentators from all over the world are able to talk to you about the racing. Here is our team, well, just some of our team, in fact. This isn't everybody, but it takes all of us from all around the globe to bring this to you virtually, so you can tune in on the live stream. Our production team, time team, who provide the racing system, the guys at World Rowing, you can see there in the bottom right hand corner, lots of screens, lots of support technology, especially from the likes of Concept2 and Tencent Cloud, who are providing all of that infrastructure. The other thing to remember is we've got more upcoming indoor rowing events to take part in. So even before everything went virtual a couple of years ago, World Rowing was already doing its own virtual sprints event, and it will be back again now in its 7th year, and you can join it again this March. So this event brings international athletes all around the world together, and with Concept2 we can get as many people from as many corners of the globe to row 1,000 meters indoor. You can take part from the 9th to the 13th of March and submit your form for 1,000 meters on the Concept2 indoor rower. You can find all the information on worldrowing.com. So we've got a couple of minutes until our next race start. This will be the lightweight women's event that we'll be bringing to you so shortly. And we're back with our all-star commentary team once again. Martin Cross and Shane Farmer will be bringing you this next race.
Well, we're back. We've got now we're into our lightweight women. We're going to be starting to get into kind of the meat and potatoes of the racing here. We saw some went through U19s, U23s, all the PR categories as well before this, and now we're here with lightweight women. Martin, what do you think we can be looking forward to in this race?
Well, you've got that 7-minute mark, which I don't think is going to be breached by any of the athletes today. I mean, it would be fantastic if we do see a sub-7 time. But right at the top of your screen there from China, I haven't seen too many Chinese athletes racing. Quite a few of them qualified, but one that will be on the start line is Min Yang, who qualified for Asia with a 7:06.9. So we see some of the athletes about 2 or 3 seconds quicker in the actual race off than they were in qualification. So I think Min Yang's going to go close to 7 minutes, and that's going to be really interesting to see how near to that target she gets.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if that 7 minutes is enough to make her hungry to really fight for that. The 3 Chinese athletes that are in this race are the 3 fastest athletes in qualifications. So it will be interesting to see how that all pans out. If they can come in those 1, 2, 3 positions amongst them, they all seem to be pretty tight together on their splits.
Yeah, I guess we're looking for, 145 splits for that 7 minutes. And clearly the athletes are going to be under that at the moment. Salama Abdelrahman we saw her yesterday, I think, Salama Abdelrahman, in the 500-meter race. It's taking it off in the lead, but she's dropping down onto those 149 splits now. And the Tunisian Krimi Kajla, there's Min Yang from China. It's fantastic. We've got these pictures all around the world. Krimi Kajla, the picture's frozen there at the moment. Abdelrahman in 3rd place position as we go through the first 250 meters. But Min Yang is dropping onto those 145 splits. I guess well, she's just 146. I guess 145, 146 splits are going to see you with about a 7:05, 7:06 finish. And Min Yang certainly the fastest qualifier of the Chinese. But look at that block of the 3 Chinese. Krimi Kajla, the Tunisian, is out in front at the moment. How long is she going to be able to hold off the Chinese power? Kajla came on with a 7:26, so I don't know what she's doing out there in front at the moment, but she's blasted out, Shane.
Well, Krimi Khadija, she's a regular here. Last year, she came in 2nd in the 500 and 3rd in the 2000. So she's not unfamiliar with this territory. She's an electromechanical engineering student who's been to the Olympics as a lightweight woman, but this year she's had a knee injury, so she's been kind of out on competition. She said that she's excited to be back. Primed with, I have been suffering through an injury, and so she's here to see what she can do. Looks like perhaps she has a little bit more than she let on.
Yeah, it must be, because you wouldn't think that that sub 7:30 qualifying time was enough to take on the Chinese, but at the moment, with a 5 or 6 meter lead over Min Yang, the fastest qualifier, Lai Weijun from China. Do you think the Chinese are doing it all in the same gym, the 3 Chinese athletes? It does.
It looks like they are. When the camera angle changed there, it does look like they're all in the same space, all lined up next to each other. Kind of fun as well to see those customized Concept 2 ergs there, which something we haven't seen yet in competition, or at least that I've noticed, with those red painted flywheels and the red markings on the Concept 2 logo there. These machines do have the ability to be customized. I've seen a few of them, Martin. I don't know if you have, but I've seen some really fun colors brought to these machines.
I think Min Yang has got the crowds round her, because the Chinese obviously think that she is going to be the one to perhaps take the gold medal in this race. And as I say that, Min Yang goes through 1100 meters into 1st place, 147 split. So she's looking for a sub 7:10. Certainly, she pulled 7:06 to qualify for this race, but we're not going to see a sub 7 today. Kajida in 2nd place, still ahead of Lai Weijun from China. The 3 Chinese they are threatening those gold, silver, bronze positions.
Well, it's, watching Karima Khadija there, you know, she's it's tough to tell with her video because we're getting some stop-start on hers here, but it does look like she's starting to slip off of that pace, perhaps unmanageable from what she set out to do. Who knows if, you know, perhaps through her injury, that's led to a little bit of deconditioning, and so, you know, Lord knows I've experienced that from time to time, coming back from injury, thinking I still have the fitness I had before then. And you can, you know, have that sensation of being as good as you once were, but not as good as you once were sensation there. We'll see if she's able to bring it back.
So 3 Chinese in the top 3 slots. Min Yang out in front, 12 meters ahead of Lai Wei-Juan, and she in turn is 5 meters ahead of Jiaqi Zhu. 700 meters left in this race. Karima Khadija in that 4th place position, and we've seen pictures of Narelle Hoda Arafa from Egypt, who is in 5th place. I don't think she's got enough to get back into the medals.
And if you look at Lai Wei-Juan's video there, you can see all 3 of the Chinese athletes right next to each other. Enough space that they've got room to breathe, but close enough that out of that peripheral vision, they're going to be able to see each other. It is going to make for good racing as we come into the final 500 here, with Min Yang still holding on to that lead, 13 meters between her and Lai Wei-Juan, and then Jiaqi Zhu 18 meters back from that first place. Perhaps Zhu's got the opportunity to make a slight push, although she is understroking Wei-Juan there. She was at a 29, now she's up to a 30. We'll see if she's got the ability to push a little bit on this.
What drag factor do you think these lightweights are going to have the machine set on? Do you think they go for a lower drag factor, sort of 120, 110, Shane?
Well, based off of where, if you look at the flywheels right now, looks like Wei-Juan's got a lighter drag factor than the other 2. They look, I'm going to guess that's around a mid-4, which is probably going to put you around a 120. Wei-Juan, they're perhaps in the low teens, or maybe even, you know, 100 to 110, somewhere in that. So, you know, those independent choices, drag factor is a very independent choice based off of how you perform as an athlete.
Yeah. Just coming into the last 250 meters of this race, Lai Wei-Juan, you can see her there, just driving off at the front end of the stroke. Good body position, good facial control, nice relaxed facial muscles. In 2nd place at the moment. And there we see the coach really giving it to Min Yang there, up at 38 strokes a minute. He wants more, doesn't he? Look at that in the background.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to bring her home. You can see the grit on her face there, Min Yang. That whole crowd gathered around. It looks like Zhu starting to make a push there, but I don't think that's going to be enough. I think Yang's got this as she comes into a gold medal. Losing traction a little bit on that position, though.
Just those coming up to the finish line. Yeah, 7:06, same as she did in qualifying. 7:08 from Jiaqi Zhu and 7:10 from Lai Wei-Juan. 3 great times for the Chinese. Karima Khadija coming in to take 4th place now with her 7:20. And
really great job by those 3 athletes, and what fun to be able to have all 3 of them in the same place racing against each other, in striking distance of each other, as well as now walking out of this race holding gold, silver, and bronze in the same building.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen athletes from the same country take those positions, isn't it, in this 2022 World Indoor Virtual Rowing Championships. Hannah Miller,
as far as I've seen,
from the USA, just coming into the finish there. Jasmine Carter finished in 8th place. Hannah Miller,
Karima Khadija, I mean, respectably, you know, pulling her weight there. I mean, I think she did a decent job considering she's coming off that injury. Probably not the placing that she was looking for, but nonetheless, I think you held her own, at least in the first half, and seemed to keep it in control, even when things may have been starting to fall apart for her, when the wheels were coming off. And now we're going to take it over to watching some of the highlights of that race.
Well, like you say, Martin, I think that's the first time we've seen a 1, 2, 3 from one country, and we've got those results to bring you from that lightweight women's race right now. Remember, these are the provisional results, unofficial. You can see there in the top right-hand side of your screen. But it was Yang Min of China that got the best of her compatriots in that race. But huge performances all round and a real international field, as with all of the categories here at this championships, bringing people together from 66 countries all over the world. Well, we're bouncing straight into the next race. No time at all to rest, especially for the athletes. And we're going from lightweight women to lightweight men now, Shane.
Absolutely. And we have a little bit of a smaller field here as we get into the lightweight men. I think we're going to be experiencing a reasonable spread in the athletes here. You know, I always like to help you understand the spread of what you're going to see, what to expect during this race. Based off of qualifying times, I think we're going to have a pretty clear delineation early out of the gates. Martin, you think there's anything out of the ordinary to expect based off what we're seeing for qualifying times here?
Yeah, I think Florian Roller, the German, is clearly the athlete in the pole position here. We're looking at something around that Roller can pull around the 6:10 mark. So sub 6:10 for lightweight men is a pretty decent split. World's best time, of course, obviously sub 6 for lightweight men. But these guys weighing in at 72.5 kilos for this race are going to find it difficult to hold off Florian Roller, I think.
You know, it's interesting as well. Sometimes you gain context from each of the previous races where you'll see these sub 6 times. It changes your perception of looking at a 6:10 and realizing 6:10 is still very fast. And you can see a sub 6 and think, oh, well, these guys are, you know, only rowing a moderate split. It could not be further from the truth. These athletes are going to be putting on some impressive performances here.
Just see the chain from Florian Roller, bottom left of your screen there, just jerking up and down. I mean, how much do athletes want to have a flat chain when they're pulling, Shane, in terms of the ergo, and not get that sort of jerking up and down?
Yeah, well, there's something to be said on a start. If you really want to come out of the gates hard, you're taking that stroke rate as high as they are. Well, you're going to get a little bit of chain slap there, chain whip. That's going to happen as that handle's moving back and forth as it is. And, you know, with Roller, you've called this out before, there's a bit of a drop of the hands, which would most likely indicate he's spending time on the water. That's more of a rowing stroke. And when that hand drops, that's going to create a bit of a slack on that chain. So as that happens, that's pretty natural early on. Still seeing a little bit of it there. I think he's really cranking into that release. I don't know about you, Martin, but looks like he's got a really strong finish on that stroke.
He has, and he's gone right onto his splits. He was on 132s, which obviously will give him a 6.8. We're looking for around about sub 6:10. So he's on 133s, which should be, obviously you can do the math, which is going to be around about a 6:12. But I think he's gone off straight onto his split. So I'd say within himself, but certainly that's the split he wants to maintain, 133, 132. As Sid Budina from Algeria just goes ahead of Bruno Chetraro from Uruguay. Two of them vying for that silver medal position early on in the race. And
if you look at that Uruguayan athlete, Bruno Chetraro, if you look at where he is, you may recall that earlier, if you weren't here, there were two athletes from Uruguay as well. One of them was in that same training facility. I think we could probably see him in the corner of the screen there. So seeing impressive performances from these lightweight Uruguayan athletes.
Yeah, the Uruguayan athlete, Chetraro, just 23 years of age, and one of the oldest athletes in this at 29 is the German Florian Roller. I haven't seen Florian Roller racing on the international scene for Germany, but he's got the German unisuit on, hasn't he, with the German colours there?
Yeah, I think the last time I saw him was in Paris, if I recall, coming across him at the races there. I think he's been on the World Rowing stage before. Sid Budina, if we take a look at we haven't been talking much about the race here, but if we look at Sid Budina still holding in second there, 9 meters back from Roller. I think he's still within striking distance. I mean, we're only at the halfway point, and his technique looks strong. He looks well connected, pulling in perhaps a little bit high, but otherwise, technically he looks pretty connected still. I'm not seeing a whole lot of adjustment. And if we, can expect anything from these Uruguayan athletes, it's they as well, to really connected to what they're doing. We don't see much breakdown from them.
Cetraro there, you can see a real sort of zip away from the finish, isn't it? It doesn't do much. He's not hitting his body. It's quite smooth around the back end of the stroke for Cetraro. Currently rating 38 strokes a minute, able to give him that capacity to rate 38, 39 strokes a minute. He's the highest rating athlete in the race at the moment, the man in bronze medal position. And I think he will be under threat from the Swede, Ahmet Rapi, shortly, who is pulling 134 splits. He's really come into that second half of the race, Rapi, hasn't he, the Swede?
Yeah,
really
when that
impressive.
video checked in with him, Rapi was looking very strong. I mean, really looking like he's tuning it up there. And I think right as I was saying that, I think we're going to see that switch in position based off of how he was moving consistently on those lower 130s versus Cetraro in the mid 130s there. I think what Cetraro might be up against right now, it just doesn't look like he's got a whole lot of dig on him, whereas Rapi looks like he is just scrapping at this point to get at it, and looks like it's paying off for that position. Now, with 500 meters left, who knows? If he went too early, maybe he was trying to make an early push. We'll have to see.
So I wonder what Florian Roller is going to do in the last 500. He's down on 132. If he's going to go sub 610, he needs to go 131s, I think 130s even in the last 500 meters. Obviously know what he's aiming for in his split, but he must be fairly confident he's going to take this race ahead of Sid Budino and Ahmet Rapi. There's the Uruguayan teammate there just urging him on. He's got the big headphones on, hasn't he, Shane Cetraro?
Yeah, I gotta wonder what he's listening to. I gotta keep saying this. I'm just impressed by how the Uruguayans look as they're rowing. They just look solid, even when their faces are showing the pain. Their bodies are still executing the same stroke, and it is just impressive to be doing that when they're getting that tired.
So here we come into the last 250 meters. Germany's Florian Roller has led this race pretty much from the off. He's down at 131s now. I think he's going to go through in a 6:12 or something like that, maybe 6:11, unless he really pulls down. He's down at sub 130s now. Budina's winding it up for the finish. He wants to keep that 6 or 7 meter margin over Sweden's Ahmet Rapi, who is just pulling lower splits than him. All the first three up above 40. Here they go.
They're holding it. He's got that 130 now. Let's see where he gets himself to. Roller doing everything he can to get to that finish line. 6:07. Wow. He pulled that one out at the end there.
He certainly did, didn't he? Budina 6:13, just holding off Ahmet Rapi from Sweden with 6:13.9. Cetraro comes in with 6:22 in fourth place. But Florian Roller knew exactly what he was doing. You said you'd seen him on the world stage before. He knows the pacing for indoor rowing, and he will be delighted with that time, 6:07.
Absolutely. And I mean, big shout to Ahmet Rapi as well from Sweden for that patient push, making it to that halfway point of the race before starting to really make his mark or let anybody know that he was really there. Cetraro, I think, felt as if he probably had that position locked in, and Rapi just made a really consistent nudge on that third place position that I think ultimately, well, as we can see in the standings, was successful.
Mohamed Ayman Mustafa from Egypt, just 20 meters from the finish now as he comes in the lightweight category. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that race, that win by Florian Roller.
Well, it just keeps getting more furious, more fast as we go on throughout today, and the results of that lightweight men's race coming up on your screen now. A triumphant sub 6:10 there for Florian Roller of Germany, ahead of Sib Bedina of Algeria. Ahmet Rapi takes the bronze medal provisionally, and of course you'll be able to catch all of these results later on www.worldrowing.com. And so it's been building and building all throughout yesterday, all throughout today. So much action to bring you, and it cannot have been possible, could not have been possible even, without the support of our partners. And a short message from them now.
This is Tencent Cloud today. We simplify complex technology and open up boundless frontiers. We build big accomplishments from little things, support discretionary access to existing networks, and inject new momentum into business growth. Let Tencent Cloud be your partner. Shape a more flexible, efficient, and refined business landscape. This is where it all begins. Simplicity from complexity. The details of greatness. Tencent Cloud.
Well, throughout the morning, we've had some great performances, and we've been able to catch up with some of the athletes after their racing. And we managed to catch up with Bronte Marshall in the PR3-II events for intellectually impaired athletes. She raced a PB, and she's going to tell us all about it now.
Good at the start. I think halfway I kind of rushed and fell off the seat a little bit, but then I got back on track. Yes, I am happy with that result. It was a PB for me. So my originally personal best was 157, and today I did a 155.9, so 2 seconds better than last time.
So a couple of seconds off her personal best there for Bronte Marshall. Great to hear from her all the way from Australia. Well, we want to hear from you as well. Keep those social media posts coming in on all platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We're going to jump to see who's been getting in touch with us now. And it looks like a bronze medal here for Tristan van der Buscher, who we saw with that great crowd in the under-23 men's race. Plenty of support for him. And the results there. Great of you to get in touch. Keep those hashtags, hashtag indoor rowing, hashtag world rowing indoor, and hashtag WRICH. So next race already lining up on the start, and this time we've got the team test. Guys, Shane, talk us through how this works.
Well, in the team test, you have essentially 3 minutes. What's exciting for me is having watched this before, we see a lot of the same teams come back together. And often we see a lot of these army teams. Finland is always a strong competitor here as far as their qualifying goes. They're sitting in that top position. Martin, thoughts on what you're excited to watch out of this?
Yeah, I think it's going to be great to see these services teams, the British Army A team, the Egyptian Navy rowing team, British Army B team. Finland looks to be the strongest team, but just a reminder that these athletes will go for 3 minutes, and the score is averaged out. The magic of Concept 2 and time teams technology. So we just see the one boat, and all 4 athletes' scores are going into the average of that one boat. But we're very near the start. You can see the stop rowing sign has been given now, and we will see the teams shortly driving off.
And now with the number of teams that are here and knowing that there are 4 athletes per team, you can now do the math on how many athletes are actually moving at the same time. So I'll just say, hey, good job on not false starting on that with that many people sitting ready to go. That's an impressive start to begin with. And then the other thing to keep in mind here, where this differs from the traditional racing that we've been seeing, 500s and 2000s, 2000 meter, is that this is a time. So in those, the faster you move, the sooner you get done. In this, I don't know if you're seeing that. There's a band playing behind the finish team right now. That's quite enjoyable to see. But it's a time. So no matter how fast you go, you're still rowing for 3 minutes. And that definitely makes a difference mentally as you approach this. I mean, Martin, personally, how do you feel when you have to row a time versus a distance?
Yeah, I think rowing a time, I prefer the time because you can see it counting down, actually. I think in terms of distance, most of my stuff in the yoga I do now is in terms of time, but it's interesting, the background. The British Army guys are rowing in different gyms, aren't they, different places, and the Finns are kind of, 2 of them are together. I think the 2 ladies, is that together? Sonia Patola, Joel Nakarainen, Jonas Kurvalainen, and Anni Kasanen from Finland in the Finnish team, way out in front. British Army A will be pleased with if they can maintain that silver medal position with over halfway done now.
And I don't know if my memory serves correct, the Finnish athlete that we saw that had a drummer sitting behind him while he was going, I think that drummer may have been one of the athletes we saw competing yesterday in the 500 from Finland, which would make for a great overlap and weave in of a storyline here.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd feel with the drummer going off in my ear while I was going on those, or the ergometer flywheel was spinning around.
I guess different strokes for different folks, pun intended on that, but everybody has their, Oh, here's an interesting fact that the Finnish team has never actually met in person before. So this is an aggregated team, never having been in the same place at the same time.
Isn't that amazing? We're coming into the last 30 seconds, the Finland team with that 36-meter lead. British Army A just ahead of British Army B. A little bit of a rivalry there. You can see the proud flag on the top left of your screen for the Army as the rating goes up there. I'm not sure quite which athlete that is from the Finnish team. Oh, look at him. He looks like he's dying there.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. The drummer's sensational. He's got a mask on. Oh, that's amazing.
And truly bringing the entertainment value to the sport, something that we can definitely use here. The more entertaining, the better. I'm going to have to keep that in mind the next time I'm putting a video together.
Certainly.
And there's that Finnish team hitting the floor, but a commanding lead that they started with and ended with. And I mean, good performance all around from them.
Yeah, that shot of the drummer has definitely got to be. I don't know what he was doing with the mask.
I feel as if we'll be calling back to that one all throughout the day and even next year.
Well, to me, it certainly looked like a scene out of something like Mad Max Fury Road. I don't know about you guys, whether you've seen that film, but it reminded me of that. Great entertainment for us in commentary. And we'll shortly be jumping into the next race. So we've done the mixed team test now. It will soon be the Masters 30 to 39 men. And I don't think we've got any results to bring you from that previous race, but we'll be heading now into the start line of the Masters 30 to 39 men. Martin, who have we got lining up here?
Well, we've got someone from New Zealand in the middle of the night, Andrew Tomlinson, and he's racing. What will it be in New Zealand now? About 2 a.m. in the morning. Not quite sure how that's going to feel. We're looking for athletes. James Wade from Great Britain qualified with a 6:04. Carl Larson from the States qualified with a 6:10, and another athlete from Oceania, Troy Mihas from Australia, a little bit slow with his qualification time, 6:33. The Norwegian, again, we've got athletes from all over the world. One from South Africa too, Richard Wood. He qualified with a 6:28. Not quite sure if we're going to see a sub 6:10 in this Masters event, but as a good representation worldwide in this. Iraqi athlete, of course. I'm not sure he's entered, but I'm not sure he's going to be on the start from this race. So there are the athletes lined up to race. We haven't seen the stop rowing sign yet. John Mayer from the United States, 38 years of age, at the top range of this category. Proud father of 2 daughters, an alumni of Stanford University, just getting back into the community rowing center in Boston, Massachusetts. Oh, Tim Groman now. Tim Groman is an international rower from the German men's quad, I do believe. And he came into this with a 6:9. So Groman, probably, the 33-year-old, would have been one of the favourites to take this event. It's nice to see Groman coming in from international rowing to an event like this.
Well, and I think what's great about that is people that are able to relay their experience on the water to bringing themselves to, what we could almost consider a different sport of indoor rowing, which definitely differs from, on water rowing. They're completely different experiences, akin to, running outside versus running on a treadmill. I do think it again shows the breadth of this sport, that anyone, anywhere has the ability to race. And there's the start.
It's nice to see a good clean start after those full starts. We haven't had any full starts on the 2Ks, have we?
No, we haven't. I think that also probably cues to the way that athletes approach a 2K. They know they have a little bit more time. There's a little bit less twitchiness out of the gates, I assume.
And it's the Greek athlete Andreas Tillis, the 36-year-old, came in with a 6:18. Tim Groman there, racing with his club colours, I think. Got those distinctive long black socks on. What's your view on the long black socks, Shane?
I mean, I can't say that I've ever played with having any kind of compression socks. I would, perhaps there's some use for them in circulation or helping to feel as if you have a little bit more control, possibly the same experience as when you put on a uni. It helps you just feel kind of compact and contained, or maybe it's just a statement that he's making with his black sambas there. So who knows?
Tim Groman in bronze medal position, really close on. It's Britain's James Wade out in front at the moment, pulling 1:30.33s. Dan Bennett from the USA has been looking strong throughout, and he's pulling lower splits at the moment, rating 30. Tim Groman dropped down to 4th place. Carl Larson now from the USA has moved up. 2 USA athletes in bronze and silver medal position.
Yeah, I think we're going to see kind of a real toss-up here. I'm not sure that we're going to see any clear runaway in 1, 2, 3. The qualifying times were all just so tightly packed together, from a 6:04 to a 6:11. I think there's a lot of opportunity for all these athletes here, and you can see kind of that jockeying of position. I wouldn't count anybody out, and I wouldn't write anybody off at this point.
Just 3 meters separate the first 3 places. Dan Bennett of America, James Wade of Great Britain, Carl Larson of USA, Tim Groman in 4th place, 3 meters ahead of the Greek athlete who went off quickly and led initially. Andreas Tillis. New Zealand's Andrew Thompson, racing in the middle of the night, is coming through the field. 1:32 is nice to see him making a move. Chris Bailey's in there in the middle of the pack.
There's Dan Bennett on your screen, current leader.
He's got that big pull, isn't he? Right up to his sort of throat almost. What do you reckon to that technique, Shane?
I'd say he's got a go for it technique happening right now. I think that's maybe what's moved him into that position. I mean, you know, to his credit though, he did look consistent on it, and I think at the end of the day, consistency has a lot to do with how you're able to perform. And you know, again, we can stack techniques against each other, but I think on any given day and any given technique, on any given athlete, it can be effective. And so, you know, what he has going here is what works for him. He knows those splits he's able to control with that technique. And really, that's the determinant of how an athlete can perform, whether they carry more of a rounded back and displace that load over the entirety of their curve, or if they keep a more erect posture and work on more swing over of the hips. You know, that all is going to be better suited for each athlete. And that's why we see so many different techniques as you go through. Now, of course, this is nuance. This is for, you know, you and I sitting here having watched millions and millions of hours of rowing and seeing plenty of strokes over the years. We're able to evaluate that. Dan Bennett still holding that lead. 2 meters, though, 1 meter. I mean, this is anybody's race. Martin, do you get in a gut yet as to who may start to stand out or walk away?
Yeah, I think James, they've all held their splits, haven't they? James Wade, I think, senses a little bit of blood in the water now from Dan Bennett. It does look like he's suffering a bit, Dan Bennett, doesn't he? A little look across there.
Yeah, I'm seeing some kids on the stairs behind Bennett wondering if they may give him a little bit of extra push, knowing that he's got his kids watching.
James Wade just moves into first place. It's going to be very close between the two of them. James Wade, you can see, up 30 strokes a minute, just holding those 133 splits. What has Dan Bennett got? Carl Larson in third place ahead of the Kiwi. Andrew Tomlinson in the middle of the night. Carl Larson got that different technique, not pulling quite so high. Incredibly dynamic, 30 strokes a minute from Dan Bennett there.
I mean, Larson moving up to a 37 at 500 meters. If you ask me, that is that's an early move up to that high rate, but it looks like it's paying off putting him up there. The question's going to be, can he sustain that?
Oh, look at that. James Wade comes back. That was a real big push, as you said, Shane, from Carl Larson. He's now up at 39 strokes a minute. He's gone to 130s, but James Wade's down to 128. Not sure.
I just hope Larson has his eyes open so that he can see what's happening. Because if so, I mean, these two are just going stroke for stroke right now. Larson's, wow, these guys absolutely smell the race on. What are they going to do about it? This is, honestly, this is coming in to be one of the best finishes we've seen yet today.
Absolutely. Just coming up to less than 100 meters to go. James Wade's leading, rating 36, 128 splits. Carl Larson just a meter behind him, rating 38, 129 splits. It looks like it's James Wade.
Wow.
Carl Larson is just going for everything he's got, accelerating through just a meter. We're going to be coming up to the line. James Wade, 129 splits. He's moving into that pole position. 2 meters ahead. I think the Brit has got it over the American. James Wade takes it.
And what an incredible finish. 0.1 on the split divided our gold and our silver medal positions. That was a race. Yeah, that was absolutely an incredible race.
Andrew Tomlinson from New Zealand's got through the field in the middle of the night, got through Dan Bennett, who's had to settle for 4th place. Tim Groman in 5th place, the German international oarsman.
We'll want to keep an eye on the actual finishes. I'm unsure, but we may have seen a tie for bronze.
Oh, I was going to say Andrew Tomlinson just ahead of Dan Bennett. Yeah, well, Andrew Tomlinson came through, so Dan Bennett's probably going to have still a smile on his face. But Tomlinson was very conservative, typical Kiwi in the first part of the race, and then really moved through in the second section.
Yeah, and two athletes that are both operating in the middle of the night, you know, up early hours, whether it's, you know, 1 or 4 a.m., 2 athletes battling it out in the dark wherever they are.
Yeah, that was amazing, wasn't it, to watch that race? The way that Larson just came through from bronze medal position through the field and then, you know, just went head to head with James Wade in the last 300 meters of that race. Not sure did we have a camera on James Wade at all for that race? I can't remember.
I'm not sure I caught one.
No, I'm not sure I caught one either.
Yeah, we just saw the pain from everybody else, but our winner, James Wade, we're just waiting for all that confirmation. But given it was such a close race, let's check back and have a look at some of the highlights. Well, you can see how much that meant to Carl Larson. Just squeaked into silver medal position by the British athlete. So it's now time for us to check in with some of the results from that race. Indeed, James Wade unofficially champion in the Masters 30-39 men, a time of 6:03.3, but you can see just how close it was, 0.4 of a second separating him from Carl Larson, and a joint bronze from Andrew Tomlinson and Dan Bennett. A sharp eye there, Shane, to spot that, and Dan Bennett just clinging on to stay on the podium. All of these results available later today, confirmed on worldrowing.com. So we've been catching up all day with some of our winners and some of our athletes from each of these races. And we checked in earlier with our gold medalist from the lightweight men's race, Florian Roller.
So the race was very, very good. I had a very pleasant race. It's my new personal best time. Last year I rode in the qualification 6, 7, and 9 seconds. And so this was quite better than last year. In the middle part of the race, I could have been a little bit faster, but I think in the end, it was a quite good race, a quite tough race. But yeah, I'm very happy with this second victory in the last year and this year. So I think it was a great competition. So congrats to the other competitors, and thank you.
Well, gold medalist there from the lightweight men's race, Florian Roller. But before we jump into our next race, we're going to hear from our commercial partners.
This is Tencent Cloud today. We simplify complex technology and open up boundless frontiers. We build big accomplishments from little things, support discretionary access to existing networks, and inject new momentum into business growth. Let Tencent Cloud be your partner. Shape a more flexible, efficient, and refined business landscape. This is where it all begins. Simplicity from complexity. The details of greatness. Tencent Cloud.
Well, we couldn't do this championships without them. Those are our partners supporting this event. Next, we're going to have a look at what you've been sending us on our social media channels through Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. You've all been using the hashtags WRICH. And here we've got our winner from the earlier under-23 open race. What a race for the American athlete. Thank you for sending those in. Keep using those hashtags, hashtag indoor rowing, hashtag world rowing indoor, and hashtag WRICH. But now we've been keeping tabs on Sonia Peltola all weekend, and we heard from her after her race again today.
Yeah, the race was very good. It felt very easy for me. Yeah, and I knew, and also Anni. Yeah. And at the beginning, we knew that we are going to win, and we were very strong. And yeah, it went great.
Well, great to hear from Sonia. Now, next up, we've just seen the Masters 30 to 39 men, but now we're going to see the lightweight equivalent of that category. Martin, can you run us through who's competing in this race?
Well, one of the standout names in this race, Camilla, is Jordan Hislop. Came into this with a 6:16.4. The lad was introduced to indoor rowing by his dad, David Hislop. He hadn't been on a machine since back in 2009, but when lockdown started and COVID, what have you, he got back on his machine, left him plenty of time to train, and entered the 2021 British Indoor Championships, got that time of 6:16.2. It's going to be tough for anyone in the field to beat him, Shane.
Yeah, I think so. With that qualifying time, I mean, I don't know how much somebody's going to be able to pull out of that, save for maybe they were holding back in qualification. Not sure why you do that, but if somebody was doing that, you know, I think that he may have a strong chance at taking that lead and holding on to it. You know, as we've been seeing today, watching what happens out of the starting gates is a little bit more predictive with these more mature athletes as to what you can expect over the entirety of the race. When somebody has those experiences under their belt, they tend to come out and be a little bit more controlled in the way they handle things. So, you know, as always, let's watch the start, and I think that'll give us good insight into what might happen. Well, yeah. All the athletes have been told to stop rowing, which means that momentarily we'll be getting started here.
I'm going to say Radislav Raproki there from Germany, one of two or three German competitors in this race. There we go. Now, Shane, how many strokes are you going to go off below your split before you go on and decide, right, I'm now going to hit my split, which I'm going to hold and maintain? You know, 10, 15, 20 strokes? What do you reckon?
You know, for me, it's always been a starting 5, and then I'll usually hit a high 20, and that's my personal approach. Once I get out of that high 20, then I want to settle. I'm not trying to absolutely drop the hammer for 20, but I do want to hold it down there, give myself kind of that nice strong start. But you know, the important part once you get out of that start is, number one, make sure you breathe, make sure you have good air flowing through you. It's pretty easy to allow your heart rate to ramp up quickly, and that can lead to a little bit of almost anxiety or shortness of breath. That discomfort feeling can come on pretty quickly if you don't get it under control. But some athletes come out of that gate first 5 and then they go right to settle. And so, you know, depending on how they want to perform, and again, you can use your start as a bit of a tactical approach to this race. If you want to set the tone and say, here I am, come get me, well, then a strong start may be your flavor. But if you want to kind of sit quietly, maybe sit in the mix until you think it's time to drop the hammer and go, well, come out of the gates with just a simple 5 and hit your splits.
So Jordan Hislop and Sebastian Kleinsgården, you can't put much of the cigarette paper between the two of them. Kleinsgården, 33 years of age, Hislop, 32. They're very well matched in terms of age, but there's just a metre between them. I mean, they're on their splits. Jordan Hislop, 134s. Kleinsgården's just let it drop to 136 at the moment. Does look like that pre-race favourite, Jordan Hislop, is just pulling into a little bit of an advantage, 2-3 meters. The Tunisian Mater Abdallah in 3rd place, 6 meters ahead of Hassan Eldaj, his fellow compatriot, and the Dane dropping back, Birger Robert Dam Jensen, in 5th place at the moment as we go through 1,300 meters in this race.
You know, while we're talking about technique, if you look at Hislop, you see those hands pretty close together on the handle. That's not something I've seen today. his hands being that close together on the handle, often that creates a bit of a pinch point almost with the arms, restricts a little bit of that follow through at the finish, and I would think would be robbing him of a little bit of power here.
Yeah, it's very interesting if we get a look at that. Malta Hein looks like he's doing it on the roof or something. And you just see the blue sky in the background. The German athlete Luke Schofield there from Australia in the middle of the night. Yeah, Jonathan Hislop has got those very close hands. He does look like he's able to get his shoulders back and his elbows through at the back end of the stroke. Obviously an indoor rower, doing it in his, front room or garage is that, with the bikes up against the wall?
Yeah, maybe he's a cyclist and loves having those bikes as the wall piece on the wall. Who knows? But he'll still holding on to his lead there. 1-2 seconds on the split ahead of Sebastian Kleinsorgen in second. Matur Abdallah sitting in third, 50 meters back, which I don't think that kind of a difference can be made up in this second 1,000 here. But if we look at third and fourth position, Matur Abdallah and Hassan El Hajj, I think there's a chance that those two may be battling it out for third, and even Berger Robert Damjensen, who may be able to make his way into the mix. It's probably worth watching that third place position, see if any real shakeup happens once we pass that 500-meter mark. I guess is when somebody's probably going to make a move there.
What's your take, Shane, on the handle near the cage? Because I find when I'm rowing, I'll get the handle on the cage and be hitting the cage. But you see that athlete at top left there, is that Kleinsgordon, actually quite short of the cage when he's rowing at the front end. How far forward do you go?
When I'm rowing, I've actually adjusted my stroke over the years as things have gone on, and the club that I row with now rows differently than when I was rowing in college, and so I try to adjust my stroke. I find that now I tend to be a little bit on the shorter side of things, making sure that I'm snappier at the catch, and I find that the more I just try to crash into the catch or to really reach long, the more tired I get. I find I'm a little bit more effective if I can just cut it off a little bit shorter and be snappier at the catch, but that's just where I'm currently.
So you see Kleinsgordon there, just short of the catch at the front end, 17 meters down on Jordan Hislop. We're looking at the person in silver medal position, less than 500 meters to go in this race. Matej Abdullah looks to be confirmed in bronze medal position ahead of Hassan El Daj, his Tunisian compatriot. And Abdullah, 34 years of age. Hassan El Daj, the oldest competitor in this race, at 37.
Yeah, Hislop seems to be holding on here. Kleinssorgen holding just in kind there. Nobody looking like they're really making a move up yet. Kleinssorgen just holding a higher rate, but I think that's mostly because of that shorter stroke that you were talking about, Martin. Back into that third place position, the two Tunisian athletes, Abdallah and El Hajj, it's still sitting at about a 9-10 meter difference between them. I think we've kind of got our positions sorted out as we come into the finish here. Not a whole lot of change happening from any of the athletes.
No, we're yet to see the rating go above 40. Jonathan Hislop, there he is. He hits 40 now. Pain etched on his face. 1:31 splits coming through to the finish. 6:16 was the time that he pulled at the British Indoor Championships. How close is he going to be to that today? I think he might just get inside it. He knows how close he is. He's shortening up there, 42, 43 strokes a minute. Oh, no, just outside it, 6:16. Oh, 6:50. No, he's inside it.
Wow.
Yeah.
What an engine. What an engine on him.
Sebastian Kleinsgordon finishes in 6:20. Abdullah coming up to the finish in that third place. He's not going to be troubled by the Dane. Tua Abdullah finishes in bronze medal position. And Berger Robert Damjensen from Denmark takes fourth place ahead of El Daji, the 37-year-old Tunisian. I did say he was the oldest in the race, actually. That was Luke Schofield at 38 years of age, who's just finished back in sixth place.
And about 100 meters left here for Radislaw, who's, you could see the look on his face when they were on him. Now we're looking at Lai Chuk Yu here as he crosses the finish line. 7:05.7. Our final athlete coming in here, Paprocki. There he is as he crosses that line. I mean, I think that race shook up about the way that we were expecting, Martin. Any surprises for you there?
No, I don't think there were any surprises really. I think probably the biggest surprise was the hand grip of Jordan Hislop, and be interesting to see if anyone else has got their hands as close together on the handle as him. I've only tried that when I've had that in the one hand. When I try one arm wrong, I have the hand right on the inside of the grip. But I think we've got some highlights of that race. Maybe we're going to look at that grip again.
Well, a great victory there for Jordan Hislop provisionally in that lightweight 30 to 39 category, following in the footsteps of his father. And we'll see the leaderboard in just a second of those results. And there they are, the full list. Jordan Hislop's father, a multi-medalist at the National Indoor Championships in the UK. And silver and bronze for the German and Hong Kong Chinese athlete, respectively. Now, we are about to go into the first of our open races, and we've got the open men lining up very soon. And Martin, I'm sure there's going to be a couple of big names in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic contest this, Shane. I've just got the lightweight women on my race thing at the moment. Is that what you've got?
We have both the women's 30 to 39 and the lightweight women's 30 to 39 racing here together.
I was worried. Camilla was just sort of sorting me out there to see if I was paying attention. I think this is
we got to keep checking in with each other, I suppose.
Yeah, so this is the women 30 to 39, and you can see the open women are in the yellow boat category, and the red category is the lightweight women 30 to 39. And we can see the athletes all there warming up on the machine. A lot of athletes in this contest, and they've been told to stop rowing. There is the Swedish athlete. We saw her, 35-year-old Elin Wenning. Aslan, 36 years of age. Vivian Culwell, 36 years of age too.
Now look at that backdrop there. Some cool neon lighting in that gym.
Wow. Oh, the garage door just opening.
I mean, I think we're getting a really great perspective. This is, it's fun as you get into these larger races where we get more athletes here. You get to see more. And I think what's so exciting about being able to do this virtually is that we're seeing all the different locations where these athletes are rowing from. And what's so inspiring is to see some are clearly it's the middle of the night and they're in their living room pulling this off, and who knows how long they had to be awake to mentally prepare and physically prepare for today's race. And some of them are in the middle of the day, some are in living rooms, some are in gyms. I mean, it's just all across the board, and I think that's what's so great is this brings everyone together and truly setting the tone for what the future of indoor rowing is.
Vivian Culverwell there started indoor and water rowing in 2020. And she calls herself a little fish in a big pond, learning how to improve each day. Currently training under the guidance of Rob Carson at Concept Fitness. So that is our race lead at the moment from Australia. Vivian Cardwell. I'm not sure what part of Australia she's racing, but I'm just checking in terms of the time. It is 23:50 in Sydney, so it's late at night. Long lean back, long pull back, and I think if you can get that technique, it does give you that bit extra at the finish. I think if you're used to it, it does give you that little bit extra, Shane.
Yeah, I think it depends on the athlete. Again, as we keep saying, it's all down to the individual there. You know, some athletes, when they hit that long layback position, it ends up becoming tiring for them. Some emphasize it and use it as where they gather their power and their speed, as they let that be the acceleration point of the handle. So there are different approaches as well. You can front load a stroke where, you know, you get real tight and compact. A lot of that power then comes out of the initial explosion, versus the opposite end of the spectrum. You get a lot of layback at the rear, in which you're focusing more on the acceleration of the handle and the swing of the hips. And so you kind of have a front loaded versus a back loaded type of stroke. She definitely looks like she has that rear load of the stroke there. And, you know, able to keep that rate up kind of with the whole body coming in and collapsing together at the same time.
So Rita Christina Hansen from the Faroe Isles, European and world champion in 2019, 2020 and 2021 for the lightweight women, is in a leading position in that category of the race. If we get a look at her, we'll talk about what this is. Vivian Calverwell at the moment from Australia. She's leading the race. Elizabeth Gilmore is just tracking her, but 27 meters behind. Calverwell looks very solid, doesn't she, in her living room there?
Yeah, and I'd say, you know, if we're looking at about 28 meters back at the 1200 meter mark, I think she's kind of declaring her lead at this point. Looks like Reese and Gilmore may be able to have a bit of a challenge back and forth if they keep track of each other. About 6 meters separating the two of them, I think. You know, we'll see where things shake out. Rebecca Giles, a name, you know, not unknown in this world of indoor rowing as well. She may have an opportunity to push on if she's got a little bit left in the tank. Weinberg just makes a move up into fourth there. Splits wise, she's looking about even with that third place position. Second below, we'll see with the halfway point if she's able to make a move to kind of collect herself and gather into that competitive spot.
So we're through the halfway point. Vivian Calverwell at 1:45's looking for around about a 7-minute split or 7-minute finish time, probably just a little bit over. She's dropped to 1:46's now. Elizabeth Gilmore from the USA, proudly flying the flag behind her. You can see it on the top right of your screen in the blue top there. Yeah, go for it, Shay.
Oh, just talking about Gilmore, former track and cross country runner who bought a Concept 2 for cross training options in 2021, kind of when so many people ended up picking up machines. And if you're watching, you may be one of those people who, you know, mid-pandemic decided to find that one tool that you could have at home that would help you to stay fit. And I think that's where she really started her journey on this path. So she started competing in indoor rowing in January of 2022. So, I mean, she's fresh to this. So, you know, as well, great for her to be in this position right now, you know, competing with Culverwell, who's coached and has somebody, you know, supporting her. Gilmore is a month into this journey, and she's sitting in second place, potentially looking at a silver medal. I mean, that's impressive. That's some really great performance for somebody who is brand new to this sport. And I think that's where so much of this comes from. So many people could be competitive in this that come from another sport and have an opportunity to come perform here.
Yeah, we're seeing that so often. We saw it with that Ugandan track athlete, Chen, didn't we, in one of the earlier races today, switching from 400 meters to indoor rowing. Does give you that versatility and allow you to train. Now we're in the Six Nations Rugby Series back here in the UK. That's all kicking off this afternoon. And a lot of the rugby players do use the rowing ergometer to work on their cardiovascular fitness. Into the last 500 meters now. Australia's Vivian Culverwell is in gold medal position by 41 meters. That is a pretty decent margin ahead of the new starter, Elizabeth Gilmore. Another Australian, Jacqueline Reese, is just going toe-to-toe with Elin Wenberg from Sweden, who is now pulling lower splits than Jacqueline Reese. And will Wenberg pull through? There's Sarah Christina Hansen, the leader in the lightweight category. She's got a 24-meter lead over Algeria's Rubina Amina as we come into the last 250 meters. Wenberg is just 4 meters behind. Will she find a sprint as she gets into the last 50 meters?
And in the lightweight women, you see Corian Prinz looking like she's putting a challenge on Amina here. Not sure if she's got enough space, but she's definitely dropped that split below, so we may see a shakeup on the lightweight women between second and third position. As you mentioned, Hansen, I think, is going to be able to hold on to that gold medal position, but we may see a swap out for silver medal here, with Amina having to get bumped down to bronze.
Coverwell coming up to the line, last few meters in her race. Definitely going to be sub 7 minutes, isn't it, for Vivian Coverwell as she crosses the line. 44 meters ahead of Elizabeth Gilmore. 6:56.7. She undoes her shoes. Great evening's work for her. Fist pump as well. Got everything there. Elizabeth Gilmore takes the silver medal position. Jacqueline Rees from Australia coming up to the line to take bronze medal ahead of Wenberg. Wenberg just couldn't find enough in the last part of that race to overtake the second Australian, Jacqueline Rees. Kiwi Nicola Gosch, shout out to her, 7:23, finishing in 6th position. Even later in the night for her, I think.
And I think if you ask me, the story to tell here is Elizabeth Gilmore. I mean, amazing to come into this sport 1 month in, having simply picked up indoor rowing as a way to cross train as a cross country runner, to find her way here to a silver medal right now. I mean, that is a fantastic performance on her part.
So you can see all the athletes there just going through their recovery process. It looked like Sarita Christina Hansen was suffering. Let's go back to the studio.
Thanks, guys. And yeah, we've been catching up all day with some of the athletes from previous races. So let's check in with one of our athletes from the previous categories.
Putting on such an awesome event. It would have been good to be doing it in Preston, Hamburg, but circumstances haven't allowed. But hopefully next year we'll be back in Preston doing what we want to do. But race-wise, yeah, just I knew it would. I knew that Sebastian got out quite hard, so I knew that that would be sort of, it might be a bit of a trying to play catch-up. So I just felt all right, held my pace. Held the pace that felt comfortable, and then was just sort of digging deep towards the end. Once I saw the 134, was getting close to 134 average, I wanted to get into the 650 and get a PB. So yeah, all good really. Couldn't have asked for much more, and to come out winning it is a bonus. It's just yeah, couldn't have asked for any more, and just want to say thanks to, I'd say, World Road, all my friends and family, for supporting me and putting up with me being a bit sort of single-minded over the last month, 2 months, some would say even longer than that, but yeah, no, absolutely amazing.
Great to hear from Jordan Hislop there. And we've got the results from those previous two categories we just saw racing in tandem, both the 30 to 39 women, which you'll see on the screen now, unofficial results. A victory for Vivian Coverwell and that great silver medal from newbie to the sport, Elizabeth Gilmore there. And then in the lightweight women's category, an absolutely dominant force in this sport. We see her name time and time again in the lightweight women's 30 to 39 results.
This is Tencent Cloud today. We simplify complex technology and open up boundless frontiers. We build big accomplishments from little things, support discretionary access to existing networks, and inject new momentum into business growth. Let Tencent Cloud be your partner. Shape a more flexible, efficient, and refined business landscape And this is where it all begins. Simplicity from complexity, the details of greatness. Tencent Cloud.
So after that short break with those commercial messages from our partners, we now have the results from those lightweight 30 to 39 women. And as I was saying, Sarita Christina Hansen, the absolute dominant force, showing up once again on form to deliver a gold medal in this event. Of course, all of the official results, once confirmed, will be on the website later on today, www.worldrowing.com. Now we're culminating in this sort of middle part of the day slot, and it's going to be one of the biggest races, one of the fastest races of the day. We've now got, and I jumped the gun a little bit earlier, but we now have, Martin, the Open men's event. Who are we looking forward to seeing?
Oh my goodness, what a stacked field. We've got Alexander Vyazovkin qualified with a 5:42, the Russian. We've got Ward Lemelin, the previous year's world champion from Belgium, aiming for a 5:45. We've got Kai Pen Peng, the Chinese international rower, racing 5:54. Niju Lin, 5:52, the second Chinese athlete. You know, there's quality throughout this field, isn't there, Shane? Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, half of this field is below 6 minutes on this, and then we do have some athletes sitting, kind of make a jump from about 5:58 to about 6:18, and then from 6:18 on up there. So, I think we're going to see kind of a split in the field. About half the athletes are going to be competing at the top. The other half of the athletes are going to be competing in kind of a second cluster there as we go through. But I mean, truly some impressive times as we look at this. A call out we've got sitting in the second to last qualifying position, Robert Carson. Was called out as the one of the coach, I believe, for one of our previous winners there, Culverville. So just a fun connection between the two races.
So we are off in the men's Open 2K. No full start, it looks like. And Vyazovkin leaps straight out into the lead with 1:16, 1:17s. In second place, it looks like Kai Pen Peng with Vincent Matz from France. And those are our first three. Ward Lemelin is up there, but it's only in fourth place at the moment for last year's world champion. But it's all so close, isn't it, at the moment? Vyazovkin, though, nobody can touch him down at 123s, 124s. What is he going to be able to pull? I think he'd like to go sub 540, wouldn't he? But I'm not sure that Vyazovkin's got that within him today.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, any given day, maybe you've got the right mixings to make it on that particular day. But I mean, where he's placing himself right now, he's just he's staking his claim, sitting down where he was on that start and then just holding now at a 124. That is a blistering pace for those of you that may or may not have been on a machine. I mean, just try to take a few strokes at a 124, let alone to sit at a 124 as long as he's planning on sitting there, and you will quickly realize the fitness that is needed to pull this off.
Yeah, there is Yi Zhudi from China, currently in sixth place at the moment, just behind Kai Pen Peng, international oarsman. Rode at 6, or used to ride at 6 in the Chinese 8, I think, Kai Pen Peng. And Yi Zhudi has a slightly quicker qualification time, 2 seconds quicker than Kai Pen Peng. So we may see those positions change. Ward Lemelin now makes his move, Shane, goes into second place ahead of Joel Nakarainen, the Finn.
Yeah, Nakarainen as well came from the Finnish team. If you remember him, he was on the Finnish mixed team there. So he's already had a 3-minute piece under his belt today. We'll see if maybe he used that as a warm-up for this race, or if maybe it took a little bit of something out of him.
Vyazovkin is still trucking 125, 126, 24 meters out in front as we come to the 1250 meter mark. It's Vyazovkin in first place, Ward Lemelin in second place, the man who's hoping to go to the Paris 2024 Olympics as a lightweight, Joel Nakarainen in third place. He's got a lead of some 16 meters ahead of the Frenchman Vincent Match. The two Chinese behind that, or the three Chinese behind that, Ward Lemelin, there we see in his
There's
gym.
the video of him.
Yeah, isn't that great? Ward Lemelin looks compact, really sorted, Lemelin, with his style, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he always brings a little bit of flair to the sport as well. He, with the lighting there, sitting on a stage, you know, sponsors in the back. I mean, clearly, he is making himself to be perhaps the first standout athlete that we've seen as almost a superstar of the sport. You know, when you think of these open men, I mean, the Ward's name always comes to mind.
Vyazovkin there, doesn't he look relaxed and smooth? Still on 125, 126 with his cap set back in his library, did it look like there?
Yeah, perhaps the entryway to his apartment. I mean, truly, and he's just cruising along. I mean, he hardly looks like he's putting anything into it. He's making it look effortless right now. But if we look at their current splits, Lemelin is starting to move down below Vyazovkin there, and maybe starting to nudge his way up and saying, hey, don't forget about me. I'm still here. Don't get comfortable.
Yeah, well, Lemelin was hoping for a 5:45 split, so he will know with his pacing exactly what he's on at the moment. And he's gone down 125, 124. Look at those splits, Lemelin. He can't possibly overtake Vyazovkin now, can he? With 500 meters left to go, Shane.
I mean, you just don't know what he's holding back on. You know, he's sitting below. He's going to be climbing back about a meter every, I don't know, 5 to 10 seconds here, and if he can pick it up a little bit more, he may be claiming those meters back. So you're right, with 500 meters left, 18 meters between them, I don't know he's going to be able to do it.
He's 123, 124, 17 meters. It's almost inexorable. Lemelin's split is dropping down. He's getting ever closer to Vyazovkin. Depends how fast Vyazovkin went out. He looks comfortable, Vyazovkin, doesn't he? He doesn't look too much in pain. His face is quite relaxed.
Yeah, in fact, I would expect to see a little bit more intensity out of him at this point, knowing that he's being challenged. Apparently, Lemelin said yesterday that he was expecting Vyazovkin to do exactly what he did. I'm wondering if Lemelin perhaps underestimated what Vyazovkin was going to do, although look at him dropping now down to a 122, 123. Wonder what kind of an impact that crowd around him is going to have. He's storming on here as we come into this final 250 meters, just closing about a meter every couple seconds now. He is not going to leave this one alone. I think we're going to see an amazing finish here. 3 meters as they are coming close to that finish line. Look at everybody back there. They're trying to. There's the switch just a few meters before the finish line. He is going to bring this all the way through, holding below Vyazovkin, and he has got it. Lemelin absolutely storming on that finish. I mean, that is as good a racing as you could hope for. Gold confetti showering from the air. I mean, if that's not a production and a race, wow. I mean, that was incredible.
Nakarainen comes in bronze medal position behind Vyazovkin. Kai Peng in fourth, the first of the Chinese. Oh, getting my breath back. What a sensation. That was the best race of these championships. I just looked at that distance. It was 20 meters with about, 400 meters left to go, and thought, he can't do that, can he? And then the splits just crept down. It was a sensational finish, and that explosion of confetti, and Lemelin just stepped off the machine and punched the air and greeted the crowd who were supporting him. And it was absolutely the moment of theatre that this championships has been waiting for.
Oh, absolutely. And just the juxtaposition of seeing Vyazovkin and Lemelin, the two different scenes. I mean, Vyazovkin just in his library, Lemelin sitting on a stage with gold confetti ready to explode. I mean, just the difference in the athletes, the difference in the atmospheres, that was truly incredible to witness and to experience there. I mean, what a fun race to be a part of.
Yeah, and we're waiting for the final competitor, Felix Uma Onji, to finish in this really exciting race. And I think we're going to go to an interview that we've got from the winner of the previous race. Perhaps not.
The opportunity to row virtually has been amazing. I've been trying to do this for the last 2 years. So, you know, the support from my family and friends all over the world has been astronomical. And obviously I have a coach as well, an indoor rowing coach, Rob, and his wife, Lizzie, at Fitness Academy. And they've really just helped me a lot with my indoor rowing, with technique and I guess belief in getting the paces up. I'm blown away. Look, I knew I was going to be up against some really tough competition, and I just gave it everything I got. My little girl, she's 7, she went to bed, and I just said, I'm going to do my best, and that is my why, and that she's always been my why. So today I rode for her, and I hope she's proud of me when she wakes up.
Well, how wonderful what these championships means to some people and to Vivian. And we've got the results from that sensational race we just had in the open men's race, an overtake in the final 250 meters. You'll see these unofficial results here. Ward Lamellin really showing why he is the best in the world in this open men's category. The Belgian team with that gold confetti ready to celebrate. They had confidence in him the whole way, pushing Vizovkin into silver and Nakarainen of Finland into bronze. After that incredible race, we've all been holding our breath for something like that, very dramatic, and hopefully we'll see something similar in the next race. And competing in that next race is last year's world champion Kirsten Klein.
The team test is a max effort 3-minute row performed.
I'm from Anniston, Alabama. I grew up there my whole life. After college, I moved all over in oil and gas, kind of just working all at the Northeast, and then finally settled in Texas. I am very open about the fact that I was an alcoholic, or that I am alcoholic. Honestly, I was first introduced to just indoor rowing in the machine through CrossFit. I had joined a CrossFit gym in West Virginia, and then also one here. And in 2017, my CrossFit coach, who's now my fiance, had mentioned to me that I had decent times at rowing and was crap at everything else in CrossFit. And she was like, why don't you kind of explore that? She's actually one of the reasons I quit drinking. She was like, you could do more than this. She mentioned to me, you have so much potential. And I started working with her. She was just my trainer. And she asked me, and my nutrition coach, and she asked how much I was drinking. And I kept lying to her. So that's actually how I kind of discovered I was drinking a ton. And she said if I could put that down and just really get my life together without alcohol involved, I could be something. And I took that and I ran with it. I just think the rowing community as a whole is a tight-knit community that really does want to lift each other up and support one another. So if you're really wanting to get into this sport and just wanting to find a way to do something more that instead of having to suffer in silence or struggle with stuff, it's a community that can build you up and just help.
Well, we'll be seeing Kirsten compete in just a second. And just a quick reminder before this next race, we won't be seeing Elena Buriak, a big name that everyone will probably be expecting. So please, given the developing situation in Ukraine, take a look at worldrowing.com to look at the news of what we'll be doing with Elena's result. But over now to you, Shane. Do we think Kirsten can hang on to her title?
Yeah, Kirsten's going to have her hands full in this race. Frankly, we have a lot of athletes sitting at the top here, ranging from 642 to 647. I think that puts everybody, again, we're seeing a very strong contingent of Chinese athletes, especially on the women's side. We have 3 Chinese women who are all going to be giving Kirsten a real challenge. And frankly, I'm excited to watch this one. I think we have another opportunity for some really exciting racing as we go into today. Beyond that, you mentioned Elena, and just to prep everybody, her time that's going to be accepted for today is a 6:50.7 was her qualifying time, and so that's the time that will be used for her today. And beyond that, we have some times in the 7s. I don't know that they're going to be sitting up in that competition zone, that potential for the podium. However, I think there's a good shot that Kirsten's going to do something amazing here.
Kirsten Klein not quite in the lead. Liv Yang from China takes that position just early on. Lisa Kruger up there for Germany in the first 100 meters of this race. There, Lisa Kruger with 134s. Fantastic split. Look at that power that Kruger's putting down there, still at 135. Lisa Kruger is absolutely killing this. The 28-year-old qualification score of 737, would you believe? So I'm not sure she's going to maintain this pace for much longer.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're seeing from Kruger is going to be sustainable here. There's Kirsten Klein sitting next to a Christmas tree, holding on to that holiday hope, I suppose, for this race.
Liv Yang in 4th place there. We've seen that gym before. Those customized Chinese ergos pulling 142s now. She's going to come through and shortly go into 3rd place position. Zhu Jinyi from China as well. The Chinese Zhang Pen now occupy the 1st or the 2nd, 3rd and 4th places. Kirsten Klein has a 2-meter lead. So apparently Kirsten Klein left her tree and Christmas gnome up for good luck, according to her Instagram feed yesterday.
I wonder how long that luck lasts throughout the year. I wonder how is that maintained through the indoor rowing season? Is that the point at which the Christmas tree comes down? But I do appreciate it as a former baseball player before I found rowing. The superstition is something that can go a long way sometimes.
Zhang Pekxing, the 20-year-old, is just going toe-to-toe with Kirsten Klein. There's just a meter or so between them as they come through to the 1,400-meter mark. Kirsten Klein now taking up the sport of water rowing and developing her technique, and she has just had to surrender that 1st place position. Zhang Pekxing, the 20-year-old, has moved through 140 splits. What an amazing move that's been in the middle of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kirsten Klein as well. I mean, you're seeing her start to drop back a little bit, but she has been on the study this whole year since last year's race. She's been taking her time in the off season to really focus on her technique. Personally, I've been following her journey as well and seeing the changes that she's made. From this perspective, it's a little tough to see the technique change, but it's safe to say that she has been working hard as well as with getting on the water. There's an undoubted adjustment that has to happen with technique in that way, and she has been truly heads down training for the last year.
So Zhang Peixin is pulling the biggest splits. You're looking at Liu Yang there, the Chinese athlete, in 3rd place, behind Kirsten Klein in 2nd place. She's just 6 meters behind Zhang Peixin. At the moment, Kirsten Klein, who has been injured, she's got to find something extra as she goes through the 1,000 meters, the K coming up. Just about now in this race, Zhang Peixin comes through, still pulling the lowest splits in this race. Liv Yang too is right up there. The Chinese working together as a team. You can see the 3 athletes there at the bottom of your screen. It's very close as we come into the 2nd 1,000 meters of this women's open category.
Yeah, and not much, 14 meters between 1st and 3rd, as well as, Zhu Jingjie. There's a chance that she's going to be in the mix as well. She may have a shot to strike when the iron is hot, and her opportunity to get into that bronze medal position. We're going to have to see where Kirsten sits as she gets into it. She's starting to get that challenge from behind, and you mentioned she's been ill leading up to this, so she hasn't been training much lately. We'll see if that catches up to her, or if she's able to cling to in this final half. She has 750 meters left now. Whether or not she's going to be able to pull something out that perhaps her training hasn't allowed her to do.
So Kirsten Klein drops down into third place, and her split 145, just a little slower than the third Chinese Xu Jingji. But Zhang Peixin, 20 years of age, there's Lin Yang, the Chinese athlete, in second place, pulling 141s. Big crowd, being urged on by our coach every single stroke. I'm not sure she's going to make it back into first place, but after Wardler Millen's finish in the men's version of this race, you never know. You haven't seen anything yet.
I mean, he truly proved that anything is possible. And I think we're going to witness a pretty interesting finish here. It looks like Zhang Peixin is going to be the one who holds on to that lead position. 11 meters difference, 500 meters to go. Unless there's some significant change, I think she may hold on to that position. But watch 2 through 4 here. I think there's some shuffle that could be happening. Kirsten fending off Zhu at the moment. What do you think? Do you think she's going to be able to keep that attack off, Martin?
I don't know. There's a lot of support for the Chinese, isn't there? Li Yang there in second place. We see her on the screen just shortening up to go for the sprint finish. Xu Jingji still just got 3 meters, and at the moment she's pulling quicker splits than Kirsten Klein. It's going to be very tight whether the American's going to get a medal in this race. Zhang Peixin out in front, 13 meters in front with 250 meters to go, Shane.
Yeah, I think Kirsten needs to make a real push right here if she's hoping to do anything. She's got to get down into those lower 140s if she has any hope. And there goes the switch. Looks like Jingji is going to take that third position. Whether or not Kirsten is going to counter in the final 250, based off of what I'm seeing right now, I'm not sure if she's feeling like she has it in her to be able to counter and really go for it. She'd have to have dropped the hammer by now.
Xu Jingji just had it there, didn't she? 139s. You saw her briefly pull in. Zhang Peixin out in front. 139 splits with 100 meters to go. She's defending that lead over Lu Yang. China in 1, 2, and 3 position. Kirsten Klein holding that 4th position ahead of the Estonian Li Zumit. There's the second place athlete, Li Yang from China. You could see the shouts of all the spectators. Yeah, come on now. That's it. She's finished in second place. Take the handle away. 1, 2, 3 for China. What a shame that Kirsten Klein, she just hasn't had the time on the machine, has she?
Yeah, I think that showed. You could see the spirit early on, but the fitness caught up to her, and I think that's ultimately how this piece ended up. But congrats to the Chinese again for taking 1, 2, 3 in this race. Second time they've done that today. That's 6 medals, all from the women. That's an impressive feat. So we have Pobig from Germany, as followed up by Kruger from Germany, our early leader. Kruger, you can tell, I think that early push really hurt her, and now she is just trying to bring it in for as soft a landing as she can possibly muster.
Yeah, that was sensational, wasn't it, at the start of Kruger? I don't know what split she thought she was going to pull, but certainly not able to maintain that pace. Senye Yilmaz from Turkey crosses the line. Let's go back to the studio before the last Chinese competitor finishes.
Thank you so much, both Martin and Shane, bringing us that open women's 2K event, and a sensational performance from the Chinese athletes. Once again, another 1, 2, 3, the second time that they've achieved that feat, and it seemed to be a big old celebration there in the location that they were competing. We're going to have a look at the scores in just a second of the results once they are all filtered and confirmed. But that was what the sort of peak couple of races that we've had here at the World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships. If you've been really enjoying our production today, if you've been watching and you want to get in touch with us, please do on all social media channels. We've got the Instagram, Twitter and Facebook. Let us know what you've enjoyed, what your favourite race has been. If you've been supporting, competing, send us through your pictures as well. We'd love to see them on hashtag indoor rowing, hashtag world rowing indoor and hashtag WRICH. And we'll be keeping eyes out throughout the rest of the afternoon. We're coming into the final few races now of this championships, and it has been amazing to watch. Just it gets better year on year. We obviously weren't anticipating this championships to be virtual this time last year, but amazing that we can come back in this format, and the amount of people and that have gone into sort of making this work and making this happen. The production team, time team, Concept 2 and Tencent Cloud, we thank them all very much, as it has been a really amazing day bringing athletes together from all over the world. Just a reminder, we've had 736 athletes competing both yesterday and today, and 900 entries into the finals, and it just goes to show you how talented you have to be even to make it here to this weekend's finals at the 2022 World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships. We unfortunately don't have any results to bring you for that last race, but they will be available later on www.worldrowing.com. So take a look later on today and you'll see them posted up there. I've been Camilla Hadland. This is the end of this particular slot of racing, but Martin Cross and Shane Farmer will be with you for the rest of the afternoon to bring you the rest of the racing. We're closing the studio for now, but stay tuned, stay online, and we'll be bringing you some highlights of the best races this morning. Thank you very much once again, and we'll catch you again later.
Charlotte Dixon's going to take this.
This is going to be an incredible finish.
So exciting, but it's so close.
Bar Hansen of Denmark just crept in there.
Meg Knight just gets it.
Here comes Arabella Carbut.
This is Tencent Cloud Today. We simplify complex technologies and open up boundless frontiers. We build big accomplishments from little things, support discretionary access to existing networks, and inject new momentum into business growth. Let Tencent Cloud be your partner. Shape a more flexible, efficient, and refined business landscape. This is where it all begins. Simplicity from complexity. The details of greatness. Tencent Cloud.
Hello there, and welcome back to the 2022 World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships. We've had a fantastic day of racing so far, and we've got some more great races up for you this afternoon. Coming up with the men's 42,000 metre race. With me is Shane Farmer, and there we see the athletes for the 40 to 49 2,000 metre open race getting ready and prepped.
Yeah, absolutely, and already seeing some of the athletes that we saw yesterday from the men's 40 to 49. Some of these athletes having done the 500s yesterday. You know, many of them probably using it as prep to come into today's 2K and hoping that they, executed that well enough to give them perhaps a little bit of confidence. So as we watch these athletes begin to warm up, what you're seeing here is the various warm-ups that athletes choose. Some people like to get real hot, super sweaty, and then take a nice break before things start. Some people have that nervous energy that lets them kind of keep spinning along, and they want to go to the absolute last minute with as little downtime as possible. And as always, we're seeing all of these different locations. It's truly impressive to see where all of these machines land. And as we get into these men's Master 40 through 49, taking a look at the scores that you can be expecting today, our top score coming into this event would be Anton Grassel from Slovakia, putting in a 6:02 in qualifying time. I mean, at that age, that is just truly an impressive split to pull. There's Mohamed Sabti, again, one of our 500 meters competitors yesterday. Sabti pulling a 7:16.5 for his qualifying time here. And now we get it back out to these multi-screens. Here you're seeing all the different locations. Athletes have not been called to ready yet, but there we go. They've been told to stop rowing. Handle should be going down at this point, letting those flywheels come to a complete stop. And allowing the athletes to collect themselves, as well as allowing our technology on our end to be able to collect itself and get a fair start amongst all the athletes.
That's right, Shane. Just intrigued that Grassel was a former flat water canoeist who finished third in the 500 metre open category. And he is certainly been very busy this weekend on his Concept 2 rowing machine. A little name check there for USA coming before the start of the race.
Seeing all those kids in the background, always enjoyable to see how people surround themselves with those people that they believe will push them and encourage them through to the finish line.
So a clean start yet again in this men's 40 to 49 category. Anton Grassel is in pole position, but at the moment it is Frederic Louris from France, Stephen Doyle from Australia, the early leaders. There is Stephen Doyle rowing.
You can see his machine sliding underneath him.
Yeah, what is that? That's really interesting. He's kind of got it on a rug or something. The rug is sliding and the machine, he's got a weight on the machine. That's really interesting. I haven't seen that setup at all today.
Yeah, I would imagine that weight is there in an attempt to stop it from sliding. But I think it's perhaps not enough weight to keep the rug from moving underneath him. It'll be interesting to figure out if that acts as a bit of a slider scenario, which does allow a little bit more rating. There are different categories for using sliders on your rower. There may be a bit of a hack there between a non-slider and getting a little bit of that sliding action underneath you, or if that draws away from it because your machine is moving while you're moving.
Stephen Doyle there we see moving. Frederick Lurius in third place is the actual manager of the regatta centre at Gravelines there in the north of France, where I know the New Zealanders have trained, and it's been the site, I think, of the University Championships. Lurius has just moved back into fourth place, overtaken by the Portuguese Ricardo Abrantes de Paula, who's moved into second place now. Great move in the end of the first 500 meters from the Portuguese, but Grassel is out in front. No one's going to touch him, I don't think.
Well, De Paula making, if we look split to split here, De Paula making a competitive nudge against Grassel. 14 meters, a bit of a distinction between them, but he keeps touching down to those 131s. I mean, he may be holding a little bit of something back, thinking that he wants to stay close enough to make a challenge on Grassel. But the distance that I'm seeing right now, I think Grassel's going to be able to maintain that. He just looks strong and connected on his machine.
Dylan Dragsvik from the USA in third place position now at the moment. The 43-year-old got his rowing machine just 1 year ago on February the 5th. There is Frederick Lurius, manager of Gravelines Rowing Centre.
There's Sean Gibbs, the fourth place, challenging Dragsvik. About 3 meters separating them. What a confined space he is in right now. It looks like if he were to take an errant elbow, he'd put it right through the wall there.
It does, doesn't it? And Sean Gibbs, 42 years of age, flying the flag for the boys in the Royal Navy. He's recovered from COVID and returned to form. He's chasing a PB today. Go on, Sean. Let's see what you can do.
Looking at the standing, Dragsvik putting a little bit of distance between himself and Sean Gibbs. Now he's out to a 5-meter lead amongst him in fourth place. Sitting split-wise, looks like he's going to continue to open that lead up a little bit. That gap closing now between De Paula and Grassel. Grassel maybe not having the grasp that he thought he had. I think De Paula's done a good way of just chipping away at him just ever so slightly, which probably more irritating than anything to Grassel, who thinking that he's got a solid grasp on this lead. De Paula sitting there, he'll chip down into a 131s for a little bit, which gains him a meter back, and slowly whittling away. He's down to 10 meters now. If he's got the capacity to maintain this, he may give Grassel a real challenge here.
Yeah, he may do that. 10 meters is certainly gettable if you've anything like the pace of Wardler Menin in the last 250 meters. But we can't see the face of De Paula there. He does look pretty sorted. He's put his rate up to 35, 36 strokes a minute. I think he's definitely going to try and see if he can get in front of Grassel before the last 500 meters.
Indeed, Dragsvik now sitting at about a 5-meter lead over Gibbs. Split-wise, I think he's going to keep opening that up a little bit. I'm staying corrected, 10 meters difference between them. He's just opening up that lead. Gibbs is going to have to make a move if he wants to do anything here to be able to push back into that potential for third position.
Yeah, he's got a 10-meter lead over the fifth place athlete, Frederick Lurius, but Sean Gibbs is here for a PB. I wonder how much you focused on your PB, Shane, as opposed to the position in the race at this point with 500 meters left to go.
Absolutely. There's only so much that your body can handle, and at a certain point you do have to race against yourself, and that's part of the beauty of the rowing machine, is its ability to challenge you against you, and at times you against others. Getting close into this, coming into the final 500 here, Grassel has put his foot down and said, no more, De Paula. You're not going to make any more moves on me. I see what you've been doing, but now's the time for that to stop. And De Paula is going to have to answer with some serious horsepower. I'm not sure that he's got it. He's moved out to another 12 meters now off of Grassel.
Yeah, this could be the gold medal that Grassel wants in this championships in the 40 to 49 category, coming in with 250 meters to go. He's already sub 130 on the splits. Anton Grassel from Slovakia is moving into first place with a commanding lead over Ricardo Abrantes de Paula from Portugal. Dylan Dragsvik in third place from the USA. Sean Gibbs going for that personal best isn't going to be able to catch him in fourth place. That looks like the bronze, silver and gold medal position, Shane.
Yeah, I think you just called it, Martin. Wow, Grassel bring it down to the 118 for his sprint there at the finish. De Paula coming across 6:07.4. Drags week finishing now 6:11.3. You can see how happy his family is. 6:14 for Gibbs. I mean, I think that was a well-played race on a couple different fronts, watching Drags Week and Gibbs back and forth, as well as DePaula and Grassel. Honestly, DePaula, great move on that, and challenging Grassel there. You know, unfortunately, I think he just ran out of horsepower and timeline.
Yeah, the last competitors finishing in this race, USA John Hamner finishing, Asuma Abdelsam from Morocco coming up to the finish line. We've got Mohammed Al Matrud from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And you can see the athletes as they are there just crossing the line. We'll see if we've got the results for you coming up shortly. The unofficial results, the actual official results will be confirmed later in the day. You can visit worldrowing.com for all the results from this championships, this virtual championships, the 2022 World Indoor Virtual Rowing Championships. Was originally scheduled to be in Hamburg, but made virtual because of the situation with COVID, and it's been another success. I'll tell you what, why don't we go and look at some highlights now of that race. Back there, let's see if we've got some results of that race to give you. We know that Anton Grassel did so well. There we see confirmation. Wow, just off the sub 6 times 6:01.9. Brantes de Paula in second place with 6:07.4, and Dylan Draswick from the USA with 6:11. Luan Juan, the Chinese athlete, at the back end of the field. So we've got some more racing coming up for you. Oh, there's some more results. The Open Women results. Yes, the three Chinese. It wasn't the three Chinese. Elena Buriak with 6:50. That was her qualification time. The developing situation in the Ukraine has meant World Rowing's made a statement, and Elena Buriak's time is shown there from the time she did in the qualification, the Ukrainian athlete. So we have the next race coming up, Shane. I think that is the lightweight men, 40 to 49, and we can take that race away quite shortly. Let's look at the runners and riders.
Yeah, absolutely. And, call out into this race, we have Jesus Gonzalez Alvarez, who is the current world record holder in this age category with a 6:14. Qualifying time coming into today, however, was a 6:24.5. So it'll be interesting to see if perhaps it was holding back a little bit and wants to challenge that today, or perhaps not. We've got Tom Middleton from GB at a 6:26.3, followed by Christian Molvig of Denmark with a 6:33.1. Those are our top threes. But within striking distance, we have Juan Jungjue Guimarães and Blair Johannes van Stierperen with a 6:42, kind of our top five there. I think we've got potential here to have a race in our second and third position.
Yeah, I kind of want to recuse myself from a bit of the commentary here, because Tom Middleton is a guy that I row with down at Molesey Boat Club, which is maybe just a mile and a half behind me. You see Van Strippen there. Tom Middleton said, "You have my permission to shoot me if ever I say I'm going lightweight again." I think he struggled a bit to make the 72.5 kilos weight, perhaps not quite on the kind of form that he has been. And I think the Spanish athlete, Jesus Gonzalez Alvarez, will probably have a little bit too much for Middleton, but it's going to be a great race.
Well, I think the upside of this, and you being close with him, is that you get to bring that special commentary. You know him firsthand. You perhaps get to exploit his idiosyncrasies as the race goes on. Now you get to hold him to his earlier comment of what to do if he ever goes lightweight again. The athlete's sitting ready to go. They've been called to stop rowing. Some good, clear pictures here. Perhaps some of the clearest video we've seen yet of the athletes. Best pictures we've seen.
Yeah, they certainly are, aren't they?
Man, intensity on the face there, Van Stripian.
Van Stripian, 48 years of age. Tom Middleton, 45. The fastest Spanish, Alvarez, 47 years of age.
And here they go.
Wow. Blasting off. Not much chain slap there from Stripian. And Tom Middleton looks to be going through in the lead. Is it Middleton or is it Juan Zunzemi Gumarans from Spain? I think he has taken off in the lead. Tom Middleton in second place. Christian Mulvik in third. Alvarez settled back, but it's pretty close, 4, 6, 5 meters behind the leader. There's the race leader in this very early stage of the race. Looks very determined. That looks to be his living room that he's doing this race in, Shane.
Yeah, indeed. I love the original stone sitting on the wall there behind him. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. The technique that I was seeing from him looked like that was a bit of an overreach on capacity. I'd be worried for Gumarans that he may run out of charge off of the way that I was watching that stroke. Just looks like he's working so hard to get that done. I'm not sure if that kind of rate, that kind of effort is going to be sustainable for him based off of the other techniques that I'm seeing that just look a little bit more casual, a little bit more able to settle.
Gumarans was an Olympic rower in Sydney in 2000 and in Athens in 2004. And no stranger, therefore, to the water. Well, like Tom Middleton was in the Sydney Olympics in the lightweight men's double scull in 2000. So a lot of pedigree in this field.
I mean, once you go lightweight, I dabbled. I got close once, but never actually made the cut. Once you go lightweight, I mean, do you have the innate ability to get there when you want, but you don't have to live there all the time?
Yeah, some of the lightweights, they do have this thing of just being around about 74, 75 kilos and dropping down if they can. But, I think a lot of the national teams now, they like you to be pretty much on a set series of weights to make, probably what for men would be the average of 70 kilos for a crew boat, men's lightweight double scull. And I think a lot of them suffer, I think a lot of them suffer. First 3 places, Alvarez, the race favourite, has gone out into the lead. 136 splits, Tom Middleton pulling 135s. You can see Jesus Gonzalez Alvarez, that real acceleration into the finish. Look at that, man, go.
I mean, stunning acceleration on the handle there. I mean, he gets to the end of that stroke just rock solid with that handle.
Tom Middleton's moved into silver medal position. There he is, lean back at the finish, been in great shape, been in great form, training throughout COVID, rowing with the Molesey Masters last year. He tried to row in the Molesey A squad. His sons row at a high level for various schools around the UK. Gumarans there really trucking up at rate of 36. He's the highest rate of these 40 to 49 lightweights.
We were speaking earlier to that shortened stroke, and you can see that exemplified here. A real short cutoff at the catch. I mean, he's barely reaching full compression with the legs, using a lot of that hip swing, trunk swing, opening up at the back, bringing that handle in a little bit higher. He's using that second half of the stroke a lot more than the front half.
It's really interesting. It's a great spot, Shane, and it's not something I'd certainly on the ergo. I never go that short really, and I'm not sure how he's able to maintain those splits of 139 and so on with that kind of length. But Tom Middleton and Jesus Gonzalez Alvarez rowing a longer stroke.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, well, Middleton's moved himself into a solid second. Alvarez, still looking good, but seeing a little bit of pain on his face now. Middleton with if you look between Alvarez and Middleton, you've got the smoothness of Middleton here. It's just a little bit more fluid, not quite as defined of a stroke. It all tends to blend a little bit more. You see a little bit more of that rounded spine, not quite as much as hip rock over that pelvis, doesn't get as much tilt. But then you switch over to Alvarez and you see that big hip swing. It looks very mechanical, each stage of the stroke defined in its process. And it just goes to show you neither is better. It just is what works for the athlete, perhaps what their coaches have taught them over the years. And as we come to the final 500 meters, Alvarez sitting 13 meters ahead of Middleton. Splits wise, they're about the same. I'm not sure if Middleton's going to be able to make any kind of a move unless he has, spade in his back pocket ready to drop.
Yeah, I think Alvarez has been Middleton's bête noire. I think that it was the same result. I think last year the Spanish just in front of Tom Middleton, and Tom's perhaps not quite got the same form that he had last year, but in a solid silver medal position. The second Spaniard, Juan Zunzingi Guimarães, in third place, and Christian Molweg is really looking to drop those splits in the last 250 meters if he's going to make a dramatic attempt to get into the bronze medal position. The Dane now just ahead of the Kiwi Blair Johannes van Stratmian, who is back in fifth place and out of contention for the medals. Here we go into the last 200 meters, Shane.
We may see a shift in that third position. Take a look to that bronze medal. You may see Molweg make a move here on Guimarães and potentially overtake him. He's closing that gap quickly. I'm not sure if he's going to have enough, but man, he's going to make it worth the race and worth your watching right now.
Yeah, it's coming up to the line, 134s to 136 at the moment. It's just 3 meters, Shane. You might have called it right. Coming up to the finish line, Jesus Gonzalez Alvarez.
Let's see what Molweg's got.
Whoa, Tom Middleton in silver medal position.
Close.
It's going to be.
It might switch at the finish line.
Oh, no.
I think Molweg may have gotten it.
No.
Oh, he missed it. He missed it. Wow. I mean, what a gutsy push by Molweg. Unfortunately, just coming up a little bit too short.
Those times are fantastic. 6:19, 6:22 for Tom Middleton. That is a fantastic effort from the Spanish and the British athlete. And out in front of that third place Spanish athlete, Juan Zunzingi Guimarães. But 6:19 and 6:22, I think both those athletes have got to be pleased with those times at this stage of their careers, Shane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, based off of, we're saying lightweight 40 to 49. Number one, that stage of their lives, but also lightweight at that age. I mean, there are multiple factors you're having to work with to stay in category here, and to maintain that level of fitness in that category alone. I mean, that kudos to all of these athletes.
Yeah, Alvarez qualified with a 6:24 and pulled 6:19. Middleton qualified with a 6:26 and went 6:22. You can't say fairer than that, can you? As Tong Wing Yip from Malaysia comes into the finish line to complete this Masters 40 to 49. And I think we are looking at an interview from one of our athletes from the previous race. And let's see if we can go to that now.
I think the race went great. Nerves and excitement start up early, but I got it settled into race pace and just did my race and worry about other people. And thankfully had all my friends and family here to support. Got into this only a year ago, and everybody's jumped in and really helped support. One nice thing about being virtual is everybody, it's easier for friends and family to support right away. I think my wife probably gets bored when I talk about rowing, but in the end, she supports everything I do and is my number one fan back there. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Hey, wasn't that nice to see family and supporters there? We can look at results now from the, I guess it will be the 40 to 49. There we are, Jesus Gonzalez Alvarez, 619.8, sub 620. Well done, Jesus. Tom Middleton in second place. As we are heading off, I think, to the start of the next race, which is the lightweight women 40 to 49. You can see the women 40 to 49 and the lightweight women, beg your pardon, the yellow boats are the women 40 to 49 in the open weight, and the red boats are the lightweights 40 to 49. Some familiar names in this lineup, Shane?
Yeah, we've seen quite a few of these names before. If we're looking at the women's 40 to 49, a couple names that stand out. Now, I may be a little biased here, but Jordan Falcone and Morgan McGrath, I've been with both of them in competition before. Seen them compete in person before. Both standout athletes. McGrath was a finisher yesterday, took home a medal, and is come back for the 2K today. Don't believe I saw Jordan Falcone yesterday. But if we're looking at the top of the leaderboard there, Linnea Beisland from Norway, 659.5. I mean, that's some fast rowing there. Followed by Sally Lancaster at a 704. Think there may be a little bit of a challenge between them, but ultimately I'm going to guess that Linnea is going to be the one that stands out there. On the lightweight women's side, Lizzie Carson at a 721 for her qualifying time. Looks like she may be able to handily take the lead on this one again, as she did yesterday with the 500. Not much of a challenge there, but Linda Brettel from France sitting behind her at a 729, and Sonia Furman from Germany at a 749. I think we might see a bit more of a division in the lightweight women 40 to 49 there. Things will probably spread out pretty good. Athletes were called to attention, and the race is off. So if you take a look to the leaderboard now, you should see how the athletes are going to sort themselves out in the first 100 meters.
Yeah, it looks a great start from Norway. Lena Biesland, her boat will go through the 100-meter mark in first place, 45 years of age. Biesland qualified with a 6:59 for this event, and she is leading the German Suzanne Arndt just ahead of Jordan Falcone from the USA, and Sally Lancaster in fourth place from GBR. But it's all very tight, as you would expect, with just 200 meters to go. Long reach out from Susan Arndt. Sorry, Shane.
No, it looks as if perhaps Lizzie Carson has withdrawn from the race today, so we're not going to see her in there. But on the screen, you're seeing Jordan Falcone right there, followed by Sally Lancaster, sitting at a 146 right now. Lancaster moving herself up into third place with Falcone sitting in second.
Lena Biesland has gone out fast. She's got that body slightly hunched over the handle just at the finish there. And coach looking intently at her scores. He will see that she's been in first place and she's moving out into that first 500 meters in a great position.
I'm sure right where she wants to be on that split.
Yeah, she's even dropped it a few strokes to 140. It's always a good sign when you're on a 147 split and then suddenly you see 146. An internal little smile lights up, doesn't it? And you can think, yeah, that's good. I'm right on the money there.
Yeah, and that feeling too gives you that small surge where when there's just something psychological about seeing a 147 and occasionally tapping 146 versus a 147 and occasionally tapping a 148. They feel light years apart in the way that same split feels.
Yeah, absolutely. Sally Lancaster has, meanwhile, undercover moved up into silver medal position ahead of Jordan Falcone. She's pulling 146, 147s. Lena Biesland is dropping to 147, 148. So the British athlete there has managed to put a really good push through that 1500 meter mark into the second quarter of this race, and she is eating into the gap. We might have a really good finish coming through with Sally Lancaster hitting the front in the third quarter sometime, if those splits are anything to go by, Shane?
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at the way that, second through fifth is panning out right now, I think there'll be some excitement for us to watch and worth paying attention to.
Sally Lancaster, only 40 years of age. I say only, I mean that, she's coming in right on the front end of that age group category, which is a great place to be racing in the 40 to 49. And Lena Beesland has maintained that distance. Head down a little bit there. There's Sally Lancaster. We can't see her face rowing in those very bright leggings.
Lena Beesland showing a little bit of weakness, perhaps, as she crosses the 1,000-meter mark, giving Sally Lancaster perhaps a glimmer of hope as she looks at making up a little bit of ground on Beesland, who's sitting at a 145 now. Lancaster moving down into the 144, 145 range versus Beesland, who's sitting at a 145, 146. We'll see if those maintain. If so, then we may see a jockey for position between 1 and 2.
Jordan Falcone's head just dipping there at the front end, isn't it? She's not quite, she looks at the screen and then she dips her head and then it goes up again and looks back at the screen again.
That has always been her technique. I would say watching Jordan Falcone, she has just a little bit of a clang and bang technique, which is, just a little bit of kind of throw yourself at it and just attempt to really go for it. She is just a workhorse. And I think that that's a bit of what you're seeing there with that technique, that head drop and then lifting up again. Not necessarily anything I'd advocate as a coach, but hey, it works for every athlete. And as long as she's getting the job done at the end of the day, on race day, who cares?
Just looked at Lena Beesland. I don't know if I'm looking for this, but she seemed to be tiring there. But she's still managing to maintain 144, 145 splits. Sonia Furman being paced there. Can you see that? Sonia Furman is being paced by her coach there. That's an interesting. Sonia Furman is back in what, about 15th position. She's she's in second place in the lightweight category. Sonia Furman. Linda Breedel, we haven't been calling that. Do apologise. Linda Breedel from France is leading that by about 37 metres from Sonia Furman in the women's 40 to 49 lightweight category. Sorry, Shane.
No, that's just keeping an eye on Lancaster here. She's made up a little bit of ground, now sitting 6 meters back from Beesland. Again, this is kind of what I was anticipating. If that change holds, if where Beesland dropped to and where Lancaster came up to, then there may be a battle here for first place. Looking down again at lightweights, as you mentioned, our apologies for not calling more of that race, but Sonia Furman sitting squarely in second, 42 meters behind Brettel, who I think is going to be able to lock that up with that much of a change in the lightweight women. I think that race is probably decided.
Where has Beesland found that extra coming into the last 500 meters? She's still on the fantastic split. She looks like she's dying, but she's still holding the split. Sally Lancaster just can't quite match it. I thought Lancaster was going to go through and lead this race, but Beesland has proved me wrong. She's absolutely killing it there, isn't she? Look at her now suffering in the last 500 meters. The splits are still holding. That is form, isn't it, Shane?
If Lancaster has any hope of making her way into the lead, it's just going to be an absolute drop of the hammer right now. Absent that, there's no way Beesland's going to hold on to this. Oh, she's down at a 142 now. Stunning drop. And again, as you mentioned, watching her technique, you would not be expecting those splits right now, but she is just saying, I'm here for it. I am ready to finish this piece off, and nobody is going to challenge me for it.
Absolutely. Coming into the last 100 metres, it's Norway's Lena Beesland. You can see her down at 142. Her coach urging her on in that top left. Her head shaking. She is going to come up to the finish line and cross it just now. What a great effort from Lena Beesland from Norway. Sally Lancaster from Britain is just finishing. There she is now. Sally Lancaster finishes. Georgia Falcone holds off Susanna Ant from Germany. And in 5th place, Morgan McGrath from the USA. Claire Drew will shortly be finishing as our eyes turn down to the lightweight race. Linda Bredel from France will be finishing ahead of Sonia Furman, the German lightweight, who is rowing with her coach. She's just out of sync with it. I assume she's rowing with her coach. You need to be in sync, I think.
Once you get to the finish, I think it's a Hail Mary. She's maybe just going for it at this point, and the coach is there for moral support now.
Yeah, Lena Breedel took that. The French woman, Sonia Furman, finishes now, and guess that'll be a pat on the back all round. Applause from her coach, who was pacing her. It's an interesting. That's the first time we've seen a coach pacing her. Haruna Sakamoto will finish in bronze medal position in the 40 to 49 lightweights. The club flag proudly sort of attached to the wall behind those Japanese athletes.
And I think you mentioned the athlete rowing next to them. I wonder if Sakamoto is also getting that same experience from the athlete sitting next to her, who looks like she's working as well.
So why don't we go and hear from one of the competitors in the previous races? I really like these little interviews we're getting, bringing you from the 2022 World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships. Let's hear it now.
Yes, it was a pretty tough race all the way, and Jesus, who won is a fantastic competitor. So I knew I had to try and stay on his heels as much as possible. And there's one the other Spaniard who is a super fast start, so there's a lot of pressure. I just stayed on the pace I wanted to get and sustained that all the way through. But yes, congratulations to Jesus for an amazing race again.
That was Tommy Middleton. Well done, Tom. I will see him at the Molesey dinner tonight at the Richmond Hill Hotel if he's recovered in time. We are still waiting for results from the women's 40 to 49 open category and the lightweight category. In fact, I do see, I've got my race tracker on. Emil Botha from Namibia is yet to finish. She's got about 80 meters to go, and I don't think we'll have the results until she finishes. There you can see her on the race tracker, the Namibian, just coming into the finish. And there she is. Well, isn't it great to get a shot of her round the world in Namibia?
Truly incredible.
Just a fairly economic length of stroke, I think, as she comes into the finish line. And we will have the results, I think, of that race quite shortly. But Lena Beesland just gave us an exhibition of, how to look like you're suffering and dying, but keep the splits low, and even, come into the last. There's the results. Unofficial Lena Beesland's 6:58, sub 7 for her. Sally Lancaster, Jordan Falcone in bronze medal position at 7:08. Great time from Lena Beesland, wasn't it?
Yeah, and even beating her qualifying time by a second. So I mean, well done on that performance. And like you said, a lesson in how to look like you're suffering and still be able to pull it out.
Yeah.
And there are lightweight women's results. Linda Brettel, 7:32.8, taking that.
So let's remember that this is all due to our sponsors. We're able to hold these championships. Let's take a look at some of them in a commercial break.
This is Tencent Cloud today. We simplify complex technologies and open up boundless frontiers. We build big accomplishments from little things, support discretionary access to existing networks, and inject new momentum into business growth. Let Tencent Cloud be your partner. Shape a more flexible, efficient, and refined business landscape. This is where it all begins. Simplicity from complexity. The details of greatness. Tencent Cloud.
Welcome back to the 2022 World Virtual Indoor Championships. I'm Martin Cross, with me Shane Farmer. We are taking you through the closing races of the day's programme. We just saw the 40 to 49 category, and coming up we will have the men's 50 to 59 category, both in open and in lightweight, and we're really looking forward to that race.
Yeah, what's interesting as we get into these later Masters categories is the categories start to get to 5-year increments instead of the 9-year. And so we start to see 50 to 54, then we get 55 to 59, so on and so forth as we go. So, you know, as we get into the upper age categories here, you get a little bit closer gapping in those categories. A lot of that due to the changes in fitness that begin to happen as those categories start to shift.
Tell me about it, Shane. I'm going through that myself.
Martin, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, Klaus Geiger there. Andrew Benko, there's a familiar name. Andrew Benko.
Absolutely.
We saw him yesterday, didn't we?
And the current world record holder in this race, in the men's 50 to 54 with a 6:01.
I don't know how he manages that. That is a sensational time.
His qualifying time was a 6:12 for today. We'll see if he can outperform that, if anybody's willing to throw down the gauntlet here to give him a challenge. If anybody will, I think it's going to be Klaus Geiger.
Well, there's some friendly waves from the athletes there. I saw one from Andy Menzies, the Australian, the 51-year-old. Is that him waving again now?
I wonder if he hears you.
Yeah, that would be great commentator interaction from the athletes.
One of these years, I'm waiting for somebody to have it live streaming into their headphones while they're racing, listening to us and what we're saying about them.
There goes the athletes. The highest rating 53 from David Dorning of Canada, but Frédéric Coal, the former French international oarsman, well, in second place at the moment. Klaus Geiger from Finland is going to take the lead. Coal in second place. Benko at the moment in third place. I can't see Coal holding that place through. He's now moved into first place. I can't see Coal moving through. He didn't qualify in one of the faster times. I think he's gone off.
You know, as we've seen a few times here, this may be more of a statement piece early on, and there may be a fade from there. You know, sometimes you have to wonder as well, you know, if the excitement of the moment gets a hold of somebody and perhaps adjust their race plan. I think often the best athletes are the ones who come in with their race plan, stick to it, and almost don't even compete against other people. It's a race against themselves, and they've done the work in the off season to set the tone, knowing that their splits are going to be competitive, and they worry about what they're doing and if they're executing, and if it comes down to it, perhaps a race at the end, but most likely keeping their head in their lane.
Klaus Geiger came into this competition with a 6:14, and he has just taken the lead. Andrew Benko has moved into second place. Relentless Benko, isn't he? Look at the expression on his face.
Absolutely. And you can see a strong push through the middle of that stroke. You can see that power really coming out of the catch with a nice snappy middle of the drive. Looking at Geiger is a little bit more kind of one stroke where it just opens all at one moment.
Do you think Koval's doing it outside of his club or outside of his house?
I'm going to say club on this one. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say club too. Frédéric Coal there in third place, got a decent 31-meter lead over the British competitor, two British competitors, Scott Jenkins and William Davison. At the moment, it will take something quite special for them to move back into the lead, but Benko now just 1 meter behind Finland's Klaus Geiger. And
Geiger looking almost effortless there. It doesn't look like he has a strong snap on the handle. I think he's just really good at putting his mass into that handle and making it work for him.
Yeah, that's really important, isn't it? Get the mass loaded up. Herman Rendo Jimeno there from Spain is the leading lightweight. He's got a 24-meter lead on Ingo Martinez de Alguera.
You can see a little bit more layback in that technique there. You're really utilizing that back half of the stroke.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jimeno, 53 years of age in this competition. Zsolt Darvas, the Hungarian, in third place in the lightweight competition. Interesting mouth opening there to get air in.
Yeah, that's one way to make sure there's plenty of air flowing in and out. We're seeing a good race between second and third in the lightweight side of things between De Alegria and Zsolt Darvas, about a meter separating them. And I have a feeling we're going to see a shift there perhaps in a moment. That's definitely a race worth paying attention to, that Hungarian, definitely hungry, wanting to move into that silver position if possible.
And almost imperceptibly, Andrew Benko moves in to take a leading position, 1 meter lead over Klaus Geiger of Finland. Fredrik Koval is still strongly in third place, rowing outside of his club, we think. Scott Jenkins in fourth place has got probably about 40 meters behind. I'm not sure he's going to do too much damage to the medal standings as we move into the last 50. Do you think Benko's got something he's going to unleash? Because just a 1 meter lead to Klaus Geiger, I would have expected Benko to have more lead at this stage of the race.
You know, looking at the way that he's moving and the poise that he's maintaining, I think Benko's going to give us something special at the end there. I think Klaus looks like he's at about his capacity. Maybe he can move up, down a split or two, but I think Benko's going to show us something just based off of the way that I'm seeing him move at this moment. I think he's holding steady. He sees 500, and I think he's gonna get hungry and just go for it, knowing that Klaus is right there. Should be a strong motivator for him.
Yeah, so let's see what Benko and Geiger can do in the last 500 meters. Fredrik Koval just on 1:36 splits, up at 33 strokes a minute. But we've got the first two in the men's open weight category. Zsolt Darvas has now got ahead of Iñigo Martinez de Alegria from Spain in the silver medal position. Alegria in the bronze medal position of the lightweight race. Germán Rendo Jimeno out in front of that. The Spanish athlete now pulling 140s, but all eyes on that race for the gold medal between Benko and Geiger.
Yeah, there goes Benko taking that rate up a little bit. Now he's down to the 131s. Geiger is not responding quite as fast as he needs to, but he has brought it down to a 130. If he's going to be able to hold there, he's going to keep that gap close, but he's going to need more than 130s to be able to best Benko for that top spot.
I think you're absolutely right. You called it. Benko did have something extra. He's moved down to 129s. He's been solid all the way through, as has Klaus Geiger, but just not able to be so dynamic towards the end of this race. And Geiger's split just edging up towards 133s now. Benko really killing it down at 128. Look at the power that he's got, this man, Andrew Benko.
And in the lightweight race as well, Zsolt making a late push here. He is dropping it. He's trying to make a difference in this final 250. I don't know that it's going to be enough. He's trying to storm on that first place position, but he has dropped about 3 meters from what was a 9 meter difference now to 6 meters. He's well below. It looks like Jimeno is trying to counter, but doesn't quite have the power. This is going to be a close finish here for first place in the lightweight side. It might be a 1/10 of a second difference here.
Oh, you were right. Absolutely. 1/10 of a second difference. Nailed it, Shane. Well done.
That was quite the finish. Zsolt just did not move soon enough. And, Herman, I think, was able to do just enough to fend that off. But, man, he has got to be feeling that right now.
Yeah, there he is. He is certainly feeling it. The Hungarian flag pinned to his wall. It's great to see these flags that the athletes have pinned to their gymnasiums or their wall in the house or flying beside the rowing machine.
Yeah, watching that pride of sport, pride of country. It's great to see these athletes as they bring it home.
So we've got another interview from a previous race coming up for you. One of the athletes that was competing. Let's hear from them now.
I'm shaking and crying a bit now, but I'll try to. I tried to get a quick start, as I usually do, and then tried to keep 1:47 through the race. And luckily, I had some power left for the last 200 meters. I've got a great team around me, and through the race, they gave me all the information I needed. So they told me how many meters the other rowers were behind me. So when they rode faster, I could row faster as well. So rowing is a team sport. So we're going to celebrate with some strawberry daiquiris.
What a great interview from Lena Beesland. I love that.
Nothing like pure excitement.
Yeah. Let's take a check on the results of that men's 40 to 49, sorry, men's 50 to 54 category. Andrew Benko managed to hold off Klaus Geiger, took the silver medal. Geiger, Koval in the bronze medal position, the French international. Scott Jenkins and William Davison from Britain take up 4th and 5th place. David Dorning in 10th. I think we are coming up. Well, we won't have the lightweight results just yet. Oh, yes, we have. Yeah, Herman Rendo Himno in 1st place ahead of Zolt Doas, the charging Hungarian. Inigo Martinez de Algria in 3rd place.
Perhaps that's a name he should take away, the charging Hungarian. I'll remember him that way.
It was a charge, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
And we are going to be moving on very shortly to our next race, which is the women's 50 to 54 open and lightweight categories. We've got 2 categories like we had in the men racing together. And here we see the women on our split screens. The yellow, you get used to it by now, you'll know the yellow boats are the open category, open weight categories, and the red boats are the lightweight categories, and the lightweight categories are weighing in at 59 kilos. We have a little bit of a delay to this race. If you're wondering why the athletes are just paddling around, that's to our technology gets back to. So I think,
Martin, in the lightweight women's, we have the current world record holder from Great Britain, Justine Reston. World record being 7:18.3. She pulled a 7:23.6 going into this. That's not that far off world record pace. If you're Justine, you're coming into this knowing you've got that world record. Right behind her, she's got Natalie Villachenot with a 7:30. Maybe not the most competitive to push you. Is that going to be something that you push for, or are you going to again stick to a race plan similar to what we were talking about before?
You got to go for the win, haven't you? I mean, and you're going to see how good you feel, but you've kind of got to have your race plan and stick on it. I don't know what Justine's target is. She says she's qualified. Her target time, she says, is 7:23. So I don't think she's thinking of a world record, but you know, it's there, isn't it? We've got 1 minute to this next race. You can see the athletes on the screen with their handles. The race tracker hasn't quite, there we are, got into stop rowing, so the athletes know the start is imminent. Just a reminder, this is a 50 to 54 open women's category and lightweight women's category. Attention is given. And there we go. The athletes blast off the start of the race. Rate of 50 from Deirdre Marshall from Canada. Settles down into 43 strokes a minute now. As we see, Victoria Starr from Britain is just behind Deirdre Marshall from Canada. Jona Danielsen from Denmark. And let's just check on that lightweight category race. Paula Mancini is just leading Justine Reston by 3 meters, but Justine Reston pulling 147, splits to Mancini's 152. I think she's going to go through and take the lead in the lightweight race, Shane.
Yeah, and I believe Mancini may have been our gold medal list from the 500s yesterday. So I believe already a medal in her pocket. So she may be taking this as a moment to compete, but also knowing that that Justine Reston's got, handily, at least as far as qualifying times, is going to be sitting ahead of her on pacing. She may have just tried to take a little bit of an early cut out of what Justine may have liked as a lead, and perhaps now she'll settle.
Benita Claesson of Norway getting urged on by a coaching team. I always wonder what it's like when you got coaches in you. I'm not sure I'd like that urging of coaches too much, but maybe she's used to it. Janet Bolton from Canada in third place, just 3 or 4 meters behind Claesson, the Norwegian, and she has a handy 6 meter lead over the USA's Rachel Egner. I say that, but Marika Laaksonen from Finland moves through into 4th place, and 152 splits. She will maybe threaten Janet Bolton's bronze medal position as we go through into the second quarter of this race. 1,500 meters left.
I feel like at this point in the race, in the open category, we still have a lot of shifting that's going to happen. Based off the splits that I'm seeing on the right-hand side, it feels a little undecided still. Martin, it looks like it's going to be a bit shaky, other than perhaps those first 2 positions. Maybe 3rd through 7th look like they could just be swapping back and forth for a little bit here.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You're absolutely right. Janet Bolton, the split's dropping, 154, 153. She's not as consistent, I guess, as she wants to be on a split. Eve Sankanovsky there. Samantha Ayres from Great Britain. She is in 4th position, I think, in the lightweight race. You can see Samantha Ayres there. Suzanne Schaefer is in 5th position in the lightweight race. Nice blurry picture there. The camera not quite doing justice to her.
Little finger smudge on the lens, perhaps, but again, a good view of the boats at least behind, getting some pictures into real boathouses.
Yeah. So we are coming through the 1,200 meter mark. Victoria Starr from Britain is leading the open women's 50 to 54 category. She's on 151 splits, pretty much the same as Marika Laaksonen, but Benita Claesson is in, at the moment, silver medal position. We're coming up to the halfway point, and you heard Shane Farmer say that this race is going to be pretty open for some of the medal positions. We've got Sally Cudmore of Ireland come into the frame now, and she is not far off 4th place position, just about, 8 or 9 meters behind. She's pulling 152s, and that's quicker than Canada's Janet Bolton. Sally Cudmore there of Ireland with that, I'm not sure which Irish club, that might be a Skibbereen top, I'm not sure.
What I'm seeing out of Victoria Starr right now is pretty impressive based off of what we were expecting coming into this. Her qualifying time 3 seconds behind Benita Claesson. So if she's going to maintain this, she is well outperforming what expectations were set based off of her scores coming into this. So I mean, right now, keep your eye on Victoria Starr, what's happening there in that 1-2 position, bringing it down to 149s. She's either making an extremely strong early push, hoping that she can hold on for dear life, or she's feeling particularly good today.
I do like Victoria Starr's technique. I mean, you get a good look at it with that room with the windows that she's rowing in, but she's really well connected at the front ends, really aggressive, I think, at the back end of the stroke. Nice even push with her legs through that dry phase category of the stroke, and very impressive, I think, at the moment. 12 meter lead over Benita Claesson. Just a reminder that we are in 2 categories in this race. Shane, you were going to call it.
Just her expected time in this was 7:18. So coming from a 7:23 qualifying, I mean, perhaps she is anticipating what she's doing. Maybe she's executing that race plan perfectly right now.
We're looking at the lightweight category. Eve Sankanovsky from Estonia in 4th place at the moment, just about 5 meters behind Britain's Samantha Ayres in bronze medal position. Tight race there in the lightweights. Justine Reston out in front. Not quite sure if that world's best time of 7:18 is going to be under threat for Justine Reston at the moment, but she is comfortably in gold medal position ahead of Italy's Paolo Mancini in the women's 50 to 54 lightweight categories. The red boats at the bottom of your screen.
Eve Zinkowski looking like she wants to make a move here on Ayers. If she's able to get a good push with this final 500, you may see a shift in that 3 position down in the lightweight race. Keeping your eyes up on the open category, 150s out of Victoria Starr and Benita Clausen, 149s tapping around out there. And it looks like Victoria Starr on pace for where she wants to be. We'll see if there's going to be a strong push for a little bit of an extra time capture there at the end.
Yeah, Victoria Starr on those pushes. Sally Cudmore in 4th place now from Ireland. Probably it's a little bit too much for the Irish woman to get back on Marika Laaksonen of Finland, who is in that bronze medal position with 250 meters to go. Race leader still at 33 strokes a minute. She's held that length throughout, and it looks like she's got the margin over Clausen to hold her off in the last 200 meters of this race.
And you can see both of those shots of the two of them side by side. Watching the rate differences, you see Clausen taking it up to a 37. Starr still sitting comfortably at that 33, knowing that she's got that command on the split right now. And Clausen throwing everything she's got at at this point. Starr looking like she's just in control, rowing her race.
Victoria Starr rowing her race comes up to the finish line in the women's 50 to 54 category. She takes that race with a 7:19. Benita Clausen in 2nd place. Marika Laaksonen holds off Ireland's Sally Cudmore, and Justine Reston with a 7:26 takes the lightweight race ahead of Paolo Mancini, and Samantha Ayres does get that 3rd place after the battle with Eve Zinkowski.
I thought that was a well played out race there. It was great to see that fight between Victoria and Benita. Victoria taking that early lead, holding on to it, unwilling to let it go, and I think putting a bit of a statement in that race.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a statement. And it was a race where there weren't any real surprises. You looked at that technique of the race leader there, Victoria Starr, and you thought, yeah, nothing's going to break that. And she steps off the machine just casually. You can see her there on the top left of the picture. Steps back on it to sit down. That's a woman who maybe had a little bit in reserve at the end of the race.
Yep. Yeah, there's a big difference between those athletes who take the fall off the machine and those who still sit there. You always feel as if those that are still sitting there definitely had more to give if they needed it. And those that go down, you know that's probably about what they had left, and they truly gave it all.
Paola Baruccelli from Italy in the open women's category, just coming to the finish of that race, and we'll probably have the results for you directly. So we're going to have results from that race quite soon. Are you a machine faller offer, Shane? I don't think I've ever fallen off a machine.
No, I can't say I'm a faller offer. I'm a sit there and head in my hands kind of guy, and I'll wait it out until I can stand up.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the results of that women's 50 to 54 category. Victoria Starr with 7:19.1. Out in front, Benita Clausen, 7:22.2. And the Finn, Marika Laaksonen in 3rd place. And there, going down, we see that the last competitors in that women's open category. And there are the lightweight results in the 50 to 54 category. Justine Reston, the Brit, out in front with that 7:26. Mancini from Italy, and Ayres from Great Britain in 2nd and 3rd place respectively. So why don't we go to the next race? This is the men's 55 to 59 and the lightweight men's 55 to 59 category. I think we've got a lot of competitors in this race, some 23 or 24 competitors, if I'm not mistaken. Any familiar names in this one for you, Shane?
Let's take a look here at the lineup. But if nothing else, what I am seeing is on the lightweight side, we should be expecting a very serious race here for the top 3 podium positions. We have 3 athletes, Finland, Poland, US. Well, there's Steve Tagg, who did win the 500 yesterday in the on the lightweight men's 55 to 59. Steve sitting in contention spot here. We've got 651, 651, 652.3 amongst those 3. And so I think you can expect a dogfight in that race. That's going to be a fun one to watch. And sitting on the top of the men for the open side, we got New Zealand, Sweden, Germany, Richard Tomlinson, Kent Peterson, Michael Hagen. I think 1 may be locked up here, but 2 and 3 are going to be open for decision. So,
hey, you know what time it is in New Zealand, Shane?
Go on.
3:35 in the morning.
Indeed, it is not a great time to be racing. If as coaches we had to determine a good time to race, would you pick 3:30 in the morning?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. You wonder if they train for that or get up in the middle of the night in the days before the race. There we go. The race start has been given in the men's 55 to 59 category. And the boats in yellow are the open weight categories. The boats in red are the lightweight men's. And we're expecting a great race in both categories. And you can see how close it is at the moment. Interesting to see an Algerian at the top of the leaderboard, Samin Bouadar, ahead of Germany's Michael Hagen. And the Algerian athlete has really blasted off there, 57 years of age, qualified with 7 minutes for this event. There's Michael Hagen from Germany on screen, going through his start phase sequence. In his
just
library.
Looking solid in his technique there.
Yeah, it was a great little technique, actually.
Same here with Richard Tomlinson, just looking structured.
Yeah, he looks like he gets
wild.
up at like 2 a.m. in the morning every day, doesn't he?
He does look like a 2 a.m. riser. Yeah, I mean, I can't, if I were to put myself in the headspace of this, I don't know how I would handle it. I think I don't know that waking up several days ahead of time and trying to change my sleep schedule would be worth it. I feel like I could maybe survive this once. I could get up in the middle of the night, pull it off, and hopefully not have to do that again, based off how I think my body would perform. But if I did it in the days leading up to it, I think it would be too much chaos for my body to catch up with.
So we are looking at this race through the first quarter into the second quarter, and Michael Hagen from Germany, the former canoer, is leading this race by some 25 meters. That is a monster margin in the first 500 meters to pull out on New Zealand's Richard Tomlinson, who has a pretty handy 9 or 10 meter lead over Britain's Richard Kelvin. And he, in turn, is in front of another Kiwi, Steve Nutley, and it's pretty tight, as you can see, between those two athletes. And the Canadian Franz Boomans and another Canadian, David Meager. So we've got a pretty close contest, maybe shaping up for that bronze medal position in this second quarter. In the lightweights, wow, what a race, Shane.
Yeah, absolutely. And just what we were expecting, a very, very tight race happening on the lightweight side here as we cross 12:50 to go.
We saw
I don't know that this is...
We saw Steve Tagg yesterday, didn't we, in the 500 meter category? The leader, well, he's in second place of the lightweight, Shane.
Yeah, and I believe he took home gold yesterday, just a sliver. Took home gold yesterday, and I'm sure he's hoping for the same today. I'm not expecting to see much of a shakeup at the top of the leaderboard on the lightweight side until we get into the real ladder of this piece. I don't think much is going to happen here. I think they're all just trying to stay within striking distance, and we'll see somebody jump out at the end.
Gary Lodge's boat has just gone white, which means we've lost the internet signal temporarily. That's what happens when you see a white boat, but it's back with us now again. And in joint third place with Finland's Jari Hävinen.
This lead by Hagen, definitely unexpected based off of his qualifying time. We were not expecting to see 137s perhaps in the first 500, but definitely not as he passes the halfway point, putting a 41-meter lead on Richard Tomlinson. That is significant based off of the qualifying times coming into this.
Yeah, Richard Tomlinson himself looks pretty comfortable, doesn't he? The Kiwi, he qualified with a 6:22 for this race, I just wonder how much he's going to be disadvantaged doing it in the middle of his night, 3:40 a.m. in the morning in Auckland, New Zealand currently.
Yep. We just got eyes on Franz Boomans and Steve Nutley there, sitting in 4th and 5th respectively. Both of them, I think we'll most likely see the two of them challenge each other for that 4th position. I'm not sure either one of them will have the ability to strike into 3rd or unseat Richard Kelvin. Richard Tomlinson looking to close a little bit of that gap. Now Hagen letting his split come up. Seeing that 140, Tomlinson staying strong. 500 meters to go. Hagen may have maybe trying to hold on with a prayer here. I'm not sure.
Well, it's interesting with Richard Tomlinson, his split dropping there. We've seen the Kiwis really pace the second half of their race to perfection, the New Zealanders that we have seen compete. And at the moment, Tomlinson is eating into that 30-meter lead. It does look like it's going to be enough in the last 500 meters unless Michael Hagen disappears completely in a cloud of smoke. But you can see for yourself the split difference. Hagen up at 35, 37 strokes a minute, 144s, and Tomlinson at 136. Does he scent blood? He can't get back that much. Can he 20 meters in the last 250, Shane?
Famous last words there, Martin. I don't know. I mean, he's closing that gap quickly. I think Tomlinson has still more in the tank. I think he is going to go hunting right now. He's already like 16 meters down, 15. I mean, it's by the second he's dropping meters. He's 10 seconds ahead on the split. I think he's going to do it. I think we're going to see Tomlinson take it out. Hagen's going to end up in second. Meanwhile, down in the lightweight race, it's as close as it gets down here. 9 meters dividing 1st through 3rd. Tag 6 meters behind Stefanowski. Haverinian 9 meters back. I think Tag might be sitting in position. I'm not seeing a whole lot of change there. I'm just waiting for somebody to take on a sprint. But currently, there we go. Tomlin makes the move. Hagen just collapsing right now, does not have it in the system anymore. Tomlinson staging a late strong push.
Wow, that is amazing. In the middle of the night, the New Zealander takes that with 6:26.7. He is exhausted, but he sprinted through Hagen, who's had to settle the silver medal. Kelvin in 3rd place, and the lightweight race, do you want to call it, Shane, coming to the line?
Yeah, absolutely. 2 meters. Tag is looking like he's trying to move on Stefanowski. Is he going to do it? 1, I don't think he's going to get it. There's another 0.1 finish. Tag takes home silver. Stefanowski with gold. 1st through 3rd divided by 0.6 seconds.
Wow.
That was a great race there between those 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much never write off a Kiwi in the second half of the race, but it is basically you just don't know if you've gone out that quick. And we did question Michael Hagen's pacing, didn't we, in terms of that distance that he built up through the first K of that race. And, well, that was proved to be correct. He just couldn't hold the splits in the last 250 meters, could he?
I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen somebody blow up with maybe it was 150 meters to go. I mean, his body had to have just shut him down. Maybe he didn't have a choice, but he held so strong for that whole race to just see that kind of a collapse. I mean, that was stunning. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, and the racers are going to finish at the moment. Nitiwat Mongkonyariwong is finishing for Thailand. And Prakesh Kumar Somasundaram from Sri Lanka is the last athlete on the course at the moment with less than 100 meters to go. And after that is finished there, we see Somasundaram with his coach looking on, pulling 154s, just coming into the finish of this race in the men's 50 to 59 open category. Somasundaram crosses the finishing line now. And well done to him.
The entirety of our field.
We're waiting for the results for that race where we saw a fantastic sprint finish from Richard Tomlinson. Great third quarter, started to lower the split in the third quarter, came through the early race leader, Michael Hagan.
Hagan almost missing out on silver as well.
Yeah.
0.1 second, almost found his way down to bronze while leading for arguably 95% of that race. I mean, that was rough. That was rough.
Yeah, it really was. And Richard Kelvin hanging on ahead of Franz Boumans of Canada, 0.4 of a second. It looks like we'll have those unofficial results confirmed for you shortly. And I think we're still waiting on the results. So it was a bit like the finish we saw in the men's open, wasn't it? With Lemelin getting through the Russian.
True. I mean, it's those sprints at the end make for such exciting racing. And I think these are the moments that racing, why you watch racing to begin with. You want that last minute come from behind, that dark horse victory, that person who sits there and you're just wondering if it's going to happen the whole time. And to see that happen, that performance is always really exciting.
Let's have a look at the results there. And there is sweet confirmation for the Kiwi, Richard Tomlinson, in the middle of the night, taking that gold medal from Michael Hagan ahead of the British athlete Richard Kelvin. Franz Boumans in fourth place from Canada. Kent Pettersson was a non-starter, but we saw the Thai athlete finish. And there we have a second page. Dario Stefanovski just getting one over Steve Cave. And Jari Havernen from Finland is in third place. Let's hear from our sponsors right now.
This is Tencent Cloud today. We simplify complex technology and open up boundless frontiers. We build big accomplishments from little things, support discretionary access to existing networks, and inject new momentum into business growth. Let Tencent Cloud be your partner. Shape a more flexible, efficient, and refined business landscape. This is where it all begins. Simplicity from complexity. The details of greatness. Tencent Cloud.
Welcome back to the 2022 World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships. I'm Martin Cross, with me Shane Farmer, and we're taking you through the last races of the day in these championships. Coming up, we have the women's 55 to 59 and the lightweight women's 55 to 59 category. You can see there on the split screen 9 screens there of the athletes currently warming up for the race. The start will be given shortly. We haven't had the stop rowing sign. Shane, is there anyone that stands out from you in this race that you recognise?
Well, at the top of the list in the women's 55 to 59 open, we've got Giulia Fabrizi, a well-known name, coming in with a 7:23.4 qualifying. She rows for Christchurch Rowing Club. She's the British champion in 2019, 2020, 21, world champion in 2020. Safe to say she's all right. So she may be one to keep our eyes on here. Followed closely, however, by Nancy Cook from the U.S. Her qualifying time of 7:24.1. 0.3. She lives in Western Massachusetts. She is a JL Racing ambassador. She's trained and rode virtually, so she's well accustomed to this online rowing space, and think that this type of race, especially when it's virtual, may suit her pretty well.
Yep, and the athletes now have been told to stop rowing. You can see them sat up to attention with their handles ready. This race will be off imminently, and there it goes. Good clean start. We haven't had one single false start in the 2K races, just the 500 meter.
Knock on wood there, Martin.
Fabrizi is taking it off well, but it's Nancy Cook from the USA that is going to go through the first 100 meter mark in the lead from Cucella, familiar name, Veronica Cucella from Romania. Fabrizi in third place, dropping back a little bit with her split at the moment, but maybe she knows more about pacing than Nancy Cook and Cucella. Let's wait and see. Nancy Cook looks really comfortable there, doesn't she? American flag.
She does. Yep, a little bit of a long stroke there, but she, as you said, she does look comfortable. She just looks smooth and in it. That long layback, not looking overly burdened by it. Veronica Cucella there.
I'm sure I've seen Cucella race before, you know, and that is a Romanian one-piece that she's wearing, which would suggest that she's in the team. I do recognise that name from Veronica Cucella. Just 3 meters off the lead in second place. Julia Fabrizi now 13 meters behind. There's Julia Fabrizi. She's got quite an upright style at the front end of the stroke, hasn't she?
Yeah, not much rock over on the hips there. Cutting it a little bit short at the catch. I wonder, but I suppose if that's how she's performed, I mean, odds are she didn't change something for today. So it seems like she has like the ability to maintain and to find the splits that she needs here.
So thank you for our backroom team. Liz in particular. Veronica Celo-Coganu is a retired Romanian rower. As I thought, she's competed in different events in the Seoul, the Barcelona, the Atlanta and the Sydney Olympics, won 2 gold, 3 silver and 1 bronze medal. And she's Olympic champion in the women's 8 in 96 and 2000. So that was a name to remember. I'm glad I remembered it, but even if I couldn't remember, she was a gold medalist. But well done, Veronica Cucella. 10 meters off the lead in this race. Going into the second quarter, Julia Fabrizi making ground on Cucella. And
there's Calvert, our leader on the lightweight side, currently sitting almost dead even with Marianne Becker. Becker just taking over the lead there, but they seem to be just going right back and forth there.
She looks very measured, Calvert, doesn't she? And again, it is a really good technique that we're seeing.
Surprisingly low rate, sitting at a 27. I mean, especially for the lightweights, that's a very low rate to hold throughout this race. I would be expecting to see her well above 30.
Yeah, it depends on the drag factor, do you think? It'd be interesting to get a look at the machine and see what she's got the drag factor set on that. Can we just have an explanation as to what drag factor is, Shane, in terms of the Concept 2 rowing machine?
Absolutely. So you have a bit of a difference. You have drag factor and damper setting. Damper setting is simply the adjustment of the wheel on the side there. You see that blue lever that, if we can use Calvert as an example, that blue lever is the drag factor. I'm sorry, the damper setting. It's an unofficial adjustment, but essentially what it does is allows more in or out of the flywheel housing. A flywheel-based machine means that it uses air to create resistance. Drag factor is the official unit of measurement for damper setting. Now, if you set the damper setting on a 5 across all of these machines, for example, they're all in different parts of the world, which means some of them may be dirtier, they may be at higher altitude, lower altitude. A 5 damper setting on all machines would not be equal. They would have different drag factors because of those environmental elements. And that's where drag factor comes into play. It becomes a unit of measurement. So if you were to set the drag factor at, let's say, 120 as an example, as I'm sure many of the athletes are somewhere around that, 120 is a drag factor. The damper settings may be in different positions based off of where they are in the world. However, if you were to row on each of those machines, they would feel exactly the same because the unit of measurement, the drag factor, is the same.
So we wonder if that's got anything to do with the low rate of Amanda Calvert, just 28 strokes a minute, but Nancy Cook at the moment is still out in the lead. Fabrizi has been tracking her all the way, just 5 meters. Do you think Fabrizi can get through Cook? I think maybe she might do if she can drop the hammer down, just 4 meters. Coachella, the former Olympic champion from Romania, is right there in 3rd place. She'll be delighted, I know, with a bronze medal. Leslie Duffy from Australia's got a lot of work to do. 17 meters is the gap, and she hasn't got the splits, it looks like, to do it so far. Calvert and Becker having a stonking race in the lightweight category, just 1 meter between them.
Yeah, they, you know, if we're looking at, you were mentioning Fabrizi and Cook, I think Fabrizi's going to take over the lead here for a bit. Cook may sit right off of those heels, unsure if she's going to be able to counter, because that's what she's going to need here. She's going to have a big drop if she's willing to do what it takes to claim back that gold position. Fabrizi looking like she's executing the race that she wants, those splits in control. Cook now sensing that heat, looks like she's dropping off slightly.
Just heard Nancy Cook is a cancer survivor from stage 4 diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. That's a great bit of background knowledge on Nancy Cook, who has just given up that 1st place to Julia Fabrizi, who has tracked it all the way through this competition. We can see Cook on the left of your screen, Fabrizi with that upright style on the right, rating going up to 40, 151 split. She's just got the march on Cook coming into the last quarter, unless Cook can find something extra special. Coachella still at 29 with a 28-meter lead over Australia's Leslie Duffy. Calvert and Becker, you can't split them in the lightweight race. Arlene Wade in bronze medal position from the USA in that contest, coming up to the last 250 meters.
This is going to be a really close finish on the lightweight side. Calvert and Becker, they have not budged, those two. It's as if their handles are linked to one another as they go through this race. Stroke rates have been wildly different. Splits, dead pegged together. Anytime one moves, the other goes right with them. On the open side, Fabrizi looking like she has taken a commanding lead at this point. Cook sitting in 2nd. Think she's got that silver position locked. I'm not sure that she's going to drop enough that Coachella would be able to move into silver. So it looks like finish-wise, we're going to see Fabrizi, Cook, and Coachella in 1, 2, 3. Lightweight, keep your eyes peeled. Watch this race because it's going to get exciting here. Let's see if Calvert has a push.
So Fabrizi coming up to the finish line, 153 splits, we'll see her there. And Britain's Fabrizi, with that very upright style, proves to be so effective, takes that with 725. Nancy Cook just coming across the finishing line. Well done, Nancy, in 729. Coachella will finish in 3rd place ahead of Australia's Leslie Duffy. But we're looking at eyes on the lightweight race. Marianne Becker now in the lead from Amanda Calvert
wow.
for Britain. Wow. It's the same time. You called it, Shane. It was so close. You couldn't split them.
Wow. I mean, over that distance, I don't know that I have seen 2 athletes stay that connected to each other. Yeah, and I've been doing this for 3 years. Martin, you're a veteran at this. I don't know that I have seen 2 athletes stay that linked for an entire race before.
So I think we're still waiting for the athletes to finish. You can see Susan Young in the open women's category just coming across to the line. Canada's Caroline Ford in the lightweight women's category come to the line. There's Susan Young, gritted teeth, almost smiling, I think, as she comes up to the line. Yeah, but she's pleased.
The enjoyment of the journey. You know, it's worth noting, you know, if we're looking at a 156.0, you see 2 athletes sitting side by side. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to end up with the exact same finish time. The way that Concept 2 calculates its finish time, sometimes there will be almost a hidden 1/10 of a second in there that will have happened, but because of the rounding that you need to see to get to a 1/10. So it sounds like we're going to see some results here. What do you think?
Yeah, you're right, Shane. Here we are, Julia Fabrizi in that gold medal position with that very upright style. Nancy Cook of America in 2nd place. Coachella, the Olympic gold medalist, takes 3rd place. And there we see the 2nd page Oh, that's
And there it is.
That's the lightweight women, isn't it? Becker and
There
Calvert.
it is. Separated by 2/10. Despite, yeah, Becker took gold, Calvert taking silver. So despite having the exact same split, 0.2 of a second dividing them on that podium.
So we are going to head to the next race, which is the men's 60 to 64 open category and the lightweight men's 60 to 64 categories. And shortly we will see the athletes warming up on their machines, getting ready to start. There we are. You can see the athletes not far off the start. See if they've got the stop rowing sign on yet. Yep, the stop rowing sign is there. So the start is imminent in this race. I have to say, I'm interested in this because this is my category, 60 to 64, Shane. And I've got a vested interest to see what these athletes are doing.
Well, listen, I didn't mention it when we were in my category because I knew there was no way that I was competitive in that space. That was mostly just a jaw-dropping moment for me to look at the men in my age category and realize how far off I am.
We've got another Kiwi rowing in the middle of the night in this. Grant Homan came into this contest with a 7:24. There we go. The athletes are blasting off in the 60 to 64 category. Early race lead from Massimo Galetti from Italy. And we'll see the arrows the boats sort themselves out. Grant Homan from New Zealand. Well, we haven't seen a Kiwi go out in front yet in the racing. We've seen some of them finish in front in the last part of the race. I don't know if Grant Homan's just blasted off because it's the middle of the night, if he's going to hold that lead ahead of GB's Andrew Sangster.
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to see on that one. I think on both of these races, we're going to see a pretty even race all the way through here. Times are going to be pretty competitive in this one, which is going to make it exciting. I'm excited to watch how this pans out. But both on the lightweight and the open side.
Mohammed Shahzad from Pakistan. We haven't seen an athlete from Pakistan up on the leaderboard early on in these championships, but Mohammed Shahzad is in third place. Let's give a shout out to him for the moment because I think he's probably about to be overtaken by Christopher Coleman from the USA, who's down there pulling 140s. Andrew Sangster pulling 137s, 138s. What is he doing at the moment? I'm just thinking I just go nowhere near those splits.
And at a 29 nonetheless, not using rate to get there, just powering that through.
I mean, his target is 640, so he is going to come down a little bit on his splits, you know, at the moment. If he's 640, he's pulling 140 split. He's well inside his 640 target at the moment, Andrew Sangster, into the second quarter.
Yeah, he needs to ease off the throttle a little bit. If his target's a 640, he needs to back up just a bit, give himself some breathing room so that he can get to where he wants to get.
Grant Homan, who went out for that really fast start, still got that 3 or 4 meter lead over Christopher Coleman from the USA, who is now level with the Italian Galetti coming into the picture. Level splits with Coleman, 141, and Galetti just at rate 29. There's Evan Sigrist. And let's just have a look at the lightweight race. Leading the lightweight race at the moment is Pentini Soni from Finland, Peter Schrun from Germany, and Emanuele Romoli from Italy. That's the 1, 2, 3 in that race, but it's pretty close for the bronze medal position between Romoli, Branson, and Kevin Sigrist we saw on the screen.
Yeah, I think that the podium placings for lightweights are going to shake out a little bit differently. I have a feeling those will shift once we get around 750 to 500. You may see some changes. I have a feeling the final 500 will make some real deciding moments there. Now, Martin, if you're sitting in that open race right now, you see Sangster sitting where he's sitting, and watch Homan there dropping off right now. It's clear Homan has just had something go wrong, whether physically or machine-wise. He is just dropping back rapidly on the field. But Martin, if you're sitting in this field, you're in the top 4 right now, looking at Sangster, he's ahead of you. What's your decision? What are you letting him go?
You know, I think you're going to be so much just on what your split is and what you'll be holding in the middle of the race. I think for me, in terms of my psychology at this stage in your life, you know, if you're going to be aggressive, competitive, and you think, okay, Sangster's holding 138s, but I know I'm on 140, 141s. I've got to keep that split through the middle of the race. I think I'd sit on that and I'd just let Sangster do what he's doing. And I don't know what Galetti's tactics are. He's 25 meters behind Sangster, but you know, Sangster's going to come in sub 645 or 646 at the 636, 635, which is a monster score in this category, I think.
Seeing Homan track off the back there, do you think Homan has perhaps dropped out of the race at this point with how far back he's moving in right now?
Well, you know, he did go off. He did lead the race, didn't he? At the moment, he seems to have stopped. We didn't have a camera on him, but he's just pulling back. So I guess he's stopped rowing.
I think he must have with the rate that he's dropping now.
Yeah, he's just dropped off the pitch yet.
There's Christopher Coleman sitting in 4th place, 47 meters back, about 12, 13 meters between him and 3rd.
Yeah, and
not sure if that's close enough striking distance for him with final 500.
No. Sangster unmatched out in front, got 3 splits ahead of the nearest competitor, Galetti from Italy. Pentisoni from Finland has got a 19-meter lead over Britain's Mark Branson in the lightweights, who has got an 11-meter lead over the Italian Emanuele Romoli. That lightweight race has really opened out, but the bronze medal position, well, there's just a 4-meter lead over Germany's Peter Schön from Romoli, and Johannes Portuguese from the Netherlands is right there too, as is Kevin Sigrist from the USA. The lightweight race is really stoked up down there.
Indeed. Seeing just 7 meters dividing four people shooting for 3rd place. Looks like anything could happen, especially with splits being lower than the current bronze medal position. I think you may see a shift there. Looking like Schön may make a move. Portuguese, not sure if he'll be able to have a big enough move here, but I think we're going to see a shift there.
Sangster coming through to the finish. He is going to crush this time. Finished at 131.629. Wow, wow, wow. He's got to be delighted. Is that going to be a PB? It looks like it might be a PB for him, the way he celebrated at the end with that fist pump.
Almost 10 seconds faster than his qualifying time.
Yeah. Mario Gelani from Denmark came in 2nd place. Massimo Galetti, the Italian, held off Fij Coleman for the bronze medal position. And in comes Pettisoni. Mark Branson is in silver medal position. And it looks like Emanuele Romoli, the Italian, has held off the rest of the field for that bronze medal position in the 60 to 64 lightweight race. Whoa, dear.
Yeah, there you go.
Sangster crushed that, didn't he?
He absolutely did. I mean, watching that, he was a machine that whole time. And I don't know if you noticed that, but at a couple points, even he would take his hand off the handle. I don't know what was down to his lower right, but he would take his hand off the handle and do something down there. I can't imagine taking my handle off when I'm putting that kind of power on it. I don't want to lose any connection. And he seemed very nonchalant about it. Machine-like is the only way that I think I can describe that.
137.4 splits. That's some impressive going.
Truly.
And there's Nakamura coming through to the finish. He's the last athlete out on the course. The Thai athlete, Samurai Konak, is still going for it. He's some 70 meters off the finish. Nakamura is 130 meters off the finish with his club flag. We've seen that club flag before, haven't he? He is absolutely suffering, isn't he?
I believe we saw some women's masters rowers from that club.
We did. There's the Thai athlete, Konak, finishing the race, and Nakamura, his agony will shortly be over, we hope. Head down, head down, head up, head down.
Just hoping to finish out those last meters, feeling like an eternity for him.
Yeah. There he
There we
finishes.
go.
Lots of applause. Gets his feet out quickly.
Yep.
Oh, off the machine. Yeah.
Enjoying that floor. And it looks like Homan is probably a DNF on this, I'm going to guess. I have not seen any boat updates from him ever since leading through almost the first half of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So I think I'm just mentally putting myself way down that list for where I would have finished if I'd have been in this contest. And at the moment, we have got an interview ready with one of the contestants of the previous race to show you. So why don't we just go to that interview now, and it will be coming up very shortly.
Yeah, for me, I knew there were a couple of really good guys there in Klaus Geiger and Frederick Coles. So my strategy was to keep about a 133 pace through the first 1,000 and then try to watch them a little bit to see if I had a better kick at the end, which just barely had one, but pulled it out there. Yeah, this is something kind of a routine that I do every year and enjoy training for it. And 54 years old and just something to look forward to every year for a competition. So plan on just doing what I'm doing and enjoying it.
So that was Andrew Benko, and what a great finish that was that he managed to pull out in his gym there. Let's head to some results now. There's that impressive effort from Andrew Sangster. Nearly 10 seconds between him and the second place finisher, Giuliani Galetti, in bronze medal position from Italy.
Sangster, an absolute machine in that race. Well, that was an impressive watch there.
And there is the lightweight category in the 60 to 64. Patani Stoney in that gold medal position, Branson from Britain and Romoli from Italy in the bronze medal places. So we are now going to head straight over to the next race, and we are looking at the men's 65 and over category, I think 65 to 69 category, and we have another 2 minutes before the race start. We've got open weight rowers in this category in the yellow boats and the lightweights in the red boats. You'll see them when we come down. I think we've got around about 15 competitors in this race.
This may be the first race I think we've seen where we have equal number of lightweight and open category rowers. Normally we have a larger contingent of open weight than lightweight, and I think this will make for some good racing here. And as these age categories are climbing, I think we're also seeing the overall 2K times come closer and closer together between the two categories. So as far as spectating goes, when you're watching that race screen, I think it also is going to make for good spectating because all those boats are going to stay a little bit more tightly clustered together.
Yeah, so some of the athletes in this, I was struck by one of the British athletes, Mark Alloway, who been rowing 55 years ago. Wow, I mean, that's longer than most of the athletes in this competition. But he now lives in Portugal, rows for the Ginsao Rowing Club in Figueira da Foz. And that's where he'll be competing today, Mark Alloway from Britain. He's not the only British contestant in this competition. There is Keith Jackson too, who has been rowing on the rowing ergometer since the early 90s. Not a mean golfer as well, plays off a 12 handicap. And
just goes to show lots of variety amongst the talents of the athletes here.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Spanish athlete Jamie Lawrence qualified in this tournament with a 7:11, aims for a 7:10. Thai athlete, yeah, go for it.
The Australian Peter Kemp is actually joining his wife in competing for Oceana here. Never having rowed before, he took up on-water rowing about 6 years ago with Newcastle Rowing Club. And 2 years ago, the club encouraged them to enter local, state, and national indoor rowing championships. And he found himself pretty competitive at that point. So his primary focus stays on water, but he's excited to be here with his wife.
So the Portugal-based Brit Mark Alloway takes the lead at the moment, and the man with 55 years of experience in rowing is ahead of Keith Jackson, who has had an ergo since the early 1990s. Bernd Parschau from Germany in third place. Peter Kemp, you were talking about, is really close on at the moment, and Thomas Phillips from the USA leading the lightweight race ahead of Jamie Lawrence from Spain and USA's David Spector. But they're evening out onto their splits now, and they'll be looking to hold this through the middle part of the race, the split you see them now. And Germany's Bert Parschau making a little bit of a move as we came through the second 250 there, just trying to minimize his drop off. The athletes will tend to come through 250, maybe have a little bit of a push just to hold that split, or maybe through the minute, just as the pain starts to kick in. And that's what Bernd Parschau did.
There's Thomas Phillips, currently sitting in that first position for the lightweight, 2 meters ahead of Jean Laurent, who is sitting at a 146 on the split, still very attached to Thomas. Absolutely in striking distance, no real discernment between their positions right now. Anything could absolutely happen between those two.
Well, 145 splits will give you a 7 minutes, and that's what Mark Alloway is on at the moment, aiming for. And Thomas Phillips is not far off it. He's pretty much in second or third place in the open weight category as well, isn't he, Thomas Phillips, at the moment with those splits?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what we were saying earlier, is just as these categories come closer together, lightweight, heavyweight, you still see the splits about the same, which just makes for more, I think, interesting racing. If you have a lightweight that's competitive in the open weight as well, I mean, that just increases how impressive it is that they're doing what they're doing while being under a certain weight limit and able to pull that off.
Well, we don't know what weight Mark Alloway is leading this race at the moment, but Thomas Phillips will be around about 72 kilos. 72.5 kilos is the max weight for lightweights that they have to weigh in at for this competition. And he's still holding that second place overall ahead of Keith Jackson. In fact, he is in his own competition ahead of Jamie Lawrence, the Spanish lightweight, but he's vying for place. I wonder if they can see in the open category races, they can see their position, if that motivates the lightweight to try and beat the open weights.
It certainly would if I were a lightweight. If I saw that I was in striking distance of a heavyweight, I mean, I know that would push me a little bit, but that's also me at, 36 years old. Who knows how I'll feel when I'm in my 65 to 69 age range.
Peter Kemp in fourth place there, just 9 meters behind Bernd Parschau from Germany in the open weight category, pulling 149 splits at the moment.
Most of the athletes have passed that 1,000-meter mark now.
Yeah, we're into the second part of the race. I think, is that Mark Alloway in the bottom right on the screen? Just in that really light black and orange top. Looks really strong on his technique. We'll get a look at the race leader shortly. So we have 750 meters to go. It is Alloway 11 meters in the lead from Britain's Keith Jackson, who himself is 10 meters ahead of Bernd Parschau from Germany. And then we have in the lightweight contest, Thomas Phillips has been doing ever so well, 147 splits. He's pretty much up with the second place athlete in the open category, Keith Jackson. But he is having that private one-on-one battle with Jamie Lawrence, the Spanish athlete. Dave Spector from the USA is in third place in the lightweight competition.
in that lightweight, looking like that 1, 2, 3 may be decided. Not sure that we're going to see a whole ton of shifting on what the splits are doing. It looks like they're sorting themselves out. Phillips gradually pushing his way just meter by meter away from Lawrence. And up in the open category, Alloway holding on now to that lead by 12 meters, but Jackson I still think within striking distance. If he has a strong push, he's holding a little bit lower of a split right now. That may be a predictor of things to come if he's able to stay there, close that 12-meter gap.
Can you have a push when you're 65 to 69 at the end of a 2K race? I'm just really interested in that.
You'll have to tell me.
Alloway's got the edge now. He's got down to 144 splits, and that's an impressive pull from the Portuguese-based athlete. Keith Jackson not able to match Alloway at the moment. Bernd Parschnau is just keeping his nose ahead of Australia's Peter Kempf, and Thomas Phillips moves ever out on Jamie Lawrence, the Spaniard, in the lightweight battle. David Spector in third place in that position. I think there are the first, is that the first two competitors that we can see? The first lightweight competitor? Is that Jamie Lawrence, I think?
Yeah,
Spanish.
Phillips and Lawrence, the two
yeah.
side by side. Yeah, that's definitely the enjoyable race to see right now, is watching those two go side by side at it.
I think Keith Jackson's just going to head off on Thomas Phillips. Is he just marginally? Is the lightweight going to finish in second place overall in the open weight category as well as winning the lightweight category?
I'm not sure that he's going to get it. It looks like he may take third if he were to be in the open weight, but I think I'm not sure he'd be able to capture second right now. Phillips looking like, as we come into the finish, Alloway definitely securing that gold spot for the open. Keith Jackson coming in second. Parschnau coming in third. Meanwhile, Phillips taking the gold. Lawrence coming in silver, and Spector closing down onto bronze, with the majority of our athletes now having finished. We still are welcoming in Volker Schuster and Ki-Hyun Lee, as well as his name is currently blocked by his boat. But
yeah, Boonpong Renamusuk, I think.
There we go. So welcoming in our final athletes as they come into the finish line here.
So that was a win for Mark Alloway. And I think as we see the athletes go through to the finish line, we are going to have a look at another interview clip from one of our previous races.
Yeah, from my point of view, yeah, that was. I'm really happy with that race. After racing in Crash Bees 2 weeks ago, I was slightly slower than that, but so I think that was maybe the time difference. So I think the time helped me today, definitely. Time of day, should I say? Well, I think it's quite tricky to set things up, but once you've done it once, it's quite straightforward after that. So that's really why I wanted to do the Crash Bees a couple of weeks ago, just to make sure things were sort of setting up okay. My internet connection was good, and just the general layup of the system. But yeah, it's and obviously it's accessible to everybody, which is probably the main benefit, I would say.
And let's go to some results now for the race that we've just seen. The last competitor is coming in. So
wait on those unofficial results.
Oh,
we'll show some social media posts here as we wait on the unofficial results to get tabulated.
Now, who is that we can see on the social media? I can't quite see.
Seeing some of those live event spaces where these athletes have been having their races take place. Again, that's probably the most enjoyable part of all of this, is where and how these athletes are able to compete on this world stage while still being at home, and perhaps they find their local club, they do it in their living room. That that enjoyment factor increases when they may not have to travel. It as well opens up the ability for any and all to come compete with us. And don't forget that as you are watching and participating, make sure that you join the conversation with hashtag WRICH and making sure that you tag World Rowing Official anywhere where you post.
So there are the results confirming that Mark Alloway took that gold medal ahead of Keith Jackson, fellow British competitor Bernd Parschau from Germany in bronze medal position. And the lightweight competition will there be Thomas Phillips 706, Jamie Lawrence from Spain, and David Spector in third. And we will go to a commercial break to say thanks to our sponsors, without which this competition wouldn't be happening.
This is Tencent Cloud today. We simplify complex technology and open up boundless frontiers. We build big accomplishments from little things, support discretionary access to existing networks, and inject new momentum into business growth. Let Tencent Cloud be your partner. Shape a more flexible, efficient, and refined business landscape. This is where it all begins. Simplicity from complexity. The details of greatness. Tencent Cloud.
Hello, welcome back to the 2022 World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships. I'm Martin Cross, with me is Shane Farmer, and we have another interview from one of our competitors, successful competitors, coming up for you right now.
I stick to my plan all the way through, so I'm really pleased the way I carried it out without sort of getting into panic halfway. So I was just sticking to my plan. So that's wonderful. Well, I think it's very nice and pleasant that you can sit in your own environment. It's less stressful. You can have your coach and all your helpers around you. So you know, it's almost like daily routine. So it makes it less stressful, I believe. Yeah.
Hello there. So we are going to head off to our next race in the men's 70 to 74 open category and the lightweight men's 70 to 74 category. And it's around about 2 minutes before this race gets started. You know the form now, don't you? Yellow boats are for the open weight categories and red boats are for the lightweight categories. I have been corrected that lightweights are actually not weighing in at 72.5 kilos like they do on rowing on the water races, but 75 kilos for this competition. Is that right, Shane, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, that would be correct.
So yeah. Apologies to the lightweights for making everybody think they were lighter than they actually were.
Let's give them some credit here, huh?
Yeah.
Well, as we get into this race, one of the standouts to keep an eye on is going to be Richard Stout in the open, with a pretty significant entry time into this race. That's quite a standout above anybody else in the race. So keeping your eyes on him. He learned to row at Imperial College in London, and he's the current president of Delta Deus Rowing Club in BC, Canada. Definitely one to keep your eyes on for this race. However, second and third, I think there's going to be a big opportunity for a few players to move in there. Looking at potentially Guy Hertel from the Czech Republic, as well as Peter Bear from Australia. Even Jean-Philippe Vincent from France may have an opportunity in there. On the lightweights, looks like it could be a toss-up. 1 and 2 may be a tight race today between Elaine Menchan and Jorma Ilkka-Juhani Lehtinen.
Athletes sit ready, and the start is just about to be given, and there they go. That was a full start. I saw the guy on the top left. I'm not sure who that was, but he just blasted off, and it was number 1, wasn't it?
That was number 1, yeah.
It was the German athlete Jürgen Eisner, the 72-year-old. And
he ruined our streak of no false starts on 2K.
Yeah, today. Well, the lad's been rowing for 60 years overall, and I think he's probably got enough experience to maybe not to be so jittery. Let's have a look at some of our social media that you've been connecting with us on as we're waiting for this full start.
There's Nicholas Veziani, one of our well-performing competitors, bringing home gold in his race earlier. Not exactly sure who that is, but definitely one of our earlier competitors. I remember seeing that gym. There's Steve Tagg, taking a silver today, and I believe he may have taken a gold yesterday.
Well done, Shane, for taking us through those social media tags. Contact us on social media, Facebook, on Twitter, and on Insta as we wait for this race, the lightweight men and the open men in the 70 to 74 category to start.
They've all been told to stop, which means we should be close. Call to attention.
He waited. Yeah, Jürgen Eisner waited there. He went after everybody else. He's 5 meters down now, the German.
He just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, definitely. Peter Beer will pull in 137s there. Richard Stout is up there in second place. You called him out at the start of the race, Shane. Jean-Philippe Vincent from France is in third place, or momentarily ahead of Hovsep Urshanainen from the USA. Comes into bronze medal position. Stout looks very solid there, doesn't he?
Yeah, looks absolutely smooth and connected in his stroke there. Maybe that samurai suit in the background is giving him some...
I wondered what that was.
Some proxy power there, yeah. But he's looking really connected. Nice upright posture. The trunk looks really firm and connected, driving good force up the body and to the handle. You know, one of the things that we talk about as I'm teaching people to row is that we often discuss the body as a chain, and the intent is that the power begins to be delivered down at the feet and needs to travel up the chain that is your body to the handle in order to have any kind of impact on the machine. And so one way to view these athletes as you're watching them is to look for breaks in the chain. If you were to think about it as a chain, look for breaks in the links of the chain. And anywhere where you find a break in the link is most likely an area where you're finding an energy leak for that athlete. And so if you want to try to understand why some athletes may be pulling better scores than other athletes, take a look at the way they move. And if you see a break in the chain, that may be an indicator as to why that athlete isn't necessarily able to keep up.
Well, the athlete second in the middle on the left, he's got a really interesting style. His head's going back as we go to Juhani Lehtinen, who in second place in the lightweight race, pulling 151s now. The athlete from Finland, 73 years of age, Lehtinen.
There's Esko Hippa.
Esko Hipper, 70 years of age, a relative youngster in this category. He's just edged into it, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, years younger than the rest of his competitors. I'm sure they're looking down on him, thinking that he's got youth on his side.
Alain Mangin from France is leading this lightweight category race at the moment. There we see Wang Shi, also in the lightweight category, 71 years of age. Wang Shi qualified with a 9:15.
Taking a look up at the open, Richard Stout just widening that gap now, 38-meter lead between him and second, and then again another wide lead, almost the same difference between Peter Baer and Hovsep Erchanyan. I mean, looking at that third place position, there we go. Jean-Philippe Vincent just moves up into third. I have a feeling that third place position is going to be hotly contested. So if there's any race to watch, that's probably the race, is that bronze medal for the Open at the moment. Down in the lightweight, Jorma Ilkka Juhani Leitinen, I have a feeling he might be trying to challenge for that first position, but we'll have to see how that plays out as they cross the 1,000-meter mark here.
That is an impressive performance from Richard Stout. I mean, to be pulling 142, 143s at the age of over 70 in this 2K race is just absolutely mind-blowing to me. He's down to 141s there. Absolutely stonking Richard Stout there.
Walking away from the rest of the field. I mean, leaving no chance for any of those other athletes to be able to find their way into the leaderboard.
Yeah, and there we go, 750 meters left. You wonder if he will be going for a personal best or something like that. But Richard Stout qualified with a 6:57. You said it was a standout time. He said his target time is 6:50, I see. And I guess he's definitely going to be under 6:50 if he holds those 142 splits. He's going to be pretty close to it, isn't he?
Yeah, and I don't see any sign of him slowing right now. I think he's hunting on his own. He's not even worried about the guys behind him. They're almost 100 meters back at this point, the rest of the field. He is out rowing his own race, and all he has to set his sights on are his own targets and where he thinks he can push himself to. He's in the final 500, and I don't think that I have seen him change one bit. He has looked as consistent through this race as anybody that I've seen today.
So he's on 143s. You've got to see some more 142s to get that sub 650 split, which will be a sensational result, I think, for the 70 category. And
well, right as we say that, he climbs up to a 145. We'll see where this ends up.
Yeah.
So the current world record, I'm being told, is a 652.1 in the 70 to 74 here. So he may have a shot, and perhaps that's what he's hunting down.
Yeah, he'll know that. These guys that do the ergometer at this sort of level, they know all the world records, don't they? They know the 500-meter world records. They know the 5K world records. They know the 2K world records. But he's got to see 142s. He's really got to see those scores if he's going to be. He's just dropping slightly. I think he may be slightly outside it unless he puts the hammer down right now.
This is going to be one of those time will tell moments, but an exciting finish for him nonetheless. 140 meters almost ahead of the closest competitor, which is in a 2K, a significant margin.
Yeah, that's our biggest margin in racing today, I think, between gold and silver medals. He needs an average of less than 143. So we're looking for that time of 6:52.1 in 70 to 74. As he comes up to the line, I think he's going to be just outside it. Certainly he hasn't had enough of a sprint at the last bit of the race, but what did he do in the first quarter? Will that get him underneath that time?
We're going to have to see. Maybe we can get a close-up on him as we hit the finish line here.
Wow.
650.2. Unofficially, that's a new world record. We're going to have to see how that plays out. But if that holds, that was an impressive performance.
That is outstanding, isn't it? As we wait for the rest of the field to finish, he just sits there impassive. an amazing world record performance, and he doesn't look like he's too exercised, does he?
Hardly as if anything has happened. It looks like he's ready to just roll into his next conversation or piece, whatever he has up next.
Alain Manguin from France finishes in 7:22, just ahead of Peter Beer, who takes second place in the open category. Manguin won the lightweight category ahead of Jorma Ilkka, Juhani Leitinen from Finland. And Jean-Philippe Vincent finished in bronze medal position for France with a 7:27. No one could touch Richard Stout from Canada.
Not at all. Richard Pearce coming across the line there.
Oh, there he is. I wondered who that was. That's Matti Elkämäki from Finland. Elkämäki. And he has got a very, very distinctive technique. And he's coming up, having to push his handle over his knees as he comes forward, hasn't he? I guess he's learnt to row in the indoor gym.
Yeah, perhaps an early adopter now of taking in indoor rowing as a new sport for himself.
And there's our last competitor. You saw him early on, Wang Shi from China. In this category, the 70 to 74, he's got less than 75 meters to go to the finish, rating 32, splits of 220. Intent on that dial.
We have a confirmation that Richard Stout did pull a world record at 650.2. Big congratulations to Richard. That was an impressive feat, and not only beating the world record, but I would say handily beating the world record by almost 2 seconds.
Yeah. That is a pretty big margin to take out of any world's best time, isn't it? World record time.
Indeed.
So Wang Shi there, photographs and confirmation from his much younger coach, or maybe that's one of his family members. I think we will go and have a look at results and confirmation, I guess, of Richard Stout's win. Let's have a look and see if we can go there right now. We'll go to the results shortly. There we are, Richard Stout, confirmation of the world record. It ought to be lit up and flashing, I think, world records on the result.
Gold confetti falling from the air.
Yeah, 725.2. Vincent, and the lightweight race, we are going to play, I think, Alain Manguin, the Finn, in second and third. And let's go to an interview. We'll go to an interview right now.
J'ai découvert l'aviron, comme je vous l'ai dit, en Dordogne, en ramant sur la Dordogne. Et puis, après, alors l'aviron, donc, je l'ai découvert à Dakar, au Sénégal, pour les raisons que je vous indiquais, à savoir que j'avais pris plusieurs kilos et que pour retrouver un corps humain, si je puis dire, je me suis mis à faire de l'aviron. J'arrive, je mets sur ma machine, je programme et hop, je rame. Et je suis toujours en dessous de 12 minutes. Et je ne fais rien d'autre. Oui, mais c'est la régularité. Dans le monde, nous sommes 4 ou 5 de plus de 90 ans et 2 de plus de 95 ans. J'étais très satisfait parce que, étant le plus âgé, j'étais donc en tête du cortège de tous les rameurs. J'ai eu une standing ovation. Hein, alors que toute ma vie, on m'avait dit que j'étais minable, etc. Brusquement, j'étais un génie. J'étais très content. L'aviron e-sport, l'aviron est un sport qui permet de rester en parfaite forme. Vous voyez, je n'ai jamais été malade. J'étais tout le temps, et je suis en bonne forme. Voilà. C'est quand je me mets sur ma machine le matin avant de partir George, you are the best. Et je le crois, je suis le meilleur, voilà.
George Bass, 96 years of age, and he will be joined in this 75 plus contest by athletes from Britain. Alan John Bell is 95 years of age, been rowing all his life, and Dean Smith from America is 95 years of age, and another American,
Frederick Osborne.
yeah. Well, you know, and even does he rate a mention? Richard Morgan from Ireland at 91 years of age, Martin Mäkelä from Finland 92. What is it with this indoor championships? There we go. The race has started, and this is going to be.
George Bass may have missed the start.
Yeah, he's just off now, isn't he?
There he goes in. Yeah. Looking at Frederick Osborne, the 95-year-old, he rowed for Harvard in 1950.
That
he rowed
is
for Harvard.
Crazy.
He took second in the veterans division at the head of the Charles. Absolutely amazing.
Wow. So this is going to be quite a race. So you can see the color coding. Men's 75 is in yellow. Lightweight men's 75 is in red. Men's 80, Alan John Bell, is in green. Men's 90 is in orange, Martin Mäkelä. Men's 95 again is in red, and that's Dean Smith and George Bass. And lightweight men's 95 is in light green. That's Alan John Bell. So it's just a privilege to watch these guys rowing, isn't it? I mean, you know, forget about the race. You know, they've won the race just by being on the start line, haven't they?
Absolutely. This is the story you live for. Is they're the explanation of how rowing can last your entire life, and whether you are a latecomer to the sport or you've been rowing, or you learned to row at Harvard in 1950, it truly is a sport that can last the test of time due to its nature of having a low impact, being safe on the body. There's very little risk involved. It helps to build strength, bone density, aerobic fitness, all of the necessary characteristics as we age. It helps us to maintain our longevity and improve it in many instances. And you know, I often feel that this age category is the story of the entirety of all of this. Watching the young guys, that's exciting. There are lots of young guys out there, but the guys that are here doing this, still competing, my hat is off to each and every one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the British competitor Alan John Bell, who has been rowing all his life, learned to row at Salcombe Estuary Club, and the whole of the family rows the club. He loves rowing on the Salcombe Estuary once a week, and regards it as really important to keep active in his age. He's been doing a minimum of 2K a day every day since March of 2020. That is Alan John Bell, the lightweight rower, who is 95 years of age. Remember, we have a 96-year-old oarsman in this race, George Bass from France. We saw an interview of him just before this race. Sensational story he had from the Dordogne in France, and is no stranger to indoor rowing competition. So it almost seems a shame to talk about the results in this race, but in the men's 75, Roger Stainforth is the quickest time. Peter Robinson of New Zealand. Now, what time is it in New Zealand? It is probably nearer to the morning getting up time than it was a few hours ago. It is 10 to 5 in New Zealand, so he's probably had a chance to have a sleep and woken up now, Peter Robinson.
Yeah, it's a proper rowing time, I think.
Yeah, he's in the right, call it. He's in the lightweight men's 75 category, 76 years of age, Peter Robinson.
And a fun note about Richard Morgan from Ireland in the lightweight men's 90. He has won 3 world championship titles, one in his 70s, one in his 80s, and last year at 90 years of age, holding 3 decades worth of world championship titles.
Wow.
That is impressive.
That is insane, yes. And it is incredible to think of the miles, the meters that these men collectively have had under their belt. You know, it would be interesting to add together, I don't know if anyone can do this, add together the ages of all these competitors. Work out the average. The average age has got to be something close to 80, isn't it? In the competitors in this race, 75 plus and 96 years of age.
I would be genuinely curious if somebody on our back end would be able to run the math on the total age of all the athletes in this race together. Another interesting story about Joseph Kaspatis, who I believe we saw on screen earlier from the U.S. lightweight men's 85. He won the gold in Paris in the 80 to 84 in 2020, which I had the pleasure of being at. Won gold virtual in the lightweight men's 80 to 84 and 21, but he's also a competitive ice dancer and fox hunter. I mean, that is an interesting spread of talents there.
Wow, that is amazing. Ice dancer and fox hunter, really, Joseph Kaspatis, sensational. So we have got 500 meters left for the leading competitor in this multi-category race, ranging from men's 75 plus, 75 to 79, to lightweight men's 95 and over. Alan John Bell is 95. George Best there from the Dordogne in France is 96. We've got other competitors. Dean Smith from America is 95 years of age. And a whole bunch of competitors in their 80s in this event. Got pretty good technique there, Peter Robinson. I don't want to sound you know, too disparaging or damned by faint praise, but the guy looks pretty good out there. Sub 2 minute splits for a lightweight men's 75 plus.
There is, you know, it's one of those, you look at how the mechanics move, and there's Kaspatis that we were just talking about, and yeah, you watch, and this technique is on for these guys. It's you know, they're working with what they've got right now, and you can see that commitment to trying to get that handle straight in, straight out, trying to keep good application on it as they go. I mean, well done to all of them.
I love the flag, the Irish tricolour that Richard Morgan has got there. George Bass at the back of the field at the moment, but certainly at the front of his age group category. 96 years of age. 95 to 99 men. Goodness me, how many people can live that long to get into that category?
Right.
So there's Roger Stainforth. Are we going to call that, Shane?
We just got the you can go ahead and call that, Martin. I'll let you call the race.
Yeah,
there.
Roger Stainforth, sub 730. Peter Robinson, the 75 plus lightweight, 742. Those are the first two finishes in this race. Kaspatis is going to be in the third place finish. That's the athlete you can see at the bottom left of your screen. The American race boat number 9 in the lightweight men's 85 category.
For Stainforth and Robinson, those times are fast regardless of age. And that is in and of itself an impressive feat there.
Yeah, completely.
We just had the math done. If you were to add up the experience of all of the athletes here, we have 1,283 years of experience in this race.
That is insane, isn't it? An average.
Take that as your factoid of the day.
An average of 85 years of age. Kaspatis finishes the race. John Dawson of Australia coming up to 5 a.m. in the morning, and Britain's Brian Court. John Dawson in the 75 plus. Brian Court in the 85, men's 85 plus. Congratulations to both of you guys. And Marty Michaela in the men's 90 plus is going to finish. He is 92 years of age, Martin Mikhaila. In the orange boat, just ahead of Jan Martin Mediska from Norway. You get the feeling that this is a race that Olaf Tufte's going to be in about 50 years' time.
Absolutely. I think we'll all enjoy the stories to tell at that point.
And there we see Kesputis just looking at his race results. Richard Morgan, well done, Richard, coming up to the finish, pulling 2:22s. He's kept that form throughout.
Georges Bast with about 250 meters to go.
You kind of think everyone should stand up and applaud Georges Bast. You know, I think the competitors that have finished the race, as Dean Smith in the men's 95 category. I think Dean Smith is 95. Absolutely. Just a year younger. And Alan John Bell is still in the race.
There he is.
And John Bell, the lightweight men's 95, is still coming back to the race. So Georges Bast is not the final competitor across the line. Do you think he's going to put the hammer down in the last...
There he goes, dropping it.
Yeah, he's dropped it from 3:01 to 2:59. Allez, Georges, you might say. He is dropping his splits, isn't he?
Right. Yeah, he is walking them down right now as he hunts down that finish line. He can smell it.
Yeah.
Looks like he's right at the top of his entryway to his house there.
It does, doesn't it? So Georges Bast has got 100 meters to the finish, and Alan John Bell is coming up to 250 meters to the finish. You can see Alan John Bell there, just getting a little bit in terms of locked on, first bit of his body, trying to drive through. Georges Bast has got a real drive through there, hasn't he? 251. He's really pushed it down, hasn't he?
Yeah, he knows he wants to get across that line.
That is the motto coming down for Georges Bast, and he's coming up to the line, down to 2:48. He knows how to race, doesn't he, Georges Bast?
He certainly does.
And now we have our final competitor, Alan John Bell. And we talked about him before, starting gig rowing on Salcombe Estuary. And it's a sport his whole family are involved in. And he loves the opportunity to get out rowing on the water once a week on a Tuesday with the veterans section, weather permitting. What a great asset that would be to any club to have a guy like Alan John Bell, in your club section, an inspiration. You can see the family around there intently looking at his splits, 3:24, 3:20. Now, what do you think he's going to do at the finish? Is he going to put the hammer down in the last 100 meters?
I think he might. I think he can smell it, and I think he wants it. He wants that finish line.
There we go. Less than 100 meters to go for Alan John Bell. We all ought to be standing up and applauding this guy, who is our final finisher in this mixed category for men's 75. And I just see that we have a world record for Dean Smith in the men's 95 category of 10:14.5. Well done for looking that out. Dean Smith of the USA, a new world record holder. Sensational.
Absolutely fantastic. World records dropping as we go.
Yeah. Alan John Bell comes into the finish now, finishes with his splits on 3:23.3. Applause from his family. Great race.
Congratulations to you, Alan John Bell. Well done.
Wow. Masters lightweight men. I wonder what the world record is for that category. So we are going to say thank you to our sponsors, without which this event wouldn't be possible, and we'll take a commercial break.
This is Tencent Cloud Today. We simplify complex technology and open up boundless frontiers. We build big accomplishments from little things, support discretionary access to existing networks, and inject new momentum into business growth. Let Tencent Cloud be your partner. Shape a more flexible, efficient, and refined business landscape. This is where it all begins. Simplicity from complexity. The details of greatness. Tencent Cloud.
Hello, welcome back to the presentation of the 2022 World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships. I'm Martin Cross, this is Shane Farmer. We have been talking you through all the races today. We have got an interview coming up with one of our previous winners. Take it away, Richard.
I felt I could win the race because of my performance in the US Championships, and I did have the fastest qualifying time. So yeah, I just focused on a split of about 1:42 because I thought that would get me within touch of the world record. I started to feel pretty tired, as I usually do, in that just after the 1,000 meters, right? With 1,000 meters to go, I often have a dip about there. But then once it was within sight of 500 meters, I knew I was going to make it. I just had to hold it. So yeah, it was a tough race, to maintain that target split. But I'm pretty happy with the results, obviously. All right, setting a new world record is a wonderful birthday present for me as I turn 70 in February.
So welcome back, and we have some more races coming up for you. We've seen the men's, the super veterans of the men, the super masters, and we are now going to look at the super masters category in the women's events coming up shortly. We have two more races for you. This is the women's mixed category, women's 60 to 65, lightweight women's 60 to 65, women's 65 to 69, and lightweight women's 65 to 69 over 2,000 meters. And we will shortly see, I think, the athletes warming up for those categories. There's only a minute to go for the start. And this is the penultimate race of the day. And if you're watching, if you're part of the family, friends or supporters of any of these ladies, we welcome you to this World Rowing presentation. We hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. The athletes are ready for the start.
A fun story about one of our athletes here, the Australian Sharon Ann Jones. She said, you can see her in the top there in center. She said that her erg fits just in her study. There's no room for anything else, and all of the friends that she has supporting her are sitting outside on her deck or on her desk in order to cheer for her.
Yeah, plenty of supporters in the background, and the athletes are going to start. That's a good, clean start from all the athletes, and we've got several categories. You can see from the color coding, the 60 to 65-year-old women are yellow, and the lightweights are red. There's just one of those, Anne-Marie Schultz from France. And then the green boats are the open women 65 to 69, and then the lightweight women 65 to 69, who seem to be beating the open weight women at the moment. That is Shelley Cornish from Australia in the lead in that category. And Gudrun Klein has just taken the lead in the open category. But it's pretty close between her and May-Britt Billy Nielsen from Denmark. Gudrun Klein there, you can see. Great technique. Nice round finish at the back end of the stroke, Shane.
Yeah, she brings that handle down and away nicely, and you can tell that she's had some oars in her hands.
May-Britt Billy Nielsen there with the Danish flag in that gym of, it looks like a rowing club, I guess. That would be the upper level of a rowing club. Sheila Findlay in bronze medal position of the 60 to 65 Women's Open. Sub 2 minute splits down on 158.
You can see her laptop sitting on top of a laundry basket there. Just a testament to how everybody is pulling this off and where they're located as they're doing it.
Jennifer Baker there with a red cap on from the USA. Jennifer Baker.
Sitting about 28 meters back from first place of my Brit Billy Nielsen.
Yeah, she's a whippersnapper, Jennifer Baker. She was very excited to be going to Hamburg for the World, and she was a bit disappointed it went to virtual, but she's excited to see what she can do today. 60 years young, Jennifer Baker. Currently in 4th place.
There's back to our leader, my Brit, Billy Nielsen, sitting 1 meter ahead of Gudrun Klein. That might pan out to be a nice close race there. Something fun to watch. Shelley Corner still holding that lead down in the lightweight 65. Fun fact about Shelley, she's a joint world record holder in the 100 meter. And for the 2022 season, she's ranked number 1 in the world in the 2K, 500, 1 minute, and 100 meter. She also won the 500 meter last night. And so she's trying to become this year's Masters champion to win both 2K and 500 at successive World Championship events. So she's got a healthy plate full of expectations around this race, sitting 21 meters ahead of Nadine Limousin. I have a feeling she may be able to pull that off.
Ritva Raponen with a flag holder there from Finland. And there we have the Thai athlete, Vilai Tunsaku, currently propping up the rear of this race, rowing with those distinctive yellow gloves on, the Thai flag being waved in the background by her support team. It's great to see all these support teams around, isn't it?
Yeah, and she may even have another athlete in this race with her, Kajanatha Rimmersmuk. They may be in the same room together. I saw another athlete in the rear corner of that camera shot, and we do have another Thai athlete here as well. So they may be rowing this one together, getting some joint support as well as that push of being in the same room together.
Yeah, one in the women's 65 open category and the other in the women's 65 lightweight category. Margaret Hippler, she's getting that handle quite close to the cage, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm impressed by the technique here. She looks like she has some good experience, really clean on the technique. The thing that gets me whenever I row, I need a little bit of space around me, and I get claustrophobic if I feel, oh yeah, there's our other Thai athlete. I always feel if there are things too close to me, it just makes me uncomfortable. And many of these athletes, they don't seem to mind at all. They are surrounded by their bookshelves, by their desks, just all around them or tightly compacted. It's interesting to see what people are able to fit into.
Ramsem Musk in the Thai athlete there, she had a flag waver behind her, very keen. And we've seen the Danish flag at the back of my Brit Billy Nelson, who is currently leading that women's 60 to 65 open category race ahead of Gudrun Klein from Germany. And the Finns waving the flags as well for their athletes, Ritva Raponen.
We're still seeing only 5 meters between Billy Nielsen and Gudrun Klein here in the open weight. There's could be a good race here towards the finish as they both jockey for that gold position. I think Gudrun Klein isn't willing to let Nielsen go that easy. She's gonna make sure to stay close enough that she's at least gonna make her sweat.
Yeah, great technique from Anne-Marie Schultz there. Really rowing beautifully. She's in a class of her own, women's 60 to 65 lightweight, but she's in 4th place overall in the women's 60 65 open weight category, pulling 2:05. My Brit Billy Nielsen, really aggressive on the front end, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. She really gets into that catch, locks in, makes sure that she gets good compression out of the legs. And as she drives out, gets that good hip opening. I think that's where a lot of her force is coming from is that connection of legs to hip opening, where she really dominates that stroke.
The gap's fallen to 4 meters, and Gudrun Klein from Germany, you can see her team is urging her on. They're kind of saying, look, you're going to be overtaking the leader. And I think that's why they're getting so excited. Look at the energy coming from her team every single stroke, and she's soaking it up there.
Absolutely. She's feeling the fight right now. She's got those cheering for her, gives her that little push from the backside that, hey, we're all here for you. What you got? Can you do it? She's closed that gap now to 3 meters, back up to 4. Looks like Nielsen has volleyed her attack, seeing if she's going to be able to press a little bit harder.
She's gone for it now, hasn't she?
Yeah, indeed.
And her team behind her are quite cool. They're not giving her too much shit. I wonder whether she's told them, I don't need the shouts, guys. I'm there with it. Don't worry about it. Up at 41 strokes a minute, 153s, 152s, Gudrun Klein, but she needs to drop it a little bit more to drop that 3 meter. We're coming up to the finish. May-Britt Brillie Nielsen in the Open Women's 60 to 65 has a 3 meter lead. She is going to take the gold in this event ahead of Germany's Gudrun Klein. Just 0.1 of a second in it. Canada's Sheila Findlay will take the bronze medal in that category. And she will be crossing the line very shortly. Oh,
hey, we have more
confetti
that? There.
Wow. Who was that had the confetti shape?
I believe that was Gudrun Klein.
Yeah, okay. Silver medal.
What a great finish. Shelley Cornish there, accomplishing her goal of dual golds in the 500 and the 2000 in successive years. Congratulations to her.
So Anne-Marie Schultz, the French lightweight, takes that first place. Jennifer Baker finishes from the USA in the women's 60 to 65. As does Nadine Limousin from France. And Karen Hegarty from Great Britain finishes in 6th place in the women's 60 to 65. Nadine Limousin just winding down there. You can see it on the machine in that silver medal finish. Rita Raponin takes her feet out of the machine.
Margaret Hippler coming in with just a few meters left as our 2 Thai athletes are still pushing side by side, coming home together inside their final 500 meters.
Yeah, we're just focused on Margaret Hippler for the moment. I wonder if she's going to take one of those books out and read it this evening when she's recovered from this race.
She seems well read. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, definitely. So Margaret Hippler pulling 2:18s comes into the finish of her race.
There she is.
And Kanjanatha Remsesuk comes up to the finish just ahead of Vilai Tunsakul from Thailand, the 2 Thai athletes.
And knowing that they're side by side, bringing each other home, you know that they're both pushing with that team flag wavers behind them.
Yeah, good dance going on with the flag waving. Looks like a Thai traditional dance.
Listen, nothing better than a spirited flag waver behind you. If you're going to have them there, you want them to bring the energy. You're putting your energy into rowing, they can put theirs into the flag waving, I suppose.
Remsa Suk, she hasn't really diverted her attention from that performance monitor in front of her, hasn't she? She's been intent on her gaze. And there's her teammate, Sun Sakul, in the same, I think she's just to the left of Remsa Musuk.
Looks like they're both just going to be bringing it in nice and consistent here. Nothing extra added, just making sure they bring it in for a good landing.
Both got gloves on as well.
Yeah, that must be a club thing there. ensuring that they keep their hands protected.
It's interesting in Thai indoor rowing, because they do a lot of paddling in traditional sort of Thai paddle boats, not quite rowing boats in Thailand, and that's where a lot of the some of the Thai rowers come into the sport from. So lots of congratulations. Is that congratulations, or is she taking a pulse? Tunsakul,
We'll assume a little bit of both.
She's getting breath of fresh air from those flags as she come up to the finish line. There she is, across the finish line.
She's smiling as she finishes.
Wow.
Well in control. What a great job by both those athletes.
Absolutely. So we won't have any race results for the finish of this race, because there, of course, are so many different categories, and everyone gets a prize for being on the start line of this race. So can you believe it, Shane? We are at our final race of the day coming up.
Who would have thought? I felt that we could just keep finding races to race. Maybe we should put an open call right now. Let's see who else we can get out here while we're at it.
Well, I think we started at 11 o'clock Central European time. I think it's now something like 5:15 Central European time. We have gone through the day.
Otherwise, 2 a.m. Pacific time.
Oh, crazy, crazy.
And now 8:15 a.m. Pacific time.
You've done incredibly well, Shane, to go through that brick wall. I know you hit it several hours ago. I never asked you if you came through it, but we have this race for women 70 to 75, lightweight women 70 to 75, lightweight women 75 and over, and women 90 plus. And we have got two women here, Val Coleman from Britain, aged 93, who's gone off the start, and the Canadian Alda Kingswood, who's age of 90. Seems like they're two whippersnappers, doesn't it, in terms of the men's race? And
absolutely,
Alda
plenty of youth
Kingswood
there.
Started rowing in Holland, and she took it up again in her 80s for fitness, and she was challenged by one of her sons to enter the American competition last year, broke the world record, and then in the world she broke it again, and she wants to set a new world record for the 90 to 94 category. So we'll take a look out from there. There's Alda Kingswood. Look at her go. Wow.
She is cooking.
She is killing it with
45
the flag
strokes a minute.
Wow. Sensation.
We also have in this race Susan Kemp, who we spoke about her husband earlier, both joining each other and representing Oceania. She started rowing at 63 with the Newcastle Rowing Club, and she uses her erg for training on water rowing. And apparently she has been quite competitive. And so here she is, just like her husband, competing together. What a wonderful story that both of them are here.
I can't see Alda Kingswood's going to keep those splits going throughout this race. I mean, what is she now? She's dropping slightly down to 226. She's ahead of USA's Barbara Hogan, who is in the lightweight women 75 to 79 category. And Barbara Hogan comes in at the ripe young age of 76. And Barbara previously won 2 hammers at the Crash Bees, as well as a number of silver and bronze medals. And she's won races at the head of the Charles and the head of the Schuylkill as well. Rose out of Philadelphia and Princeton, New Jersey.
Having one of those hammers may be one of the more prestigious awards that you can have in the world of indoor rowing. For those of you that don't know, it's from the Crash Bees event. The winner brings home a hammer. And so to have that hanging on your wall or sitting on a shelf somewhere is always a fun prize to have.
There's Meta Bolt, who is leading the race of the women's 70 to 74. Marjorie Room in second place in that race. You can see her in her living room. Good compression. Marjorie, good focus on your splits.
Marjorie's the current British champion and 2K record holder in the women's 70 to 74 as well as world champion in 65 to 69 last year. So she just made her move into this category. Started competing in indoor at WRICH in 2002 and world since 2012.
I'm just looking at Alda Kingswood. She's just still going for it like crazy in the center of the screen there. She broke the 85 to 89 record last year and stated, next year I will be 90 and I intend to record. That is
Amazing.
sensational, isn't it?
Yeah, truly amazing. And she's showing no signs of stopping, just keeping that stroke rate high. She's focusing on that hip opening, that push of the legs.
We are looking at a woman over the age of 90 competing in this final race of the 2022 World Rowing Virtual Indoor Rowing Championships. And we have a variety of athletes in this race, which is for women 70 to 74, lightweight women 70 to 74, lightweight women 75 to 79, and women's 90 plus. And we've got two of those competitors, Alda Kingswood and Val Coleman. Alda Kingswood from Canada, we've seen on the screen. We haven't seen too much of Val Coleman yet, the British competitor. There we see another shot of Marjorie Freeman. What's that white wire that's going out of the back of the performance monitor there? Is that heading into
that
a
white
laptop?
wire is it's running into a laptop, and that's what's running the performance software that allows them to link up to our system so that you as the viewer can track what they are doing. So you'll see those cables run off of the machine. Well, every Concept 2 monitor has that port on the backside, has a few different ports, and this one in particular goes directly to the laptop, which has the race software on it. You can see on that laptop screen right there, actually.
Yeah.
She's able to view what's happening, and she's seeing what we're seeing through that software. It tracks, and it's why there's a need for a specific internet latency on each of the athletes' parts. It's so that we can ensure connection between our race software and their machine, as well as our ability to see them while they're racing.
Jutta Vogeli from Germany was really giving it some there in the women's 70 plus lightweights. And we've heard from our backroom team from Pratik. Thank you very much. Alda Kingswood will most likely break the world record. Current world record is 12:53.9 for women's 90 plus. And so that world record apparently is there for the taking. There is Val Coleman in her sort of shed of a club. What is that? That's really interesting. Flags and canoes everywhere.
Looks almost like a lake cabin somewhere.
It does, doesn't it? And Val Coleman is just about, what is she? 100 meters behind Alda Kingswood.
And Alita would need a split less than 313.4 at her current pace with almost 500 meters to go. I should say 750 meters to go. She is well on that pace. She would be almost 25 seconds ahead of that pace based off of what her start time was. So I think we're right. Our back end is right. They're telling us that there's a really good chance she'll be able to pull that off. She says that I wanted to leave a bit of a legacy for my grandchildren and great-grandchildren because I'm not a grandmother that bakes cookies for kids or does crafts. She said, I just do what comes naturally. And that's amazing. And truly setting the tone for the youth around her, for her children, for her grandchildren. There's nothing better than setting the example of how physical fitness is a necessary aspect of life and making sure that those people around her that she loves most are able to pick up on that.
Meta Bolt there, race leader in the women's 70 to 75 category. She's into the last 250 meters. She will be delighted with her pace through. She's been close to that 2-minute split throughout her effort this afternoon, leading Britain's Marjorie Room by that 40-meter margin. And the American Susan Gerecki is currently in the lead in the lightweight women's 70 to 75 category. It's great doing it by those windows. A lot of light, a lot of space for Myrthe Bolt as she comes into the finish line.
And she looks very connected on every stroke too. Good fast leg drive. That handle snaps its way into her body. She's got that good hip opening, and there she goes, crossing the finish line. Good for her.
Marjorie Room coming into the finish. There she is, just lays down the handle, finishes in 8:19.7.
Susan Gerke crossing in 8:22.
That's in the lightweight women's 70 to 75 category. And Susan Kemp from Australia will take bronze medal in that women's 70 to 75 category. Well done to you, Susan. Early morning in Australia.
Bet Osborne from Great Britain about to touch that finish line.
Bet that'll be a welcome sight for her.
Followed by Nora Straps, now should be the next one to cross. Love that we get to see them on video as they cross that line.
Yeah, that's fantastic, isn't it? Really great pictures that we're seeing there.
Here comes Barbara Hogan.
Just winding the rate up, 47 strokes a minute for Barbara Hogan. And Jutta Vogli from Germany just has a few meters to go to the finish line. She's up at 49 strokes a minute. Will she hit 50? You never know. Just coming up to the finish line. Not quite the 50, but
there's the 50.
Oh,
she touched it. She got
it.
there.
Wow. So Patricia Hagen is the next finisher. Salute to the crowd. I think that's Patricia Hagen, perhaps on the left of the picture. But all eyes going to be on this Canadian finisher, Alda Kingswood, for a potential new world record time.
She seems to be on pace for it. I think based off of where she's been this whole race, she will have it without a problem.
She's been so dynamic, hasn't she?
Absolutely. One of the more exciting paces to watch was from her.
The two 90-year-olds there. Alda Kingswood crosses in a new world record time of 10:29.3. She's certainly going to leave a legacy.
Exactly what she wanted.
And there is Britain's Val Coleman coming into the finish line. Val Coleman's been rowing since March of 2020. She's enjoying training and competing as part of Fishguard and Godwick Jemima Rowing Club. She works hard to maintain her fitness. She does swimming, yoga, Pilates, plenty of walking. And she's enjoying being joined by other 90-year-old athletes like, of course, we saw with Alda Kingswood.
There's about 200 meters left for her until she touches that finish line.
Yeah.
Surrounded by a calm presence, the people around her. I think I'd be that calm too if I were sitting in as beautiful a boat shed as they have there.
So there we go. Just the last 150 meters, 3:08 splits, 3:15 splits. She will know that she's within touching distance of the finish, where she gets down to that 100 meters left. And she is getting those splits down. She's dropping the hammer. She might get below 3 minutes on the split. If she feels able to get that, she's really pushing on for it.
I think that's what she's trying for.
We see
50 meters to go.
Come on, Val. Let's see what you've got in the last few strokes of this race.
Bring that rate up, Val.
Been a tremendous effort from the 90-plus-year-old athlete. Our final finisher in this contest in 12:41.
And there she is.
I think that's inside the old world record as well, which was 12:53. Waves all round from
Absolutely.
her support crew. And what a great effort, a real inspiration to anyone and everyone watching. And I think we are going to go back to a race we saw earlier, and it's the winner of the Open Men 2000. I think that's Ward Lamellon, which was the most sensational race. And we're going to have an interview with him coming up. So let's hear it now.
Look, it was really incredible. I knew that there were coming a lot of people because I was racing here in the local gym, and yeah, like everybody is supporting me. Yes, when I was starting rowing, so everybody came here, and like the atmosphere here, you had to feel it. It was really amazing. It was like a soccer stadium. And I never experienced it in an indoor rowing race. And yeah, the race itself, it went like expected. So I knew the Russian guy Vyazovskin was going to start really fast. I think he pulled 122s or something. And I knew that I had to stay focused and race my own race plan because yeah, really my strength is the second 1,000 meter. And I knew I had to pull 124, 125 to catch him up. And I think I stayed really, yeah, really, I didn't panic at all. And everything, I felt really good. And yeah, the other goal was to go sub 540. I didn't do that, but still, if you can become world champion on this way with this crowd behind me, yeah, I must say it again. It was really amazing to race with all these people behind me. And then the last 200 meters, I saw that I was catching up little by little. And I saw 20 meters, 10 meters behind. And then I was coming quite fast at him. And then the turning point when I went over him, it was like amazing. And everybody was going crazy. And then I knew I was winning, and I did again a personal best, so I'm quite happy.
So that was an amazing race, which was one of the highlights of a fantastic, amazing day at the 2022 World Rowing Virtual Indoor Championships. And I'm Martin Cross, with me Shane Farmer. We have been with you throughout the day. Thank you very much, Shane. I know you started in the middle of the night in the west coast of America, and you've been here up till now. Great endurance. And we thank our sponsors, Tencent Cloud, our cloud services sponsor, our presenting sponsor, Concept 2. Of course, it's been amazing to have the backroom support from Time Team, from World Rowing, and also from our team, Stefan Rapp, our fantastic producer, and his team too. It's been great to have your company throughout the day, family, friends, whether you're new to indoor rowing, you just tuned in. It's been fantastic to have your presence. We have got the highlights of a wonderful, wonderful day coming up. But from me, Martin Cross, and from Shane Farmer, your race commentators, it's goodbye for now. See you next year. Charlotte Dixon's going to take this.
This is going to be an incredible finish.
So exciting, but it's so close.
Bar Hansen of Denmark just crept in there.
Meg Knight just gets it.
Here comes Arabella Carbut.